welcome and say in another few minutes, and I would like to thank all of you. And I can see, I can see the chairperson Govardhan Das, Dr. Padma Devrajan, Dr. Prateek Kumar, Dr. Kasturi Mukhopadhyay. A lot of good people are there, a lot of wonderful people are there. So welcome all of you here. Pragya will be anchoring, and if you all of you will allow, then we can give we can start in another 1 or 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
So Professor Rath and Professor Dwarkanath, Dr. Govardhan Das is chairperson of SCMM. He's here.
Namaskar, sir.
So
Morning.
Morning, sir.
So Dr. Kale knows him very well. So
Namaskar,
he may be his teacher. So that's there. So let us have.
I also know Dr. Dwarkanath. Happened to have a dinner with him some time back.
Oh, good. Yeah. So
ma'am,
we have around 100 participants. So I'm waiting some of them more to join. Some of our students to join.
ଏଟାକୁ ବନ୍ଦ କରିଦେବୁ ବନ୍ଦ କରିଦେବୁ ମୁଁ ଏଠିକି ଯିବି କାରଣ ଆସୁନି ସେଟା ଭଲକିରି ମୁଁ ସେଇଠିକି ଆସିବି ବନ୍ଦ କର ମୁଁ ଏଠିକି ଆସୁଛି
Another colleague from Delhi University, Professor Rawat, has joined.
Namaskar, madam. Namaskar, everybody.
Namaskar.
He's our Dean of Examination in Delhi University and faculty at Chemistry Department. Professor Ramsagar Mishra is also here.
So, good morning, everyone.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, Pragya, so I think you can start now.
all right.
So we can start now. Yeah.
A very good morning to esteemed dignitaries, guests, faculty members, and participants from across the country and abroad who have joined us to exchange experience and work together with us in the coming 6 days in the field of radiation biology. I, Pragya Tripathi, have pursued PhD in radiation biology and feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all present here on behalf of Special Center for Molecular Medicine, Jawaharlal Nehru University, to the GIAN course on radiation biology and its clinical applications. We would like to bring in your notice that this program will be streamed live on YouTube. Global Initiative of Academic Networks, that is GIAN, had been approved by Government of India in higher education aimed at tapping the pool of scientists and entrepreneurs internationally to encourage their engagement with the institutes of higher education in India. This initiative has promoted the existing academic resources and elevated India's scientific and technological capacity to global excellence. JNU is offering a number of courses across disciplines as part of this initiative. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you present in this virtual opening ceremony as the doorway to the initiation of our scientific program. It's said, when you start each day with a grateful heart, light illuminates from within. The presence of light signifies purity, goodness, good luck, and power. The existence of light means the non-existence of darkness and evil forces. Therefore, let us proceed towards our traditional and auspicious lighting of lamp of the virtual inauguration of GIAN course on radiation biology and its clinical applications.
We are not able to hear anything.
Well, we can see the virtual lamp lighting.
So there was a music also, I think.
Okay, okay.
And,
Right.
we have set some music.
Right, okay.
There was no music, Pragya.
Okay, sorry.
Are you going to give us again or let us start?
Yes, we would like to bring it again.
Okay.
Because it's a very beautiful music. May I now request Professor Vibha Tandon, organizer of this GIAN program, Special Center for Molecular Medicine, Jawaharlal Nehru University, to kindly deliver the welcome address and provide a glimpse of the course. Professor Vibha Tandon has an area of specialization on chemical biology, radiation biology, drug development, and antibiotic development for resistant MDR strains. I request ma'am to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Pragya, and I would like to thank all of you for coming here. So, Professor Ajay Dubey, Rector JNU, who will be joining us later. Professor G.K. Rath, the ex-chief B.R. Ambedkar Indian Rotary Cancer Hospital, ex-chief NCI Jhajjar, Haryana. He's the chief guest of the function. Professor B.S. Dwarkanath, ex-scientist, Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences, DRDO. Presently, he's in SRU, Chennai. GIAN JNU coordinator, Professor Satyabrat Patnaik. All highly distinguished speakers, chairpersons of the different sessions, chairperson of molecular medicine, teachers, participants, students, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to extend you all a very warm welcome on behalf of JNU fraternity for the 6 days course entitled Radiation Biology and its Clinical Application under the auspices of GIAN and initiative of Ministry of Human Resource and Development, Government of India. GIAN funds such courses for not only to train the manpower in a specialized area, but they also want to have the collaboration among the faculty and researchers. It is very clearly communicated by GIAN that we should use this platform for discussion, collaboration, and future requirement in this area. I convey my gratitude to all of you for sparing your precious time to virtually attend this program. This course is a unique course and it includes 16 different lectures, 4 tutorials, and 3 hands-on practical sessions with the students. This course was coined by me under the guidance of Professor Vikram Bhadrasen, Chief, Clinical Radiation Oncology Program, Clinical Radiation Biology Branch, National Cancer Institute, NIH, USA. He is the foreign faculty because GIAN gives a program, approves a program of such kind along with the one of the say foreign faculty. So he was one of them, and both of us have coined this program in 2019. And we have got the approval also in 2019. And by the time in the June 2020, when we wanted to conduct this program, pandemic has come and we could not go ahead. Professor Bhadrasen was not able to come here physically. He wanted to do it physically. And for several reasons, he could not come here. Even today also, he is not able to join us. He has sent us a message, and I'll be displaying that message here. And he's not allowed to travel even today also because of the Ukraine war to outside USA. So he said that it's better that we should conduct this program rather than keep on postponing it. So, but he will be delivering a couple of lectures. He will be participating in tutorials, and it is midnight for him. So he'll be, most of the time, he'll be joining us at the 4 to 6 p.m. in the evening. So when recently we decided to convene it online mode, we have made certain changes in the course, and I have no words to express my thanks to speakers and chairpersons from different institutions of India, and even the NCI who have agreed to deliver the lectures, interact with the students, interact with the participants during this 6 days program. We have speakers, we have a galaxy of speakers from Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences, DRDO, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, AIMS, we have Tata Memorial Center, and we have a few of the speakers from JNU, and along with that, we have chairpersons. Most of the chairpersons which are there, they are the clinical radiation oncologist or radiation physicist or medical physicist, and who have very kindly agreed in last 1 week to chair the session and to interact with the participants. I would only, I have no words to express my thanks to them, because I have contacted them in last 1 week, and almost above all their busy schedules, they all agreed to to participate in this particular session. And we have if you look at the session, we start our course from the, details of the radiation, what is radiation, then the classifications of the radiation, then we move towards the radiation biology, assessment of radiation biology on the normal tissues, then we move to the radiation imaging and the use of the theranostic agents for the diagnostics and as a radiation medicine. We have a lecture from Sir Vikram Bhadrasen, radiation medicine as present and future. And in all these manner, we have tried to cover the whole all the aspects of the radiation biology from beginning to end. And actually we are also having radiation physicists with us, so they will be sharing a lot of their knowledge with all the participants. And this course will also talk about, disseminate the knowledge about the assessment of the effect of radiation on normal tissues, tumor radiobiology, and mechanism of the radiation effect in the body. And we have all, experts from all the area of the radiation and oncology. We have around 100 registered participants for this course, which include faculty, bachelors, students, master's students, researchers from all over India. And you will be happy to know that a lot of clinicians also registered for this course. Young clinicians have also registered for this course. And we have almost and we have registrations from all over India and from very small towns of UP, Bihar, northeastern states, Bengal, Maharashtra, Gujarat. Maybe some of them which I received yesterday and day before yesterday I'm missing. But we have certain such people who have nothing to do with the radiation, but they want to be trained in the radiation effect. And all of us know that radiation have good and bad, both kind of effect. And I would like to thank my colleagues and staff of SCM-MM for all support. I would like to give special thanks to Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, Director CIS, and his team, who has provided technical support and agreed to support us for next 6 days for streaming and recording of all sessions. I would also like to thank Mr. Saurabh Sharma from SCIS and Dr. Anup Das and Dr. Saurabh Sharma for Zoom support. I'm thankful to GIAN for providing financial support to run this program. Above all, I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Santi Sri Dulipadi Pandit, who has agreed to join us on 29th March, and she has provided all support for this program by all means. I would also like to thank Professor Ajay Kumar Dubey, who has agreed to be patron of this, and if he will find time, he will be joining us in the inaugural function today. So I would like to bring something to here, because we have all fathers, like I would say very senior faculties and researchers here, Professor Kale, Professor Rath, Professor Dwarkanath, and a lot of other radiation biologists who have connected to us, that we are running. There are very few radiation biology courses are being taught at the master's and the bachelor level. We need to push it, and it has become like there were very few courses, and I think BARC is the only institution, and AIMS is the only institutions which is continuing with the radiation biology or the different courses related to the radiation. And Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Center for Biomedical Research was one of the center where Professor Dwarkanath has taught almost for 20 years, one of the course, or you can say one of the paper on the radiation biology, which I think currently is not being run for some reasons. So we need to, I just want to request all of you to, if you are, because you people are sitting on the places where the policy decisions are being taken, so that the knowledge of radiation or the radiation biology should be disseminated. So, for most of the student, it has become a science which is known to physics student as a particle, for the chemistry student as a waves. So we need to make it available to other students in a total form, in a totality, so that it can be utilized. We have to inform that radiation is a big medicine also to all of us. And in next 6 days, I would say that all the participants will have a lot of fruitful sessions, and they will learn a lot from the, excellent speakers, excellent researchers, excellent clinicians who will be taking part in training them. And I would say that on the almost if you all the participants, if you don't participate actively with the in this course, you are missing something. So it will be a privilege for you and privilege for me to listen all these so I would once again like to thank everybody. And I would also like to mention one thing here, that please ask questions after the completion of lectures, and make it interactive. And if there is some internet glitch, please I am putting my advance apology with all of you, and please have patience with us. So thanks a lot, and welcome to the 6 days program of radiation biology. Over to Pragya for the next thing.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a warm welcome. Now it's my honor to invite Professor Govardhan Das Chairperson, Special Center for Molecular Medicine, Jawaharlal Nehru University, to address the gathering. Professor Das has a specialization on immunology, infectious diseases, and cell biology. I request Sir to say a few words.
Thank you, Pragag, and good morning to all of you. And it's indeed an honor to have the opportunity to welcome eminent academicians and dignitaries like Professor G.K. Rath, Professor Dwarkanath, Professor Kale, and other distinguished invitees, students, and participants. Warm welcome to Global Initiative of Academic Network. Indeed, today's we are initiating this is radiation biology and its clinical application course, which is indeed a unique course. And that uniqueness comes from a center for molecular medicine, which is a unique concept. And we have, which is like a unity in diversity. We have various expertise, but we all work together for a common cause, and such as radiation biology. And so therefore, this program is almost like a GIAN program, although it's only 4 years old program, but our center is almost 21 years old. So which means this almost, it appears that we already know such kind of program is coming. So this, giving all these, one small quote from Professor Abdul Kalam, I recall, which he has delivered in European Parliament, where he said, if righteousness in your heart, there is beauty in your character. If there is beauty in your character, there is harmony at home. This, if harmony at home, that there is order in nation. If there is order in nation, there is peace in the world. All it says, it has to be start from the scratch, from the beginning, from the home. Here already what we see this in GIAN program, especially some of the programs is already started. Already we know, and we are working together. And Professor Biba Tandon took the initiative for the radiation biology and clinical application course, which is indeed unique. And I think it is a grand success. It will be, you will enjoy this next 6 days, various lectures, various you will hear eminent personalities. And once again, warm welcome to this course of radiation biology and clinical applications, which is indeed unique. And thank you. Have enjoyed the next 6 days lectures. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now, I would like to request Professor Vibha Tandon to invite the dignitaries.
Yeah, so I would like to say Professor A.K. Dubey will be joining us later. So I have received a message from Professor Vikram Bhadrasen. So I will be displaying it for all of you. So he wanted to be present at the inaugural session, but he was traveling for some reasons. So I just want to display his message over here. And so please listen in. Can you see my Dr.
Yes, we can see him. We can see his face.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
My compliments to Professor Tandon and the organizers of this very timely symposium. I'm only sorry that because of the complications resulted from COVID, all the disruptions, and travel restrictions, I'm not able to join you in person. But this is a very important topic. Radiation, as you all know, is fundamental to life and evolution. It is a tool that has immense benefits for humanity in the right hands and can do immense harm in the wrong hands. And we need to be prepared for the whole spectrum with regard to its impact on life, evolution, medical applications, and unfortunately even terrorist threats. So I look forward to a very successful symposium. And again, as I said, I'm only sorry that I couldn't join you in person. So this is a great time to be a radiation biologist, in my opinion. When I trained, the tools were extremely rudimentary. Some of the tools that are available to this current generation were not available even 20, 30 years ago, let alone 100 years ago, when the initial field of radiation biology was born. So I think it's a very exciting time, and it was potential for benefiting patients and humanity in general by the appropriate application of radiobiological tools and expertise and brain power is just immense. So once again, congratulations to GNU and all the organizers, and look forward to a very successful symposium.
So thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce our chief guest of today's inaugural session, Professor G.K. Rath, who has kindly agreed as soon as I contacted him to deliver a lecture in this particular course. So I would like to mention about Professor Rath that Professor Gaura Kishore Rath was actually a ex-head of the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Indian Rotary Cancer Hospital and at AIMS for several years, and he was a faculty in AIMS. And later on, he has developed a, say, NCI center in the Jhajjar, and he was the chief of that NCI Jhajjar also for some time. And he has been, I would like to say that I know Professor Rath as a most, say, enigmatic, most, wonderful teacher, say institution builder, and who always aim that if we can do something inside the India, if we can develop an institution in India, and maybe during his lecture only he will tell you about his journey, that how he has actually developed the NCI center in Jhajjar and how difficult it was to be developed. And if I talk about his research interest, he has he has developed certain, he has a interest in gynecological cancer, breast cancer, and brachytherapy. He has developed several cancer management facilities. And he has done MBBS from Orissa in 1973, and then MD in radiotherapy from AIMS in 1977, and DSc in 2016. And he has an immense professional experience as such, and he has taught almost for 40 years to the students. So you can understand that how long and wonderful experience he has in teaching and research. He has almost 250 publications in international journals. He has written 37 book chapters. He has edited several textbooks. He has been, but as I said, that he has say supervised several MD and PhD and MS and MHA thesis from AIMS and other institutions. He has been a visiting faculty to different institutions. And I would once again say that I am always, say his energy is always infectious to all of us. And I learned a lot from his energy level. And I would like to welcome Professor G.K. Rath to deliver his lecture. And I would like to tell here to the participants that Professor Rath has said specifically that he would like to have questions from the participants, from the young participants. So please feel free after his lecture to ask the questions. You can post your questions to the chat box. You can raise your hand. And so he would like to interact with all of you. And very warm welcome, Professor Rath. And please to deliver your lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for your wonderful introduction. And I, as Madam told, that I always feel that no course, no teaching is complete unless somebody gives you something to carry home, like teaching material. And let me share the slides first.
So there is a share screen below.
I just see that. Share screen, yes.
You click on that.
Yeah, I could share, right? Then
again there will be a share appear. You keep open your presentation, and again a share will open.
Share is there. Then let me tell you.
So your email is shared.
Is it okay? Sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. You have to go to the presentation mode, sir.
Okay. Is it okay now?
No, sir. You're still in not full screen mode.
Okay, let me go to full screen mode now. Just 1 minute. Is it okay now? Are my slides?
Yeah. But you can inside you can see that the sidebars are also coming for your slide.
Yes.
Can you remove it? Like there is a kind of adjustment comes in your PowerPoint where that can be removed.
Let me see. How do I remove that? Okay, but this slide is quite visible.
I think Professor Vivaji, I think it's okay. He can go ahead.
Yeah.
There is no problem.
Sure. I have no problem. Yeah. Sure, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead. I think this is quite large enough a slide.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful program. This is a teaching program. I love teaching, and my basic interest has been in teaching and research. And that's the reason for which AIMS was created. AIMS was never ever created for patient care. That is the reason Government of India created AIMS in front of Safdarjung Hospital. Nobody, no policy maker will make 2 hospitals front to front, 2 schools front to front, 2 colleges front to front. It was created in front of Safdarjung Hospital, which has been there from the time of Second World War, so that Safdarjung Hospital will do the patient care, and this will do teaching, research. And for this, what I have done is, because we are being overburdened with patient care because of our name, we have created recently, since last 3 years, a center, National Cancer Institute, in collaboration with US NCI. Bikram is very well associated with. He knows that when I visited him also. We have a MOU with NCI US and DBT and from somewhere another sound is coming. Maybe the admin can look into it. Well, so there my main purpose is research, teaching, and some patient care to follow that, to provide that. And you will be happy to know that radiation biology in particular, as Dr. Dwarkanath, I was discussing with him, that 2DG has got an emergency approval for COVID. We also did the same thing in National Cancer Institute, which is under AIMS in Jhajjar, because in Delhi we talk of square millimeters. So there I have got 300 acres of land, and the National Cancer Institute has been created. When COVID came, we converted part of that center, the residential accommodation, 800 beds into COVID center. So it became NCI also. From NCI, National Cancer Institute, it added National COVID Institute also. So radiation biology is so important, and so far as the radiation biology is concerned, I have been a great fan of it. And my department has a radiation biology section, and there are certain PhDs which have come out of it. I'll start with this radiation oncology. And because the crowd is, I requested Dr. Bivas specifically that we must have question answer. If we don't have question answer, then students do WhatsApp in between or they sleep. It is the job of the teacher to see that patient, your student don't sleep, and the knowledge has to just go in. And because it's a teaching program, we'll definitely request people to, just note down their question and ask us at the end. Well, if you see, I'll just start with some initial program, how radiation oncology is important. If you see, with the decrease in the communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases are going up. When we got independence, this was the state of affairs. In 1930-31, around our independence, our lifespan of 32 years. This is how people were dying in 1930-31 during British India. Cholera, smallpox, plague, fever, diarrhea, respiratory disease, none of them exist today, as you know. So how are you going to die? Well, those days, there were only 8, they used to call them a radium therapy center, because as you know, first chemotherapy was discovered during Second World War. Had the war not happened, probably nitrogen mustard would not have been discovered. So there was nothing like chemotherapy before Second World War. So it was either radium therapy or surgery. So these were the 8 centers, out of which Lady Willingdon Hospital has gone to Lahore now. Only 8 centers, because cancer was not an issue, not a problem those days. This is the Indian scenario of cancer today. We have 15 lakh new cancer cases per year, out of which 8 lakhs died. You will be comparing, if we compare with COVID, only 5.2 cases have died, 5.2 lakh cases have died, patients have died due to COVID. And see the mortality, the magnitude of mortality, 8 lakhs die per year, 8 lakhs die per year. And the best part of it, the best part of cancer, as I will tell you, 50% are preventable. 50% cancers are preventable. At any time, we have 40 lakh new cancer cases, 40 lakh cases in India. New cancer cases are 15 lakhs. But there is a huge geographic variation in the country. In India, we call it epidemiological gold mine. All the information regarding cancer are available in India. India is the only country in the world where the incidence varies from 40 per 100,000 in a place called Barsi in Maharashtra to 280 per 100,000 in Aizawl. Nowhere in the world you will find such a 8 times variation within the same country. And this is our own statistics from Indian Council of Medical Research for last 45 years, consistent statistics. If you see the average incidence, our average incidence, we should not be averaging in science, but in average incidence, 110 per 1 lakh compared to 300 in Europe and 450 in the United States. The best part of cancer, the brightest part of cancer, which we all must focus, is 50% are preventable. And again, the evidence is available in India only. As you know, in Punjab, they don't smoke, they don't chew pan. So there is no oral cancer in Punjab. But places where they smoke and chew, we have oral cancers, number 1. So smoking is cause to almost 35 to 40% of cancer. The next causes of cancer are infection related, like girls between the age of 9 and 26 who get vaccinated by HPV vaccine. It is absolutely preventable. I urge our students who are attending this course between the age of 9 and 26, I'm sure 9 years old will attend, but at least it's our job to ensure that the girls between the age of 9 and 26 are vaccinated. And let me tell you, I am a hard fan of prevention because treatment is very, very expensive in our country. We are a middle income country, very expensive. Anybody who smokes or anybody family member smokes, I don't allow them next time in my office. If somebody has a girl child, 9 to 26, not vaccinated, he is not allowed next time in my office. All of us have to be ambassador for prevention. Nothing is lost. Nothing, there is no money which is involved in prevention. And all of us have a moral responsibility as scientists, because science is not just only publishing papers and then getting promotions. If it doesn't help common man like Chajuram or Ganga Devi, we have no business to do science. And I am a person which is convinced that if solution to any problem has to happen, whether it is food, science and technology, or in spacecraft, it has to come through science, technology only. We better understand it early. Facilities, unfortunately, in our country are 0.5 million, 0.5 per million population compared to 4 per million in Europe and 10 per million in Canada and Australia. This is tremendous gap, and that's where we all need to put our hands and brain together. But another tragedy of cancer is most cancer centers are memorial centers. Memorial means somebody has to die because everybody thinks I won't have cancer. My padosi will have cancer. That's a wrong notion because cancer is going to become a #1 cause of death very soon. Today, it is cardiac in higher income countries, and cancer is #2. In middle income countries, cancer is #2. So it's going to become #1 very soon. You will never find a diabetes memorial or a meningitis memorial or a diarrhea memorial. You'll find, Tata Memorial Cancer Center, Sloan Kettering Memorial Cancer Center. You'll never find other memorial center. This is again a tragedy. This has to go from our mind. Well, how cancers are different from other diseases? Cancer is absolutely different from other diseases. If God asked me today, what disease you want to have to die, and if all of us have to die anyway, I'll prefer cancer because cancer is 50% preventable, 50% early diagnosable, and 50% preventable. No other disease. If you see what are the common diseases we are facing today in the society, they are diabetes, blood pressure, thyroid disease. Of course, accidents, it's not a disease, but accidents also are major causes of death. And let me tell you, none of them are either preventable or early detectable or curable. But diabetes, BP, and thyroid can be controlled. But the question is, as you know, life is not mathematics. You cannot be very serious about, prevention. How do you prevent diabetes? Do you see your blood sugar every day? You'll have a mental problem. Same thing about BP. You can't prevent it, but it can be subtly controlled, and all of us need to do that. But cancer is like a one-day cricket match. Either you kill the cancer or cancer kills you. But best part is 50% preventable. If you don't take tobacco, I told you that people in Punjab don't have oral cancer. And if somebody knows our, Marlboro man, you can Google, our friends can Google, like when McLaren, he only died of, who was advertising for Philip Morris Marlboro cigarettes. People used to, earlier when import was not very easy, people used to carry either whiskey or Marlboro cigarette from abroad when they used to come. And this man was advertising. Ultimately, he had cancer of the lung, and that led almost a very significant impact on the world to say that tobacco causes cancer. And of course, he died of cancer. And there were some, court cases going on about how much compensation he used to get from Philip Morris. The first treatment has to be the best treatment. If I have diabetes today, I have to go to US tonight. Nothing prevents me from going to anywhere in the world. 1 week is not going to make any difference to me because I have to first control my diet, increase exercise. But if I have cancer today, I can't go anywhere. The first treatment has to be the best treatment. You can't just go on shopping around. For example, for diabetes, BP, people go on shopping. One doctor, another doctor. Well, nothing is lost. But cancer, you'll lose your life. And, we all, it's a, single point phenomena. We die only once. These are the methods of treatment: surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy for our friends, because the crowd, maybe this will look basic for many of us, researchers, hormone therapy, biological therapy, immunotherapy, pain and palliative care therapy, alternative and complementary therapy. We're working a lot on that. Our Ayush, we are doing a lot of research. Our publication on a new Ayurvedic drug from the Ayush Ministry is under publication. And of course, now everything is targeted and personalized therapy. Now you see the targeted bombings which are happening. It's like same thing, just target that's the in thing now. It's already happening. Many diseases like breast, lung, we are targeting so that all over the body, the toxicities are not there. If you come to radiation oncology in particular, we cannot go to radiation oncology without remembering this gentleman who started it all. It was 8th of November, a Friday evening, 1895. This gentleman discovered X-ray, and as you know, he got the first Nobel Prize in Physics in 1901. And that's his wife's hand, first X-ray. And you will be surprised, like we were discussing with Dr. Dwarkanath before this meeting, that we have a friend called, G.V. Subramaniam, right knee in Bangalore. A lot of people obstructed him from doing Make in India cobalt machine, Make India linear accelerator. But I have been supporting him for the last 20 years. You'll be happy that he has already made 96 cobalt machines, 35 simulators, 2 linear accelerators. So a lot of court cases were there against Dr. Röntgen also, that why he's invading the privacy of human beings. So you have to face this, nonsense also many times. Well, Dr. Becquerel, 1896, discovered radioactivity, very, very important innovation. We cannot go ahead unless we remember the people who have made us to this position. Of course, Madame Curie, everybody knows her, 4 Nobel Prizes in one family. We don't have to discuss much. And the first radiotherapy treatment was done on 29 January 1896, breast cancer, 1896, 1 year after the discovery of X-ray. Well, this is the basic principle of radiation therapy, basic principle. See, cancer is not incurable. If you give us cancer outside, we'll kill with radiation. There's no problem. But we are going to treat cancer inside a human being. So you can't kill the human being while treating a cancer. If you see that the control rate and the complication rate, they just go hand in hand, absolutely hand in hand. If you try to increase the control rate and push the curve here, the complication rate will go high. So that is the knowledge, ingenuity in which radiation oncologists, radiation biologists, medical physicists have to work together to see that we get as little complication as possible. And in fact, we have stopped telling complications. We say they are accompaniment, because scar following surgery is not a complication. Complication denotes a bad thing, bad turn to the patient. That mera complication ho gaya. Like scar following surgery is not a complication. It's an accompaniment. If it doesn't happen, the scar doesn't happen, that means you have to do a miracle. Well, just to say that I'm not giving any references today because it's a mixed crowd. So I thought I'll talk in general and anybody can ask me any question. These are all evidence-based. Whatever I'm talking today, nothing is out of it. Now your children also don't listen to your nonsense. So no nonsense is medicine particular and radiation oncology in particular, radiation oncology in particular. Well, 45 to 50% of cancers are eliminated by radiation therapy alone or in combination with other treatments. And if you see combination with surgery and radiation therapy, systemic therapy, these are the tumors. Mostly we have brain tumors, head and neck cancers, breast cancers, and Dr. Dwarkanath will be telling you, we have done our studies on brain tumors, 2-deoxy-D-glucose, which got the emergency approval for COVID also. Well, if you see, radiation therapy cures benign tumors also. Benign tumors. Like for example, ABMs, arteriovenous malformation. There's no tumor involved there, but it is cured by radiation therapy also. Pituitary adenomas, trigeminal neuralgia. So radiation is very helpful in treating not only malignant tumors, but benign tumors also. But it alleviates pain also. You know that a lot of I won't name the persons, 2 of our actors went abroad to get their pain relieved by radiation therapy only, because they were having trigeminal neuralgia. They got pain relief. You get pain relief. You get, neurological relief of symptom when you have a brain metastasis, compressions, pain, bleeding, respiratory and obstructive symptoms. So how useful radiation is? Radiation is for, as Madam just remarked, it's like a double-edged sword. It's like knife. Knife cures. With a knife, you can kill also. So that's where your, brain has to be applied. Well, what are the advances? Advances has been tremendous, tremendous. In my lifetime, I entered radiation oncology in 1974. And in last more than 47 years or so, I have seen it going from practically heaven, from earth to heaven. Now I don't know where are we going now. Probably we'll stop only when we cure 100% of the tumors. Well, some of the therapies for our students I'd like to discuss. This is called, I'll just touch them so that we'll discuss more during question answer session. Intensity modulated radiotherapy is the buzzword of radiation today. What that does, what that does is the radiation therapy, the intensity of the beam is varied across the patient so that we treat more. We are all radiobiologists listening to this lecture. Most of us radiation biologists. As you know, the anoxic tumors require more dose of radiation. So there it gives more dose of radiation, which are in the center of the tumor. In the periphery, you require less dose. So that's the technology which is available today, which can provide you that. There are two types, compensator-based, multi-based collimator. Most of us use multi-based compensator are used very, very less because of if somebody has a financial constraints. We have another thing called image-guided radiotherapy. Why we require image-guided is for this purpose. I'll show you in the next slide that if you see, our chest and abdomen are continuously moving. We are all taking respiration. When we take respiration, you can see your abdomen, also increases anteroposteriorly because the diaphragm goes down, the liver goes down. So what will happen to the tumor? While you are treating well, somebody is trying to make an electronic noise. So we should avoid that. Okay. What it does is this. Because our abdomen and chest moves continuously, you can't stop your respiration. So tumors adjacent to critical structure in our chest and abdomen to prevent the interfraction, to prevent the motion between interfraction, to prevent motion intrafraction. Like for example, we're treating, but as our respiration is there, our intestines are moving automatically. That also takes care. Tumor is prone to deformation. And of course, there are several forms of IGRT. This is a typical case of a planning. It's a treatment plan of a case of carcinoma and nasopharynx. Very, very difficult tumor. As you can see that the dose of radiation to here is nil. Here it is very high. Here it is very low. And here it is moderate. Because the nodes require less dose, the tumor requires much more dose. So this is what is done by intensity modulated radiation therapy. If you see how much dose who has received and how the normal tissue has been, taken care of, normal tissues don't receive any radiation or ALARA. We have a term called ALARA. We say as low as reasonably achievable. You can't have zero because fraction of nothing is zero. So you see, in the brain, God has given brain in a very safe bone. So you see, these are the structures like parotid, optic chiasma, brachial plexus. They all receive practically no dose with the modern techniques now. That's the beauty of modern radiation therapy treatment planning. You can do either sculpting of the tumor or painting of the tumor by our modern treatment planning systems. That's the power of the modern information technology and computers. This is the workhorse. We call it LINAC or linear accelerator. There are two big companies which make it. Forget about the Chinese companies because they're only there. Japanese companies have practically limited to only Japan. There are two companies. This is a Electra linear accelerator. There's another company, the Varian linear accelerator. We are pushing very hard for our indigenous linear accelerator. That's what Dr. Subramaniam is doing. I'll show you that in outside of Bangalore called Malore. And we has already made the 96 cobalt message. If you see the advancement radiation, look at what today's technology can do. If you see the motion movement, you can't stop respiration. If you stop respiration, patient will die anyway. So if there is a tumor in my lung, somebody's lung, and I have to treat this tumor, then I have to take a field like this. Almost 4 times lung I am irradiating for nothing. But in getting, you can do this when the tumor is coming under the radiation field, beam is on. Otherwise, beam is off. Or with the modern technology, you can track. Like for example, wherever the tumor moves, the patient also moves. The beam also moves. Fantastic technology now. This is called tracking of the beam tracking. We track the beam tracks the tumor. Wherever the tumor goes, beam tracks that. So fantastic improvement so that normal tissue complication probability becomes much less. Well, these are the two machines, particularly, because our friends will be listening about that. One is Cyberknife, the other is tomotherapy. Cyberknives again fires the beam at particular positions, and tomotherapy gives a continuous circular movement. Fantastic technological improvement has been there. This is a very, very important improvement in the technology. As you know, we have read that much of physics in our 10th class. Normally, a X-ray beam is like this. Center, you get an irregular beam profile. But what we do with a flattening filter normally is to make the beam flat. But nowadays, with the modern technology, we try to have a Frid flattening filter free mode, see that we don't reduce the dose rate by essentially flattening it. So you use that, that's called triple F mode. So very, very important advancement in technologies. And if you see the now MR, magnetic resonance imaging, also is being used to guide the radiation therapy, because as you know, MR doesn't have a ionizing radiation. So it's really helpful. The important innovations which has happened are these particle beam therapies like protons and carbons. And as you see, in proton, it focuses on the tumor because of a phenomenon called Bragg peak. Whereas if you take photons, which are X-rays or gamma rays, they treat unnecessarily normal tissues for nothing. Well, the technology has improved over the last several decades. If you see from 1936, when we had something called deep X-ray therapies. Deep X-ray, anything above 200 kV, we call them deep X-ray therapy, and gradually now we have reached a stage when we treat the protons and carbon ions now. But unfortunately, I was discussing with Dr. Dwarkanath, it's all, economically motivated. What US doesn't have a single carbon therapy machine so far, but Japan, I have been seeing Japanese machines in Chiba since 1982. So because economy also is driving technology to a large extent. I'll also say that the BNCT, boron neutron capture therapy, has not developed that much because it doesn't have money. So that we have to look after in our scientific deliberations. In brachytherapy is a real fantastic improvement in technology. Fantastic improvement in technology. Brachy means near. Therapy is giving therapy. And you give radiation sources, as you can see, directly into the tumor. That looks ghastly, but it's not actually. They have hardly any painful patients. If you see these are various there is no place where brachytherapy cannot be given. Every place brachytherapy, wherever there is tumor, just give brachytherapy. Again, very, very, these are our own patients, brachytherapy, and patients are surviving for 30 years, 40 years. Mold therapy and advances from brachytherapy have been plenty. We have image-based brachytherapy. We have image-guided. We guide the brachytherapy with image, and of course, image-guided brachytherapy with prostate, where we give brachytherapy while we are right in the operation theater. So for breast, we have interstitial brachytherapy, mammocyte, target, variety of improvement have really happened. There's something called electronic brachytherapy now. This is nothing but a 50 kV XL tube put inside the tumor of the breast. And there's an Indian called Dr. Vaidya who is promoting this. And this is how in operation theater we go inside and practice brachytherapy. This actually looks that you are really putting a lot of needles inside the patient, but they are made pen-free. Nothing to be worried about that. This is how we do interstitial brachytherapy for cervix. This is with lung. This is liver. But these are all operator-oriented devices. If somebody has to be, absolutely very skillful, like a skillful surgeon, you can't do a theory and do brachytherapy. And there is an integrated brachytherapy unit where you have the brachytherapy right during the operation theater. Just put the brachytherapy there, take the source inside, as you know, this is a machine, and give radiotherapy there. It just takes 10 minutes. And at one time, we were doing brachytherapy for coronary vessels also, like for our heart attacks, as you know, coronary artery. They used to, if the cholesterol is high, there is a plaque inside, you do the stenting and then brachytherapy. But it is very useful, but it stopped because of the radiation protection issues. Now, similar result is achieved by other ways. I'm just giving you a flavor of what can be done with radiation therapy. This is again brachytherapy in brain tumors, and tomotherapy is a common name nowadays. Again, it's like giving radiotherapy slice by slice. Mega voltage cone beam CT, you do a cone beam CT with mega voltage also while patient is getting treated. You can do kV with onboard imager. Fantastic improvement in technology. But there are also technology available like ultrasound, where we have non-radiation, non-ionizing radiation techniques to guide and help us in radiotherapy. Stereotactic body radiotherapy, it is absolutely, it can guide anywhere in the body, and we can do that. This is how we do a stereotactic body radiotherapy for the liver, and fantastic results. Frameless, there is no frame also involved. And tomotherapy, as I told you, you have serial tomotherapy, helical tomotherapy. Cyberknife is a common technique used nowadays for accurately, precisely delivering the tumor, seeing the respiratory movements. And biological, we just mentioned, there was a mention about diagnostic, where we guide the treatment depending on what is the level of hypoxia involved. And this is how we can now image hypoxia, we can now image proliferation, and that's possible with this is a publication where you target with FDG, you target metabolism, then you target proliferation, hypoxia, angiogenesis, and from anatomical gross tumor volume, you can do a biological target volume. So all these are possible nowadays. True beam STX is a very linear accelerator, very good. Again, as I told you, only 2 companies so far, and we must all promote our own linear accelerators with Panacea. And if any other companies, I understand that BEL, Bharat Electronics, has just taken up. They took 30 years back also, but they backed out. We all have to promote them. IPSA is an innovative treatment planning solution, which is again a computer tool, inverse planning. You first mark your tumors, mark the normal tissues, and then go back, inverse planning, that our tumor should get 100% and normal tissue 0. And intraoperative radiotherapy is again a fantastic technique. We are all doing this. This is delivery of a single fraction of radiation while the patient is inside the operation theater. For example, if I have to treat my pancreas is 15 centimeters from my skin of the abdomen. But if I treat from abdomen, unnecessarily, these intestines will get radiation. So what is done while the patient is getting operated and the intestines are separated, we go put our radiation beam there with electron beam and treat it there. Very innovative, but it can require a lot of collaboration with surgeons. You require shielded operation theaters because there are radiation machines, and there are several advantages. As I told you, higher dose in a small time, better evaluation of the tumor dimensions. You see what you are seeing. Here we are imaging. Imaging is an indirect assessment of tumor. There you see how big is the tumor. Then you can take the margin and do it. But a lot of collaboration is required. As I told you, this is again a real-time intraoperative inverse planning for prostate. While the patient is in the theater, you go to the theater, do the planning there with the treatment planning system and give the radiation. And these are various methods of delivery. You can give with linear accelerator, you can give with electron beam inside the operation theater, and of course a high dose rate intraoperative radiotherapy. This is Electa machine, another workhorse. As I told you, they're practically similar machine. They compete, Electa and Varian compete like Coke and Pepsi, but some competition has to be there. We want more competition for the price to come down. This is something called gamma knife. There is nothing called knife here, but why it is called knife? Because a surgeon invented it. Lars Lexell was a neurosurgeon. He thought it's getting difficult to operate brain tumors because there's a lot of mortality, morbidity. So he invented, this is nothing but there are 201 cobalt sources here. And they are all focusing to the center point. It's our job to take the patient to that center point. Fantastic machine, but only for brain tumors, mostly for brain tumors. However, there is a rotating gamma knife which Chinese have already made. They have 30 cobalt sources and it can treat the whole body. But because it's a rotating gamma source, wherever there is a movement, there is always inaccuracy. So it's not being very popular. We had one machine in this country, in Karnataka, in Bangalore itself, but didn't really last long because the service was very poor, because that's also important. And as you know, indigenization is the key thing for increasing the availability of any machine. As I told you, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Ministry of Information Technology, they have all supporting this Siddharth linear accelerator. That's our own LINAC, which 2 machines have already been installed. Bhavatron, which is a cobalt. There are 96 machines, 10 are outside the country, and of course, simulator. So these are the 5 principles on which we must act. We have to inform the public, we have to plan, we have to harmonize, integrate, and of course, certain amount of investment is required. So these are the challenges of radiation oncology in a middle income, lower income country like India. Patients present in advanced stages. And as I told you earlier, we teach our students a formula called 80-20 formula. 80% of patients come in advanced stages, out of which only 20% are curable. 20% of patients only come in early stages, out of which 80% are curable. So our purpose is to bring those 80% of late patients to 80% early, out of which 80% will be curable. Why cancer is thought to be a disastrous disease? Because 80% of 80% are not treated. But let me tell you, it's the only disease which is curable. I will tell you some figures who have declared themselves, like, our cricketers, like Yuvraj Singh, he's cured. He's not going to have his problem with cancer is over. Then you have Manisha Koirala. Manisha Koirala is a strong supporter of cancer, prevention and movement. She accompanies us anywhere we call her. She always comes and gives lecture, because if I have to tell that the girls between the age of 9 and 26 must get HPV vaccinated, nobody will listen. They say these people keep on talking. But if our film stars talk, or if our cricketers talk, they have a lot of public value. And wherever we go with Manisha or other famous personalities who have been cured, there is a lot of attendance and people take vaccination on their own. So that is one of the problem. Waiting periods is long in our country because the number of patients, as I told you, our machine is only 0.5 per million. We need to increase that. The first treatment has to be the best treatment, because if you don't do that, then you can't half die. You have to, either you are dead or alive. But diabetes doesn't kill you today. If you, let me assure you, diabetes, hypertension, thyroid disease, if you are taking treatment properly, there will be no effect on the your normal life. But if you go to somebody's house for food, you have to tell that, when are you giving me food? Half an hour before. I am diabetic, I have to take my insulin. So it affects your lifestyle. But cancer is a fantastic disease. It's like, one-day cricket match. There is a result. There is no draw in one-day cricket match. Of course, there was one draw. There has been the history. I think India and UK, India and Britain, England, there was one draw in 50-over cricket match. The next thing is, there is a wide disparity. All of us, all researchers have to focus on this wide disparity in delivery of this radiation therapy or availability of cancer therapy. So there, all of us have to focus. Our focus, the institute which we have created in NCI Jhajjar, is basically for research. And our main aim of research is to preventable diseases. Like, for example, tobacco. You don't take tobacco, you won't have a oral cancer. The Angrez tobacco nahi khate. Our Britishers don't take tobacco, so they don't have a cancer chick. They smoke, so they have a lung cancer. So it's absolute common sense. Don't take tobacco, you won't have a tobacco-related cancer. You take vaccination, your cervical cancer is finished. Like polio and smallpox are over from this world just by vaccination. So this is a fantastic disease in which 50% is preventable. Our focus must bring, our research focus has to be on how to see that our 15 lakh new cancer cases becomes 7.5 lakhs. We deal with 7.5 lakhs. Then, of course, how to bring the cost of the treatment down by indigenous production, import substitution. Out-of-pocket expenditure, as you know, even though our, this Ayushman Bharat scheme is there, there are street of middle income people who have a lot of out-of-expenditure. This we have to take care of by increasing the availability of radiation machine and affordability. That's again our job. I told you, science is the only thing which can solve all the problem. Majority of Indian population live in villages, but majority of radiation oncology facilities are in city. That's an issue which we have to address and need to increase the radiation oncology facilities and indigenize also. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I finished a little earlier. I thought we'll have some questions. Without questions means, I always say, if somebody doesn't ask question, either he has understood everything or has not understood at all. Cancer is soon becoming #1 killer. Today is #2. It's already #1 in high income countries. In fact, for the people who are interested in the research, you can go through. There is a study called PURE study, PURE, Prospective Urban Rural Epidemiology. It's a study from McMaster's, Canada. 5 continents, 25 country study. It's on 3rd of September 2019, Lancet Oncology. I repeat, 3rd of September 2019, Lancet Oncology. Wonderful study where cancer has already overtaken cardiac as the #1 killer. So we are not far behind. In fact, India is like a mesothelioma. We have very rich people, we have very poor people. So cancer is already #1 among the rich population already. In middle class, is going to be #1 very soon. And radiotherapy plays a very important role. I don't say that surgery, chemotherapy, they're not important. They're all important. But radiotherapy is like an elephant in a zoo. You can't start a zoo with for example, a monkey. Nobody will go there. Radiotherapy is an expensive, facility, but it's very important also. It's not a white elephant. Technological advancement have been remarkable, and modern day diagnostic and treatment facilities are sophisticated, very efficient, highly precise. Radiation-related complications are much, much less. Thank you very much. I'll invite some questions now, please.
Okay. Dr. Rath.
Hello.
I have a question. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Please.
Good morning, sir.
I love. Please, sir.
Professor Rath has been my dear colleague for past 40 years or so.
Sir, you are our guru, sir. You have been.
And
sir.
his lecture is fantastic today.
Sir.
But when he says repeatedly that cancer is a fantastic disease,
yes, sir.
It's very bad. It's very difficult to understand.
Sir, I wanted the crowd not to sleep. I wanted the crowd not to sleep. And I told you, in fact, 50% preventable, 50% curable.
Okay.
You know, as a teacher, we must see that our, whatever we say goes inside the, gray area, gray matter of the, the student. So if we don't say fantastic, they will sleep. Sir.
This has been one of the best lectures I ever heard. So I thank you very much for a very extraordinary presentation. But you said one thing.
Sure.
That people have no business to do science if they are not making it good for the mankind.
Sir.
I think you gave some examples like Röntgen, who discovered X-rays.
Yes.
Marie Curie, Becquerel, and so many people.
Yes,
they discovered, but they were not at that time thinking that they will treat cancer or they will be helpful in radiotherapy and radiology and so on. So I think good science today is eventually and certainly going to be applied science. So good science has to go on. May not have application today.
I entirely agree. Like P53.
I should also tell you one more thing.
P53.
You say cancer is a fantastic disease.
Thank you. Sir, please go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
Right. When you say that cancer is a fantastic disease, because we work on infectious diseases, I say that infections are a fantastic thing. I think that's interesting that we promote, we talk about our field, our capability, and we think on those lines. But nevertheless, these are just small comments. It has been a very nice listening to you and very nice. And I think I thank Vibha also to have brought you and Dwarkanath for this kind of seminars. Extraordinary. I'm very happy. And thank you very much. And thank you for seeing you online like this. All the best to you, Professor Rath.
Thank you, sir. Meeting you online after a long, long time. Sir, infections, nobody is allowing us to die because of infection. If I have infection, nobody is going to allow us to die because of infection. They'll get us admitted, we'll get antibiotic. But cancer, we have to look after ourselves. And I agree entirely. I think for our students in the audience, we have to do basic science. P53, EGFR were not discovered for a purpose. They were discovered by... So basic science has to go on and on. So science will be utilized by somebody. But it, as Professor Singh told, Madame Curie never discovered for a purpose. Röntgen never discovered X-ray thinking that it will be useful. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Rath, and welcome, Professor T.P. Singh and sir, for joining here. So thank you, Professor Rath, for your splendid lecture and telling our younger participants and even me also. And I think that like me, so many other faculties are trained today, have come to know about the different techniques which are being used for the radiotherapy. So, sir, there are certain questions in the chat box. So I would like to...
if somebody could read it out. If somebody could read it out for me.
Yes, sir. So I'm reading. No, I'm reading, sir.
Madam, yes.
Or maybe I can say that Palak, if you unmute yourself and you ask the question yourself, it will be better.
That will be really good.
Yeah, so that is better than I read it. Palak, please do it. Do the that.
Okay. So, sir, the first question is, if a person at older age is diagnosed with gallbladder cancer at stage 3, it is curable with radiotherapy?
Let me tell you, as I told you a formula. That's what I told 80-20 formula. See, if, as I told you, God asked me today, I'll ask for prostate cancer. Prostate cancer in stage 1 and 2 is 100% curable. But gallbladder cancer mostly presents in late stages. So the cure rate is gallbladder cancer all over the world is only 20%. Let me tell you, if somebody, God asks you today, what cancer you have? I'll say I want prostate, 100% curable. I mean, many of our professors in AIMS have prostate cancer for more than 30 years and are surviving. Of course, you can't name them. So gallbladder is a bad cancer. Gallbladder is a peculiar cancer to India, peculiar in Indo-Gangetic, Gangetic and Yamuna belt. Let me tell you, the highest incidence of gallbladder cancer is in a place called Chile. 33 per, you can, since you are interested, you can go through it. 33 per 100,000. In India, in Assam, it is 17 per 100,000. In Delhi, it is 11 per 100,000. Why? But it's not found anywhere near 2 or 3 in the western part of the country, eastern part of the country, or southern part of the country. So it's basically gallbladder needs much more research. And let me tell you, we are doing an extensive research on gallbladder cancer because it's a bad cancer, gallbladder cancer, pancreatic cancer, pancreatic cancer. The cure rate today is 6%, only 6%, prostate 100%. So we need to do more work on gallbladder cancer, and it is definitely curable if detected early. Remember basic 80-20 formula.
So second question is, can you please explain the difference between the motion inclusive and the gated?
So nice of you. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you have listened to the whole lecture. And most people, I ensure when I teach somebody, I ensure that people don't sleep. The question is, like, for example, our respiration goes on whether we want or not. Even though you stop your respiration for 15 seconds, the movements inside your abdomen, like your intestines, keep on moving without wanting. Let me tell you a best example. There is a tumor in the intestine which is moving. You have no control. We cannot control. Long tumor, we can control. I showed you example of a long tumor, how the tumor moves along with respiration and how this technology does it. Similarly, what we do is we now take 4D CT scans and then synchronize that along with the linear accelerator. So that the patient, when the tumor inside the patient moves, the radiation beam also moves and it tracks the tumor. So it's an excellent technique type now, and our accuracy is plus minus 1 millimeter. It's possible now. We're doing it regularly.
So third question is, how to decide the radiation therapy type for a particular cancer?
Absolutely. We decide that in a tumor board. In a tumor board, surgeons, radiation oncologist, medical oncologist, diagnostic radiologist, pathologist, all of us sit down and then discuss which is the best treatment for a patient. For example, let me tell you an example. If I am a teacher or somebody is a singer and I have a vocal cord cancer, let me tell you, vocal cord cancer, T1 cure rate is 98%. So if I have a teacher, if my vocal cord is removed by surgery, 98% cure rate. If I do radiotherapy, 98% cure rate, but we'll talk to him because that's his profession. So we like to give radiotherapy. Whereas if somebody has a breast tumor, if somebody says, no, I have, I don't want that tumor around, please remove that. The same breast tumor can be cured easily with radiotherapy, easily with surgery, but we discuss with the patient because, it has a psychological impact on the patient. If some ladies thinks that my breast tumor, I don't want to have that breast tumor, and you say that you have killed with radiotherapy, but I want that breast to be out, that's okay. So it is all decided along with the patient and the families and all the tumor, oncologists sitting together across the table. It's personalized.
So I will ask JNU CIS to unmute people. You have muted everybody. Yeah, Dr. Rawat, please go ahead.
Namaskar, sir. First of all, it was really fantastic talk. I have a question regarding what do you think about NIR-based targeted phototherapy?
Well, let me tell you. See, targeted photon therapy we are doing every day now, and now you cannot do anything which is not targeted. Absolutely. And see, it's like, I mean, you are a very senior person, I don't want to explain him. It's like targeted bombing of a particular site, as we are seeing in Ukraine now, or carpet bombing. Carpet bombing, the entire city will be bombed. But targeted bombing, that institution, that particular place will be bombed. So targeted therapy is the in thing now, and we are doing now in more than 60% of patients. How we are doing it? Not only with the radiation therapy, but also with biological agents. Like for example, in a lung cancer, which has a EGFR positive or ALK positive, we give that drug. Or in a breast cancer, 33% have a HER2 new positive. We gave a drug called Herceptin. Excellent results. So targeted therapy is in thing now. And I'm sure another 20 years, the entire therapy, now it is 60% targeted therapy. It will be 100% targeted therapy. Because the question is, if somebody has a breast cancer, we have no business to give chemotherapy and see that the entire hair of that lady has fallen. It's so much trauma to that lady. So we want to give some drugs like Herceptin. If the HER2 new is positive, it will go and hit that only. No alopecia, no loss of hair, no reduction in the blood counts. So target the therapy is the in thing now. Common.
So phototherapy, targeted phototherapy.
Yes.
They have a future. Let's say.
Let me tell you, in fact, this phototherapy, which is called, we call it photodynamic therapy. I'll tell you the reason. In fact, I was particularly interested for that therapy. We did it in some patients also. We had an ICMR project. But as you know, most of the treatments and science is guided by money because people have not taken it forward. Why 2DG could not be taken? Dr. Garkanath will give that answer during his lecture. We all developed, 2DG. It was developed in, only in, AIMS biophysics department. And this 2DG could not be taken forward by Dr. Reddy's. They took it, but they couldn't, push it forward because there was no money. So if photodynamic therapy has a wonderful future, but some company needs to take it. See, the problem in our country, let me tell you, a general thing. Why academia and industry interaction is so nice in US and why not here? That's the issue here because, of our socio-economic milieu, administrative milieu. If you talk with an industry, it's not taken very nicely many times. So that is the reason. That is what has to happen for more academia, which are in the universities, and industry, which are basically moneyed people. We must interact. Like whenever I am in the, several committees of MAITI, DBT, DST, I say, anything you are going to have a research project and you are a deliverable, please have a industry partner from the beginning. Don't try to search for, industry partner at the end of the project by fishing rod. That will take another 10 years. So gradually things are changing. It has a bright future.
Sorry, I have one more question. So
Please,
do you see the future of, let's say, in future that there be, let's say, targeting directly the cancer stem cell?
Yes.
Cancer stem cell based targeted therapy. Let's say by using surface marker or, let's say, using metabolism, for example, oxidative phosphorylation versus, glycolysis. Do you see that in solid cancer, let's say, the future of cancer?
In fact, let me tell you, there's a great future, but all of us researchers, the researchers have to spend more time. And for this, there has to be good industry collaboration from the beginning. We must, in fact, as you told, targeting hypoxic cells, targeting metabolism, targeting, hypoxia. These are innovative things which are, as I showed you, there are already publications available. But why it has not gone to clinic that much? Because no industry has taken up. And industry will take up only when there is money. And academia, industry, as you know, that atmosphere in our country is gradually coming.
Thanks, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, any other question, please?
Sir, you have mentioned that during breathing out or breathe in, the tumor is also moving when it's present in a lungs or an intestine.
Yes.
So, sir, my question is this, that it's a natural process or a tumor is adjusting itself so that it's hard to target it?
Well, let me tell you, biologically, the tumor, suppose, let me give an example. I showed you the example of a tumor in the lung. And when we take respiration normally, the diaphragm or the lung move as much as 5 centimeters. We are talking of 1 millimeter accuracy. So our technology today, with our information technology, with the imaging technology, we have made such great effort that we can target the tumor to plus minus 1 centimeter, even though patient is taking respiration. But most people who don't have this technology in this country, what they do is they ask the patient for a breath hold. But that is all right. Breath hold, you can do it for 10 to 15 seconds for a patient who has a long tumor. What do you do for an intestinal tumor? Intestinal tumor movement, we have no control. Intestines are moving all the time. So there, one has to take the help of we take the help of our 4D CT. Let me tell you, we take the patient CT continuously 4D and see where is the patient moving, whether movement is not up down, it's in all 6 directions. So we track the tumor and treat it accordingly. Intestinal tumor you have to track. In lung tumor you can have a breath hold. You can ask the patient to hold his breath or her breath for about 10 to 15 seconds.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any more, please?
Yeah, there are more questions, sir. Here, lot of questions.
I'm sorry.
Here.
I'll go by the discipline of time.
Yeah. So, but I will, Dr. Amandeep Kaul and the other people. I would say that you can ask these questions from, say, Dr. Dwarkanath also. But anyway, you can ask Dr. Amandeep Kaul. I'll just ask one question. How the low radiation surrounding radiation to surrounding area is done?
Okay.
Maybe she's trying to ask that how can you only give the low radiation to the surrounding area? How high dose to target site is done, but how surrounding area dose is minimally controlled? Although these lectures are there, but you can explain.
Well, but doesn't matter. Let me tell you, this is a wonderful question. Again, the science is the answer to that. Let me tell you, cobalt machine, cobalt has a size. Cobalt sources have 2 centimeter size. Whenever our 10th class physics, how does the solar eclipse, lunar eclipse take place? Wherever there is a size, there is going to be penumbra. And cobalt machines have a penumbra as much as 1 centimeter. We're talking of accuracy of 1 millimeter and you have a penumbra. I'm sure all of us know what is penumbra. So the question is that has to be avoided. But with the modern technology, even with cobalt and multi-leaf collimator, that penumbra is avoided. So principle is ALARA, as low as reasonably achievable. That's nothing like 0. Fraction of nothing is 0. So what we need is that the penumbra needs to be cut off in cobalt machines, and you go more into focused radiation like linear accelerator. Linear accelerators, the penumbra is as less as 1 or 2 millimeters. You can't really totally avoid it. As you know, radiation should be avoided totally. The surrounding tissue should not receive any radiation, but not to receive any radiation is not really a possibility. Like, for example, if you say, I'm getting a chest X-ray, but I'm getting some radiation, but that's for my benefit, that much of radiation is acceptable. We are radiation workers. We also get some radiation, that's acceptable. We don't want a scar, but scar is there following surgery. So these are acceptable, we don't say side effects, they're absolute acceptable accompaniments of radiation. But we're trying to make it 0. I'm sure it will become 0 in future.
Okay, sir. So I think it was a wonderful question answer session. We have more questions, but in the interest of the time, we have to move further, and I will request Professor Rath to stay us for some more time.
No, I'll be there. I'll be there, certainly. I'll be
okay.
there. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the next speaker, although he will have the Professor B.S. Dwarkanath, I have asked him to give some general, information to address in the inaugural session also. So I would like to introduce Professor Dwarkanath. Professor Dwarkanath is presently is a visiting professor at Sri Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education and Research. He has served as scientist and faculty at NIMHANS, Bangalore until 1994. Then he moved to the Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences, DRDO, New Delhi. And he was there till 2015. And from there, he moved to the SRU, and then he was in Shanghai in ISFIC. And he has a tremendous experience in a, he's a physicist who moved to the biology. He has a tremendous experience in the radiation biology. And I would say that I learned radiation biology from him only. He's the only teacher who have always critically analyzed my interpretation, and I learned it from it. And he and Professor Vinay Jain gave me a project in 1998, which turned me from chemist to a radiation biologist. And he has made an outstanding contribution in developing mechanism-based approaches for radiation countermeasures and cancer therapy. So one of the most important molecule, that is the 2-oxy-D-glucose, he has developed, and which is being approved as an adjuvant in cancer therapy. And very recently, you all have heard that that has shown its implications in the COVID also, and it was approved in the COVID applications. And so in the second wave, it was used on the certain patients also. And he has almost more than 250 publications. He has 14,000 citations of his publication. He's the serves as the editorial board of 7 international journals. He is a reviewer, and he has actually mentored a say number of master's degree student, postdoctoral fellow, and I would say scientist also. A lot of scientists at the INMAS, at the DU, at the several places were also mentored by Professor Dwarkanath. And I would like to invite Professor Dwarkanath to say a few words about the in whatever manner he wants to say enlighten us. He can tell us few things about the radiation.
Thank you, Dr. Vibha. And thanks for your generous introduction. It's been an honor to be associated with this GIAN program, and especially amidst stalwarts like Professor T.P. Singh is always a teacher to many of us, and a dear colleague, Dr. Rath, whom we just heard, and many others who I know for a very long time. Now, as Dr. Vibha mentioned, I would be talking about, again, an overview of radiation biology touching the 3 interfaces, physics, chemistry, and biology, a little while from now. In this brief note that she wanted me to do, I only want to say that radiation biology is truly an interdisciplinary science, which has implications, which has applications in several areas. One of them happens to be, of course, the major area is in the medical sciences, but it also plays an important role in the understanding of the interaction of radiation with the biological system, and to harness that knowledge in several other areas than medical sciences, go to areas like agriculture sciences, the breeding of various species, of course, in industry, where, of course, there is no interaction of biological system. One of the applications of radiation is also in industry, and in food irradiation, and very many fields, tissue engineering, tissue preservation, and the heritage preservation. Many of these areas have benefited vastly from radiation at large. Now, focusing more on radiation biology, besides making tremendous opportunities for understanding its medical applications, be it in the diagnostics, where much of the underlying phenomenon or mechanism is actually the physical interaction of the radiation with the biological material. But the interplay or the biological responses driven application is, of course, in medicine, but equally, if not more, in the pursuit of science at large, particularly understanding very many control mechanisms, regulatory mechanisms in the functioning of the cell. Like, for example, radiation-induced cell cycle perturbation. Several researchers have unraveled very many regulatory processes underlying cell cycle progression, using radiation as a tool to perturb this. And therefore, much of our understanding has also come from our interest in knowing how does radiation interact with the proliferating cells. Similarly, the death process. Today, we know so much about regulated death process, like the apoptosis, the necroptosis, which is actually regulated necrosis, and so on and so forth, the ferroptosis, the iron involved, or the Fenton reaction involved death process. Many of these have benefited. Understanding that we have today has benefited from the radiation-induced these death processes, giving us opportunities to know more players, more regulatory mechanisms, more regulatory events that are involved, both at the gene expression level or the transcription level, as well as the post-translational level. So radiation biology goes beyond what we see as a tool in the management of cancer, be it diagnostics or therapy, but this does not underscore the tremendous impact that it has had. And as I'm sure many of you would have seen through what Dr. Rath very emphatically tried to bring forth, technology has played an equally important, if not a higher role in making the use of the knowledge that was generated from the interaction of radiation with the biological system in our ability to manage cancer as we do today, as compared to what we did 50 years back. Just to give an overview, in the 50s, 70s, 1950 to 70, much of our focus in radiation biology was understanding the cellular responses. The cellular radiobiology took the center course. In the next decade, much of experimental radiation biology was the focus. And towards the end of the century, last century, the applied radiation biology with combinations of various modifiers of radiation response to improve the therapy. And as we went along, the point that I made, the emphasis that I made, to understand the molecular mechanisms or the molecular radiation biology, which led and which was also supported by the completion of the Human Genome Project. So the focus was on molecular radiation biology. In the last 10-20 years, between 2010 and 20, the focus in radiation biology has centered around immune response and tumor microenvironment, as we have now begun to appreciate. It's not just the killing of the tumor cells that are targeted, but our ability to tweak the host and to let the host take care of the tumor. And that tweaking is done by radiation, and the understanding of how does radiation tweak the immune system, how does it tweak the microenvironment has taken the center stage. And I believe that in the next decade, artificial intelligence will play an important role. Somewhat tangentially, Dr. Rath was hinting at when he mentioned about, when he was answering questions, how do you take care of treating the tumor when it is moving, maybe during fraction or intrafraction. Many of these things probably will gain a lot with the overlapping of the knowledge of artificial intelligence and the technological development that is happening, but the underlying contribution of the radiation biological processes and the mechanisms cannot be less emphasized. Several models that people developed over the years have played an important role in the current understanding we have. And I think there was a question by Dr. Rawat about I think photodynamic therapy, but there was another question I think regarding the stem cell and radiation response. Several developmental signaling pathways have been now shown to be modified by radiation. The NICD in case of not signaling is an important focus that I think in the years to come, we will learn more, and to be able to manipulate the radiation-induced stem phenotype, which is the cause for the recurrence and disease dissemination. I think there are more exciting times ahead, and courses like this, as Dr. Vibha mentioned, periodically to equip upcoming researchers and to infuse more enthusiasm in them would do very good to the science at large, and at least for this country in the years to come. And thanks again, Dr. Vibha, for the kind invitation.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us.
We will just a small comment, please.
Yes, sure, sir. Please, welcome.
Professor Dwarkanath talked very nicely, but he missed one thing which he has made a big contribution on. This 2DG sensitizer, radiation sensitizer was a new breakthrough at some time, which he has contributed so much with Professor GIAN. He didn't mention a word on this. Maybe he mentions in his talk, but that was one of the very high quality contribution from his center.
Yes, sir. So Dr. Dwarkanath will be talking to us continuously, but he can mention now also. Yeah, Professor.
Mention a little bit.
No,
yeah.
I would like to firstly thank Professor T.P. Singh for recognizing our work, especially the one that was initiated by my teacher and mentor, Professor Jain. But since so much was already said about it during Dr. Rath's lecture and also Dr. Vibha, I thought it was prudent not to dwell much on that. But since Professor T.P. Singh has raised the question, the only thing I want to make is, the point I want to make is that targeting tumor metabolism that influences the response, both at the cellular level as well as at the tissue level, will also play a central role, at least in the tumor radiotherapy in the years to come. While we have understood reasonably well as to how the altered metabolism, the Warburg phenotype, influences radiation response, understood means that there is a negative correlation, but we still do not have a good hang of what in the altered metabolic regulation should we be targeting so that we derive maximum therapeutic gain with minimal off-target effects. 2DG, all said and done, is a non-specific inhibitor of glycolysis. The fond hope will be to understand critical regulators of the glycolysis and see if that can be tweaked so that the tumor response is tailored or tuned in a way that we have less normal tissue toxicity from the combined treatment. But 2DG, I think, has a great merit because not only related to glycolysis, 2DG as a molecule also has a contribution from non-glycolytic effects, that is the protein glycosylation or the glycosylation of proteins, which alters the unfolded protein response. So 2DG as a molecule is a lot more interesting, but metabolism, the glycolysis metabolism, with the use of 2DG has its own merits as well. I think we need to do more to be able to put this on a very firm footing. We have, I would say, clinically we have made a beginning. We have a little way to go further. Thank you again, sir, for your recognition.
Thank you very much, Professor Dwarkanath and Professor T.P. Singh to be there. And I would like to now welcome Professor Satyabrat Patnaik, and who is the local GIAN coordinator for this there. And he's, I would say, he's one of the catalysts who always keeps on telling us that we have to put more and more courses on the GIAN program. He facilitates all the local conveners or the coordinators who writes the program. He's one of the physicists, and he has been say, he's a faculty in the School of Physical Sciences, and I think Professor Patnaik has his area of his specialization on experimental condensed matter physics, superconductivity, multiferroics, and thermoelectric materials. I would like to request Professor Patnaik to address the gathering.
Thank you, Bivaji, for taking this initiative. It's a wonderful course. I am a physicist by training, but I mean, this wonderful lecture by Professor Rath and Professor Dwarkanath has kind of encouraged me to look at the other option, particularly LINAC and other options. I will just briefly, but this is for the participant. My only request is, along with radiation biology, please understand this is GIAN course. In Sanskrit, GIAN means knowledge, but the full form of GIAN is Global Initiative for Academic Network. So what it means is that it's a network that we want to build in this very, very specialized area. Some of you may be excited to do a PhD in this area. Two of you may be excited to do a collaborative project. There is some student may get a postdoc through this networking of next 5 days. So this is different than just a set of lectures or a set of workshop lectures, which you just for knowledge base. So it's a network that we want to build. Particularly for the last 2 years, because of COVID, I know the way we learn things has undergone vast changes. People believe that downloading YouTube lectures where you can learn new things. We want to smash those ideas. GIAN wants to smash those ideas. You need to find a guru like Professor Rath, like Professor T.P. Singh, like Professor Dwarkanath, like Professor Vivatandan, to really come close and then learn the subject. It is not possible just by getting the resources from internet that you can learn and get the enthusiasm of doing something new. Well, some mention has been done about what is a good science and how should be applied science. And so I just want to make one reflection that, 150 years back, there was a mathematician called George Boole, and he had the idea that all natural numbers can be written in terms of 0 and 1, the combination of 0 and 1. Down the road, it turns out that becomes the basis of Boolean algebra, and then you have a computer. So science is science. Too much of emphasis on skill development, applied areas. I mean, of course, no one is saying not to do that, but it will be always ahead of technology. So in a research university, as Professor Rath said, there is a difference between Safdarjung and AIMS. There is a research-based university, something that is not trivially important, immediately implementable over the next 10 years, maybe. And there's a larger question about NEP also, National Education Policy. What does it mean for research institutions like AIMS or JNU or ISC Bangalore? Is it everything job-driven? And there's a larger question, maybe some other day we can discuss. But the important point is that the pure science component of the radiation biology is what is the focus in an institution like JNU, and that is what we should be, basically concentrate upon. Well, I will not take much time, but normally, as I said, GIAN should be held offline, and there are 47 courses that we have held in JNU. 50 more are in the pipeline, but there is a severe constriction if these are held online mode. I fully agree. And but COVID has not allowed us to do that. Next time when you come, it has to be offline mode. And most of you may have come to JNU, and our university is in the newspaper for several times, mostly for good reasons, but sometimes for not such good reason. But I just want to quote Bernard Shaw in defense of JNU. He says that a reasonable man adapts himself to the society. An unreasonable man persists in trying till the society adopts him. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. Now, what is the quantum of unreasonableness for a smooth running of an institution? That's a separate question. But in science, in economics, it is the unreasonableness of all of ours that helps in the progressive path. And particularly in science, you can't be a follower and do new science. So that quantum of unreasonableness is required, and my belief and my submission is that JNU plays that very important role, particularly for a humanities-centric university. You have to question. Not everything is just agreeable situation. So with that spirit, I think all of you are most warmly invited to come JNU and interact with Professor Viva Tandon at SCMM. And if you find time, please visit us in School of Physical Science. I actually am a low temperature physicist. So some of the areas of MRI, magnet, I had a project with DST without using liquid helium. How can you build NMR or MRI magnet? But I'm enthusiastic enough now, listening to Professor Rath, that I actually have an MTech in nuclear engineering, where I did a little bit of computerized tomography also to look at the LINAC possibility. So for me, it is a personally very, very nice exposure to new ideas in radiation biology. And thank you, Vivaji, for taking this initiative. I hope all the participants would learn something new and build up a good network centered around this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your enthusiastic words. Let us now begin the first session of this course. I would like to request Professor Prateek Kumar, Head of the Medical Physics Department, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, and Dr. Vijay Pal Singh Rawat, Special Center for Molecular Medicine, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, to chair.
Long nucleic acid. Log. ये तो मैंने
Mute everybody. Please, CIS, please mute. Yeah, Pragya, go ahead.
Professor Prateek Kumar has his research interest in diagnostic medical physics and thermoluminescence. Dr. Rawat has his specialization in blood cancer, stem cells, and hematopoiesis. I request the chairpersons to take hold of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Pragya. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Viva for inviting me, and Dr. Rawat also, from Dr. Rawat's side also, to such a very wonderful part of this GIAN conference. In fact, see, as a medical physicist, I do have some interest in radiation biology, but somehow radiation biology has not taken what it should have taken, the role in all over research in India. There are very few centers in India which are working on this, and in those like in mass, Dr. Dwarkanath we have heard, and we will again listen to him now in this session. So some of the pioneers and stalwarts who are working in this radiation biology area in India are we can count on fingers basically. And we are fortunate that we have Dr. B.S. Dwarkanath, for whom Dr. Viva has already introduced, and he is the pioneer in this area. Before he takes over, I'd like Dr. Rawat to introduce Dr. Dwarkanath.
Thank you very much, sir. So first of all, I'd like to welcome all of you, this wonderful session. And it's an honor, to introduce Dr. B.S. Dwarkanath. And I think Professor Viva Tandon is already introduced and already, so just to save a time, I think we are very fortunate to listen you, sir. And, it will be honor to listen you, to, get more knowledge and more information. We all are very excited, to listen your talk. And with this, I think I'd like to invite you to give the lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Rawat and Dr. Prateek. It's so nice to see you, Dr. Prateek, after a long time. The first lecture, I think Dr. Viva wanted me to give an overview on radiation biology, touching certain aspects of radiation physics and underlying chemistry. Since there are lectures to be given on some of these topics, especially radiation physics, I think by Dr. Mahalingam, subsequently my own colleague, Dr. Anand, would be touching upon certain aspects of the chemical basis of radiation-induced biological damage. What I intend doing is just very cursorily run through somewhat in a very classical way, and and discuss in the subsequent lectures that I'm going to give more of the underlying processes, mechanisms related to various aspects of the biological damage, both at the cellular level, the tissue level, and the system level. So this lecture will be somewhat an overview covering the radiation biological effect. Let me share the screen. I guess I should be able to show. No, I'm giving the lecture. I'm giving the lecture. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. I'm currently at the Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education and Learning. Before I go ahead and then talk to you about what I intend, I must say that my understanding so far has come from my tenure at several places, and a lot of colleagues have contributed to my understanding. And the foremost is Professor Vinay Jain, whose guidance during my doctoral work and mentoring thereafter, which continues until today, has been mainly responsible for my understanding, not only in the area of radiation biology, but scientific pursuit at large. And I also owe a lot to Ken Wheeler, was my postdoctoral mentor, in whose lab I did a lot of work on cell proliferation and radiation responses and DNA repair. Some of the work that has received attention has been due to support from various funding agencies, quarters, as well as interaction with centers across the globe. Some of them are shown here. And my tenure at the SPHIC gave me an opportunity to work on carbon ion radiation biology, which Dr. Rath mentioned is probably being contemplated to be built in the country in the near future. I have actually taken material from several places. It's probably difficult to put each of them. Since this is intended only for teaching purposes and not for commercial purposes, I guess this should be okay. While Dr. Mahalingam would dwell more on the various aspects of radiation physics, I only want to say that much of what I'm probably going to discuss will fall under the ionizing radiation of the electromagnetic spectrum that's shown here in the slide. I think nothing much. And talking about the ionizing radiation in the entire biosphere, much of it actually comes from the natural background, both in the cosmos, terrestrial, and the internal sources of the living organism. But almost 20% today is also from various gadgets that we have developed over a period of time. Well, again, more of this would be discussed by Dr. Mahalingam, because I'm going to use this jargon, the dose at certain time, and the unit is, the international unit is Gray, named after the great scientist Louis Gray. It's actually the unit that defines the absorption of a joule of energy in a kilogram of the mass. And of course, originally this was intended to measure the amount of X-ray photons and the gamma ray photons, but extended beyond for particle radiation, although there are certain issues and limitations which probably we might not indulge in this lecture. What is also important is not just the dose or the quantity of radiation as measured by the energy transferred per mass, but also the quality of the type of radiation. Radiation type A is not equally effective at the same dose as type B, and so on and so forth. The classical example would be the effect of the same dose of gamma ray photon would not be comparable to the proton at the Bragg peak and carbon ion at the same dose. This is to say, or the alpha radiation. So both the quantity as well as the nature or the type or the quality of radiation are very critical in determining the biological effect. Now, just to give just to give a feel of what sort of energy are we talking about when we say ionizing radiation, to be able to ionize a single event in an atom, you only need about a few tens of electron volts. Most of the ionizing radiations have associated with them keV or MeV radiation, so sufficient enough to be able to knock off, to ionize to a very great extent several molecules. Now, the factors that actually contribute to the biological response are, some of them are physical factors, the biological factors, as well as the environmental factors in which the ionizing radiation interacts with the system. Here, the focus is on the biological system. The physical factors, of course, as I mentioned a while ago, the quality or the type of radiation, as well as the dose, and most importantly, is the dose rate at which it is delivered. A gray delivered in a minute vis-a-vis a gray delivered in an hour, or a gray delivered in, let's say, several hours, would have different effects. Also, mainly due to the underlying biological responses or the interaction of the radiation with the cell or the biological system. So the physical factors are these. The biological factors, of course, are what are the nature of the cell? A growing cell, a non-growing cell? Is it a bacteria, a virus, or a mammalian cell, or so on and so forth? Cells in a growing cell population, the cells in different phases of the cell cycle or the growth phase are not equisensitive. Therefore, it also depends upon, the response depends upon in which phase of the cell cycle are they excited, and so on and so forth. Environmental factors, of course, include many of the factors that influence. In fact, that way, it's also the chemical. The oxygen plays an important role. We will see that in the coming few slides. Oxygen plays an important role, and therefore also has a relevance in radiotherapy or the tumor response to radiation, where tumors which develop hypoxic regions are relatively having less oxygen tension, and it actually is an impediment to the efficacy of radiotherapy, but then overcome by several other means. And it also has led to the development of sensitizers, and similarly also to be able to protect in case of exposure of normal tissue, to be able to reduce the damage induction, to be able to enhance the recovery from the damage. So the environmentally available or supplied agents like sensitizers and protectors and so on and so forth will play a role in determining the overall biological response. As I said, the nature of or the type of radiation is an important aspect. So to be able to compare the damage causing potential of any type of radiation with a reference, you need to know the dose as well as what is known as a weighting factor. I probably have some figures in the next slide. And as just shown above, the different cells, different tissues have different sensitivity to radiation. Therefore, yeah.
Mr. Dwarkanath, your slides are not changing.
I'm not changing. I'm still at the same slide.
You said above figures, so I thought.
No, above, just in the biological factors block.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. So to be able to compare, so what we generally look at is the equivalent dose, which takes into account the quality, and the effective dose also takes into account what biological system are we talking about, because these are important in establishing guidelines based on the advancement of knowledge by the international Council of Radiological Protection in deciding the safe limits and so on and so forth. Now I'm in the next slide, and the other factors also depends on whether the radiation is external to the biological system, or in case, let's say, human, is the radiation coming from outside, or it's an internally administered radiation. This is, in one way, the brachytherapy is one of the ways, but brachytherapy is again confined to a particular site, but ingested radionuclide, either through the air or through the liquid, would have distribution throughout the body, and therefore also depends on their physical half-life and the biological, physical half-life and the radioactive half-life and so on and so forth, besides their ability to localize in different biological tissue. Therefore, the responses are going to be determined by all this. Therefore, external or internal source of radiation is an important determinant. Of course, age of the organism, whether it is a cell, in a cell which is in the growth phase in a batch culture, or the plateau phase sitting for some time, or an young individual or an old individual, would have different responses, and therefore the constituent organs and the cellular components of the organs to the same level of exposure. If you're looking for a biological effect, you need to know the time gap between the exposure, purported exposure that has taken place, and the time at which you are querying, so that you will be able to better access. Especially this is very important and critical when we are doing the triaging in a place where there is a purported exposure to radiation, and to be able to use appropriate markers of exposure to the biological exposure to radiation, but typically the biomarkers. So the time between exposure and the time of query is important in able to interpret whatever you observe. And also, which is similar to the sensitivity of different organs, the irradiated area within an organism is going to be different as a function of the location. So the equivalent dose I mentioned, the type of which actually harmonizes the types of radiation. If photon, for a given dose, the photon damage is taken as a reference of 1, electrons and muons have a comparable biological effect, while the protons at its bragg peak and the pions, the mesons, have 2, and the ones that have very high are the alpha particles, the other heavy ions, typically carbon, iron, and so on and so forth. What is also equally important in determining the biological effect is the rate at which the energy is transferred as the radiation traverses through the material or the system. So in this, the high-energy radiations, because of their ability to deposit more energy per unit distance, they deposit, they lose their energy as they traverse and deposit maximum at the end, which is the bragg peak. While the low-energy radiation, typically the photons, X-ray and gamma ray photons, can traverse through a very long distance, can only be contained with appropriate material, which we will see in the next slide. The high-energy radiations have a deposition rate per distance of about 10 or 10 kV per micrometer, whereas the low energy is less than 10. This is an overview of the ability of different types of radiation in an LED-dependent manner, their interaction and their stoppage. Conversely, their ability to penetrate a different material. A neutron, because non-ionized, it can go, and it can only be contained with thick concrete walls, whereas alpha particle can be contained. They're very heavy particles that transfer much of their energy, can be stopped using a small thin piece of paper. The gamma and X-ray photons look good because they go through, but because their ability to go through poses problem in actually our ability to deliver dose to a confined volume of a tumor inside the body in a way that we do not want to deliver before the tumor and then well after the tumor. The gamma ray and X-ray photons pose a challenge, and to a very large extent, this is taken care of by the particle radiation because of their ability to deposit most of their energy when they kinetically become weak and transfer most of their energy at the Bragg peak. That's why particle radiotherapy is good, both in terms of the underlying physics as well as their ballistic property for a good depth dose distribution or tumor, non-tumor distribution or target and off-target distribution. The levels of biological damage is from the molecule to the whole body, which develops hierarchically. At the molecular level, it's damage to the constituent macromolecules that lead to disruption in structures, leading to malfunctioning of the various organelles that results in cellular damage and could cause, in case of growing cells, perturbations in the division and cause death, and also transformation due to alterations in the genetic material. And damage to the cells in a tissue or an organ leads to functional aberration or organelle dysfunction, typically disruption in the functioning of nervous system. This is one of the concerns in pilots who are flying. You could have changes in the cell membrane functioning at very low level exposure and cause transient disturbances in the cognitive performance. And of course, at the whole animal level, it can lead to life shortening. Exposure can lead to life shortening, besides the development of age-related diseases, including cancer. Now, the genesis, how does the biological damage actually develop? Because of the interaction of the radiation with the macromolecules, it results in damage and leading to death, either death or dysfunction at the various hierarchical levels, that's the cell, tissue, and systemic levels. The macromolecular damage actually arises from the ionization of the chemicals in cells, generating the toxic species. Typically, the direct deposition of the energy or the radiation with the biomacromolecules can cause ionization of the macromolecules. But much of gamma ray and X-ray photon-induced damage happens from its ability to generate huge number of other chemical species by the radiolysis or breaking of water, called the radiolysis of water, which is sustained and amplified by the presence of oxygen, which is called the indirect effect, which we will see in the next slide. So the development of biological damage starts from deposition and generation of reactive species that attacks the macromolecule. Macromolecular damage leads to structural disformation, organelle dysfunction, cellular damage, then leads to tissue damage, tissue dysfunction, and the dysfunctioning or death or malfunctioning of the organism. This is the hierarchical level. Just a cursory, in case of, as I said, the direct action or the direct effect of biological damage, here the macromolecule, taken as an example, is the DNA. The deposition of energy can cause oxidation of constituent bases, disruption of the backbone, causing strand breaks, and so on and so forth. And in the indirect mode, where the damage is not necessarily through the direct deposition of the macromolecule, which is responsible for the cell cell damage, but is through the generation of reactive species by the interaction of radiation with other constituent in the cell, which is water, because that forms bulk of the biological material or cells, approximately 70%. And then those radicals attack the macromolecules and cause not identical but similar to the damage that would be also caused by the direct deposition of energy. However, the nature, the plethora, the quantity levels of different types of damage, because the macromolecules have several moieties, would be different. The radiation, what are the consequences of radiation? Either the cell remain viable with minimal damage, or it could be unviable, causing death, or it would be viable, but it would be having an altered function. It could be a mutated cell with an altered function, or one of this could be also a transformation in terms of cancer. This is a slide just covering the overview of direct and indirect effect. And the indirect effect in the second collage at the cartoon shows the complexity of the generation of radicals, reactive species, which can then attack the macromolecules shown in the left one, which involves several internally available amplifiers and attenuators. So what really ultimately happens is a competition between the generation of area of these species, their interaction, their attenuation, and their ability to interact with the macromolecule. That's why sensitizers and protectors placed at an appropriate place play an important role in several applications, including countermeasure and radiotherapy. I kept mentioning that a proliferating cell population would be more prone to at least death. And this is as per the law of Burgoyne and Tribando, who observed that between a proliferating cell population and a quiescent, a non-proliferating cell population, the responses are skewed towards the proliferating cell population, suggesting that a tissue is more likely to be susceptible to radiation-induced dysfunction or malfunction or organ disruption if it has more number of growing cells. And that's one of the reasons as to why radiation is widely used in containing tumors, either by killing and or also inducing a cytostatic effect, both of which will lead to tumor control. An overview, the toxicities, as I said, at the systemic level or at the level of the humans or the animal models are dependent on the level of exposure. A typical parameter that is used in comparing the efficacy is actually if you expose a population of an organism, what's the dose that will kill 50% of it? Of course, for humans, 50% of an exposed population would be killed at a dose of about 3 to 4 gray, 3.5, 4 gray, if you do not intervene, do not provide any supportive care, because the death doesn't happen instantaneously. There are several biological processes that are initiated that culminate ultimately in the death of the organism. Since you could intervene at several stages, and typically when the exposure has already taken place, you have no way of interfering before exposure. So, but as a supportive care, if you use supportive antibiotics and transfusions, you could have the person increase his ability to survive up to the dose of about 4.5 to 7 gray. Greater than 10 gray, of course, some amount of transplantation of the hematopoietic system, which is one of the major contributors for the systemic acute systemic effect, can still rescue a part of the population. Now, the acute effects and the delayed effects are or actually categorized both from the dose that is delivered in a given time. The acute exposure is certainly an exposure that happens where a few grays are exposed, an individual is exposed to a few gray in a matter of few minutes, whereas the chronic exposure probably happens in the same amount of radiation, happens over a long period of time. But then the consequences of an exposure, especially to an acute exposure, in terms of acute effects, can be seen soon after, some hours after the exposure, whereas the delayed effects can only be realized, the clinical manifestation, after a long latency period. I mean, the immediate part of the acute exposure will be the ones that starts manifesting some hours that persist for a few days, and it's called the latent period, and it's also called the prodromal response, and which is typically nausea, vomiting, and then diarrhea. And then you have a period of latency where you do not have all these things, will start and then attenuate over a period of time without too much of a clinical disturbance. And then once the constituent cells of various organs suffer various extents of damage, either in terms of death or severe malfunctioning, then you see the manifestation of illness. So the prodromal syndrome is only very transient, followed by a latency. And this could either, after the manifestation of the illness, depending on the extent of damage to various organs, you either have the organism recover over a period of time, driven by the internal supportive system, or by interventional supportive system, or lead to death if the damage to various organs are beyond ability for recovery. The doses are shown here. I think we don't worry about this information. You can get also on the. So this just to give a pictorial representation. The prodromal stage is a little confusing state, followed by a state of practically no or minimal clinical manifestation, followed by a long-lasting and various degrees of illness. The late effects, of course, as I said, take several months to years, including especially cancer, which often takes a couple of years to even a decade, if not more. The kind of biological damage can also be categorized as the one that shows a typical dose-response relationship, in the sense you increase the dose, you have this particular effect which is perceivable, quantifiable, and observable, happens as a function of dose. And these are called the deterministic dose. And these deterministic doses actually happen because of the death of the constituent cell in an organism. And these are, for example, lens opacity, the skin injuries, and epilation, and sperm damage, and so on and so forth. And it has a threshold below which you do not see this damage manifesting. And it starts manifesting somewhat in a dose-dependent manner above this dose. However, there is another type of biological response, which is stochastic, where the manifestation of that biological damage, the biological consequence of the damage increases with the dose. Increases means with the probability of that happening increases with the dose rather than the level of manifestation. It occurs, and its probability of occurring enhances with the dose. Typical examples again or the cancer, the carcinogenesis, the mutations, and the teratogenesis. Radiation has a potential to induce cancer at all the doses irrespective. However, as the dose increases, the probabilities of a certain percentage of the population exposed to radiation at a given level developing cancer will increase with the dose of exposure. However, it's not that up to a certain dose, nobody will develop a cancer in the years to come. But beyond a dose, everybody will develop, or some people will develop at this dose, some people will develop. That's not the case. The probability of a population developing cancers will increase with the dose. What the type of cancer A and B will develop vis-a-vis C and D or PQR depends on several other factors, both the biological factors of the individuals as well as the levels of exposure. The epidemiology, much of these understandings have come from the epidemiology, from the observations in humans, and many animal models studies, experimental studies in the animal models, as well as genetically manipulated cell systems. Now, what is important to note is in case of the induction of mutations leading to genetic defects, radiation does not have a signature mutation that it causes or a hereditary effect that it induces, but it does not produce any, as I said, any radiation specific unusual mutations. It will only increase the frequency of a particular type of mutations that we know of occurring as the dose increases. And as I said, the mutation as well as the carcinogenesis induction is a stochastic process, and its probability of occurrence will increase with the dose. Just to give a flair about the within the cell, of course, all constituent of the cell, and therefore the cell makes up all the tissues, and therefore for a given organism, all tissues are susceptible. For a given tissue, all cells are susceptible. In the cell, entire cellular component is susceptible. However, if you look at the dose response of various constituents of a cell, breaking it down into proteins, the lipids, the nucleic acids, sugar, and so on and so forth, on the one hand, the damage that are caused, and match that with radiation-induced cell death, it turns out that the relationship between radiation-induced damage to the DNA strongly correlates with the radiation-induced cell death. Of course, insofar as the mutation and the carcinogenic effect, of course, it is the genetic material modification which causes the effect. And therefore, both in terms of the cell death as well as functional changes in terms of transformation, that is carcinogenesis, or mutation, the DNA appears to be a critical molecule. This is not to underscore the contribution of damage to membranes, the constituents of the membranes, and to proteins in determining or in influencing, if not determining, the biological responses to radiation or cellular responses to radiation. However, DNA plays an important role. While the breakages of the backbone, that is a strand break, plays an important role in determining the cell death, of course, to a certain extent in the leukemia, because of the switching. But insofar as the cell death is concerned, the strand break, particularly the double strand breaks, play an important role in determining the cell death. DNA damage can be, I think we have seen it in a few slides before, could be of very many types. The bases could be damaged, a plethora of oxidative damage to various bases, and then base loss. A base could be knocked off, breakage to the backbone, that is strand break because of the phosphodiester bond, and leading to, of course, break in one of the strands of the DNA, the single strand break, or both strands of the DNA, the double strand break. The definition and so on and so forth, we will defer to the next session. And the damage caused is promptly attended to by the internal mechanisms that are existing, which are induced in a damage-dependent manner, both regulated at the transcription level, but to a very large extent at the post-transcriptional level, that repairs and lets the cells recover from the damage that is caused at the cellular level due to the molecular lesion. The failure, of course, can lead to either death or mutations. And as I said, that the defects in the repair, which can then lead to errors, either defect in terms of inability to repair at all, leads to the sustenance of the lesion. And an error that is caused because of the defect can lead to altered information, altered lesions. All of this will either cause death or mutations and or carcinogenesis. Now, the damage to the DNA in the nucleus, which is in the form of chromosomes, in a growing cell population, where the cells are in different phases of this cell cycle, lets us visualize the break that has been caused in the DNA in terms of breaks in the chromosome, which can be very easily visualized.
We cannot hear you, sir. Hello? Pragya?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear him?
Yes, no, ma'am. He is not audible right now.
Yeah, I think we lost him.
Though he is still connected.
He's not here. No problem, no problem. You try. Yeah, yeah. No problem. He called and he said that he's joining. There was some internet glitch.
All right. Maybe till then, if we can switch on our camera so that we can take a photo of all the participants. May I request all of you to please put your camera in on mode? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. No, we don't see. Are you in waiting room? Are you in waiting room?
No, no, ma'am, he's not in the waiting room right now. It's clear.
You have not yet joined. It must be in process. You are not shown here. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Is Pragya,
Yes,
is that Professor?
and he has joined. Yes, he has joined.
Yeah. So we are taking a photograph and then we will again, you have to share the screen. First, we have to take a photograph actually. Yeah, you, where are you? I can't. Okay, you are here. Yeah.
One second, let me come to that slide where I was so that.
Sir,
Do I wait or you have finished your photograph? Or?
yes, sir, we are finished.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
All
resume
right.
the presentation.
Share. You can now see?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. This slide should be titled Consequences of DNA Damage.
Yes.
Okay. So the consequences of DNA damage, particularly the strand break, will be in the breakage of the chromosome, which can be easily seen in the metaphase of a growing cell population. And it has a dose response similar to the dose response of DNA damage. We will come to that later. But it can also be visualized in the form of an extra chromosomal material in the cytoplasm of the daughter cells once the division takes place, which is shown in the cartoon below. Either you will see as an aberration or in the chromosome, in the left one, in the middle one and the right one, you see that when
We again lost him. वो कोशिश कर रहा है, he's trying. Please bear with us. He's trying to again join. He has some issue.
In the meantime, participants may post their questions.
Yes, we can see you, Prasad Dwarkanath.
Yeah, but I am unable to. Why?
Sir, we are seeing your screen.
So we are seeing your yeah.
Can you
here.
see my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay.
26th slide you were there.
Is okay?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for this interruption, but anyway, so we're talking about the consequence of DNA damage, which is in the form of chromosomal damage that can be either seen in the metaphase as different types of aberrations that we'll probably discuss later when I talk about biological dosimetry, or also in the daughter cells, in the first post-mitotic daughter cells after radiation in the form of micronuclei, which are nothing but extranuclear chromosomal material in the cytoplasm of the daughter cells. Now, just to sum up, the biological response to radiation will be from the induction of damage that leads to either repair and recovery, and that leads to cytogenetic damage in the form of chromosomal aberration or micronuclei in the daughter cells. Based on this is followed by either survival of the cells, if it is good repair and good recovery and minimal cytogenetic damage. Else, if it's no repair or faulty repair, huge cytogenetic damage, also of course interface death, then you will have cell death. Cell death will lead to organ damage and impairment of the function of the organ, and that leads to late effects. So to summarize, the physical events are initial physical interaction in the form of excitation and ionization in the constituents of the biological system, let's say cells. In the case of direct interaction, it is the excitation and ionization of the macromolecule itself. In the indirect, it's the excitation and ionization in the water molecules amplified by oxygen, then attacking the DNA. The physical chemical events, of course, are driven by the free radical formation. That's the indirect effect. The chemical damage will be in the form of radical attack on the macromolecules. The biomacromolecular damage will be the damage to the DNA in terms of various oxidative damage, as well as breaks, proteins, oxidation of proteins, the lipids, the peroxidation, and so on and so forth. And the early biological effects will be toxicity in terms of death or morbidity or mutation. The late biological effects are in terms of cancer and genetic effects. I guess I'll stop at this an introductory overview on the biological effects, and then pick up the individual foci in the lectures as we go along. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. There are some questions.
Yes, please.
Yeah, one question is from Chetan Sirvankar. He asked that acute radiation syndrome, there is acute or one-time exposure to radiation, but the effects may show later in life after latent period. So is this an acute or chronic syndrome?
This is a late effect from an acute exposure. However, if the individual survives an acute exposure, depending upon the dose, he will manifest the late effects in the future, in the times to come. Therefore, this is not going to be called chronic exposure. Chronic exposure is the system that we are discussing is chronically exposed to radiation. The manifestation, of course, takes a period of time, but the exposure is still one time. That's what he's asking, right?
Yeah, he's asking that acute exposure can create late effect or not.
Of course it can. If the individual survives, it is not necessary that for the late effects to occur, you will have to have a chronic exposure.
Sir, one question from my side.
Yeah.
Is that when life shortening effects of life shortening of the radiation exposure is maybe due to cancer induction or maybe other reason also. So is there any threshold for that?
In the LAR, the life adjusted risk rates, the incidence of various types of cancer in different age groups that happen is skewed to the left in an exposed population as compared to an unexposed population. Now, whether all cancer incidences is synonymous with an early death, then only you can relate the incidence of cancer to the life shortening. Otherwise, you cannot say that the appearance of cancer or manifestation of cancer as equal to radiation exposure is the contributing factor for radiation-induced life shortening. In other words, to answer your question differently, life shortening need not necessarily with a cancer being developed. In other words, the life shortening need not necessarily precede the development of a cancer.
Okay, Dr. Vijay Rawat, may I ask a question? I think Dr. Viva Tandon has given a question.
Antra, do you have a question? Because
should I ask?
Yes.
Okay, so I think Chetan is continuing with the question. So Dr. Rawat, you can ask, then I'll ask my question.
Okay. So my question, yeah.
Again, he's asking something. Chetan Shivrankar. Can you see in the chat, or should I ask?
Can you ask me?
So patient, so again, Chetan Shirvankar is asking, so patient will present with a cancerous condition with history of exposure to radiation, which may not be termed acute radiation syndrome. He's asking or he's giving a statement. He wanted to be clear about it.
An acute radiation syndrome is different than an acute exposure, but the person developing cancer much later. An acute radiation syndrome is typically the syndrome that is related to the loss of blood cells, having opportunistic infection, and so on and so forth at moderate doses. At a higher dose, having diarrhea, so on and so forth, could be even life-threatening. So the acute radiation syndrome, both hematopoietic syndrome or the gastrointestinal syndrome, and at much higher doses, cardiovascular syndrome, are different than somebody is exposed to radiation. Let's say a couple of grades. He survives, he lives for long, and develops a cancer later. Is what I'm saying. It is not that an acute radiation syndrome is a cancer manifestation. No. Does it answer his question?
I think otherwise he'll ask. Antara, you can ask your question yourself. I think you're asking a question. You can unmute and ask.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Sir, I have a question that if there is a radiation exposure, how can it affect the hematopoietic system of human?
Can we preserve this question when we actually talk about radiation-induced hematopoietic damage? Basically, to answer at least now, and then we'll discuss later when we take up this question, that is for two reasons. One is the death of the already existing cells in the blood, as well as, most importantly, the damage and death to the cells in the marrow, which generate all the constituent cells of the blood. Therefore, you have death of these cells in the blood, and you look for these, the level of these cells keep going down. The fresh ones are not made because you also have killed some of the marrow cells which are the precursors for making this. And therefore, the levels of these cells, various constituent cells of the hematopoietic system goes down. When this happens, with the loss of cells which are integral components of your body system or the immune system, you have all consequences, including higher levels of infection and so on and so forth. Okay, but in a dose-dependent manner, the fall will take place, but it will be followed by recovery. Of course, if the doses are extremely high, that you have knocked off most of the stem cells in the marrow, which generates various lineages, then you have no way of recovery. And then the person, depending, of course, on damaged other organs, will eventually have either mortality or morbidity.
So
you can ask your question yourself. Yeah, you were saying something, Professor Rawat.
So if I'm not wrong, I think the lymphocyte also is very vulnerable for radiation.
Yes.
The lymphocyte, I think they are very sensitive. So when you have a low dose exposure, the lymphocyte, they go in cell death.
Lymphocytes, of course, are very sensitive. The terminally differentiated cells, which are already in the blood tube, are very susceptible to radiation-induced apoptosis, whereas in the marrow cells, they're susceptible both to the mitotic death as well as to the interphase death.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
I can't hear you, madam. Amandeep Kaur, I can't hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Hello.
No.
Yeah, you can be little louder, Aman.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I can. We can ask a question. So she's asking, what is the survival rate after radiation therapy? And what type of cancer treated most by radiation therapy?
Oh, I mean, what survival after radiotherapy means?
She wants to ask that, I don't know, maybe she's asking that what is the survival rate after radiation therapy?
It is different for different types of tumors.
Yeah.
We generally talk about survival of the individual who was treated because he was harboring a tumor in terms of the following. Okay. When we talk about one individual, if he received a radiotherapy and how long he did it, there are anecdotal. From that, we don't learn much, isn't it, about the response of these kinds of groups. The way it is done is, if several people were treated, what percentage of the people who were treated with radiation survived for 2 years, survived for 5 years, and what percentage of the people, how long did 50% of the patients who had this tumor and received radiotherapy lived for 5 years? So we call it as 1 year survival, 5 years, 10 years survival, 10 years survival. The median survival is, these are the parameters that we use. Typically, let's say for somebody who had a brain tumor in the form of glial tumor, the most malignant one is the glioblastoma multiforme. If he did not receive any therapy, after diagnosis, he may survive for several months, 7 to 11 months. If he received radiation therapy, the present day is not radiation alone with, of course, the chemicals. The standard of care is with temozolomide. We don't have to worry about the jargon. Some chemicals together with radiation, which is a standard care, the survival would go, the median survival. What does it mean? If median survival would go to, let's say, 18 months or 20 months, which means out of the 100 people who are treated, 50 who survive, if you put the line at the level where 50 were on that side and 50 were on this side, where was it? It was 18 months after diagnosis or RRT. That's how we assess the efficacy of radiotherapy. This, of course, will change for different types of tumor.
Yeah, so my question is regarding, you said that, this cancer stem cell, or you can call cancer initiating cell. So they are normally quiescent in nature. Now the question is, obviously what is known from literature, they also are radioprotective. So do you think is there any possibility that, that we can bring this in a quiescent cancer stem cell, or we can call cancer initiating cell in a cycle, and maybe they become more vulnerable for radiotherapy, or maybe they become more vulnerable to the low dose radiation therapy. So is there any progress, or is it possible, let's say, to bring them in cycle and then so they become more vulnerable, let's say, we can target them?
Conceptually, this is very good. Actually, to induce the stem cells into the cell cycle and exploit the susceptibility of cycling cells to radiation to be able to kill. So in other words, what you're saying is, let's not look at stem cells as an impediment to therapy. Let's come up with a way of
we can
inducing
them either by radiation or
right.
By radiation.
Right.
Anyway,
right.
we have to give the radiation.
Right. Now, the question is the answer to that question is as follows. The presence of stem cells before a therapy, the presence of stem cells in any given tumor is a very small percentage, number one. Okay. As an approach, phenomenologically, if I'm doing this work in a model, I have a stem cell, I enrich a stem cell population, and I stimulate them to grow and look at the dose response vis-a-vis the dose response for them in the stem. There will be a difference. So as a phenomenological approach, this is perfect. Now, how practical is this when we talk about first time when we use the RT, or most often than not, the problem of stem cells is also therapy-induced stem cells. typically with photon radiation, you have a local tumor control, but then the tumor comes back, and this time more aggressively, because the altered phenotype, and that is to a certain extent radiation-induced generation of the phenotype. Now, if you can say, oh, if you know that radiation-induced stem cells, now come back and proceed before a second RT, a therapy, an intervention, a pharmacological intervention, which will now induct these cells into the cell cycle, and now you give the RT. That's what you're saying. That's precisely what it is. Now, practically, to be able to re-irradiate, there are scenarios where a re-irradiation is done. Now, if we can assess the extent of stem cells that are remaining, that would become an impediment in the response, then this approach is certainly feasible. But when you have the clinical manifestation that you will consider a re-irradiation, it has already passed the stage, Dr. Rawat. If it remained as a few stem cells, you would not have the clinical manifestation. When the tumor regrows aggressively, it's actually from the stem cells, not necessarily only stem cells, but to a large extent from stem cells. So that way it has already. And Dr. Viva had something to say?
So the second question is, let's say, what there are, let's say, this PARP inhibitor, this PARP gene is playing a role in a single strand DNA damage.
Polyadipyribose polymerase inhibitor is what you are taking.
Olaparib. So question is, would it be not better first to give, let's say, the PARP inhibitor and then induce radiation therapy, so that, the machinery, let's say, repairing machinery is already blocked? First, I'm not a clinician, I'm just thinking as a biologist. I work on cancer stem cell. So
I'm not a clinician either.
Yeah. So let's say we give already, if we block, let's say DNA repairing machine, either by blocking PARP1 or, ATM or, let's say, well-known, let's say, repairing. And then we give the radiation to cells, especially this cancer stem cell or, radiation protective cell. They become more vulnerable, so they cannot anymore repair, let's say. Or is there already such kind of therapy, let's say, PARP inhibitor plus radiation?
Yes, it's done. But what you need to appreciate is, in terms of the time regimen or the temporal sequence on the time gap, if you give PARP inhibitors much earlier and then come back and give the radiation, the cells would recover from PARP inhibitors. It's not that the PARP inhibitors would shut all the process that where the polyadipyribose polymerase comes into. Number one. Number two, PARP kicks in when you have breaks in the DNA, nicks in the DNA, breaks in the DNA. And therefore, if your PARP inhibitor is non-existent at the time when the polymerase kicks in, you wouldn't really benefit.
No, sir, I'm still thinking to give only 24, like 14 hours before the radiation, so that they are already inside the cell, not like, not giving much care, but just 10 hours or 12 hours. Okay, morning you give the PARP inhibitor, evening you give the radiation.
Right. Like yeah. About the exact timing, the regimen between the administration of PARP inhibitor and radiation, I probably offhand I wouldn't know, but it's reasonable to design that you benefit from the PARP inhibitors when actually PARP is activated, which happens following the causation of DNA nicks and the breaks.
Sorry, so the last question is about.
Sure, no, I have no problem.
Also, question regarding the epigenetic drug. So recently, epigenetic drugs. For example, recently it has been shown if you give the radiation or X-ray, gamma, even the photon radiation within let's say 30 seconds or within let's say 10 minutes, the 5 HMC marks, which is recently discovered, is the epigenetic marks which playing a role in gene regulation goes up, especially in brain. So 5 HMC marks is highly induced. So methylation is lost and 5 HMCs. And it is also shown wherever there is a single strand DNA damage, 5 HMC marks get accumulated and playing a role in repair. So question is, if we block, this, let's say, enzymatic activity of 30 genes or genes which is establishing these 5 HMC marks, so that post radiation they are not able to recruit even the machinery itself, whether it's a PAP or ATM or other factor, because they act as a sensor. Do you see, because there is also a paper recently where people just give one-time radiation and they look for, let's say, change in epigenome, and they saw even after 3 months there are some changes which is still there after photon radiation, especially in brain cells, glial cells, other cells. So I was wondering if we somehow block these 5 HMC marks, so so that the radiation, when we give the radiation, somehow this cancer cell or any cell, disease cell, they are not able to recruit at all, let's say repairing machine. So that will induce more DNA damage and maybe cell go. This is just, a hypothetical question, but in biology, for me, I don't know what do you.
No, phenomenologically and biologically, this looks certainly exciting. Practicality, one has to probably, since all this, as of now, I'm talking about pharmacological interventions are systemically administered. We need to keep in mind most of these interventional agents, alkylating agents and the inhibitors, then they're given. The matter of concern would be the GI tract and the hematopoietic system. We need to look at that. And if the location of the tumor and therefore focal irradiation is such that you probably will include very minimal, even if the tumor is in some place, mind you, some amount of hematopoietic damage always takes place no matter where the tumor is located. Okay. Now, if you can avoid and gain advantage from the underlying biology, there is no reason as to why they should not be investigated.
We just did, last year we did, one experiment we published in a journal called Nature, Nature Leukemia as a leukemia, where what we did, we took this TALL cell, it's called T cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia, and we did the radiation doses, and we checked immediately after 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and half an hour expression of these TET genes and 5 HMC marks, and we saw that there is a gene called TET1, which immediately goes up when you give this radiation and accumulate this 5 HMC. So if you block this TET1 activity, so you need 10 times less radiation dose to kill the cell. So that's what we also published, just recently. So TLL should be also showed in a PDX, patient-derived xenograft model. So if you block the enzymatic activities, only in NSG mice experiment, that this TLL cell, they become highly vulnerable if you block the activity. Just to add, sir, one thing, we also use your 2DG, drug. So I work on acute myeloid leukemia, and there is again this can be used, this 2DG block glycolysis, and maybe this cell, leukemic cell, they become highly vulnerable for chemo and for other drugs. So what was really interesting, there was a reviewer question, maybe it also blocked normal stem cell function because they are also required energy. So what we did, we took, from the cord blood, human cord blood, we sorted CD34 stem cell, and we treated with 2DG. And we did all in vitro experiment, like not only cell proliferation, also differentiation in a lymphoid lineage, myeloid lineage. And we were really surprised. We thought it will be highly toxic, but it was not toxic, to be honest. So the normal hematopoietic stem cell, when you block for 48 hours, with the 2DG, so they were able to grow, able to form the colony. In contrast, when we did a similar experiment with the cancer, cell lines, AML cell line or in the patient sample. So 2DG, they do give, the block cell growth and proliferation, but not really a lot. But when we introduced with STAT5 inhibitor, so we thought let's block oncogenic pathway and energetic pathway. And then the IC50 value drops like 54. So it was, we published this also recently in Wikimedia paper, where we showed that we need to have a dual shot. One time block the energy by using like this correct DG, or and then maybe block self-renewal pathway or oncogenic pathway. So that, I want to just add. So I thought maybe, yeah.
No, that sounds very exciting and interesting. I might probably want to add that you might want to get in touch with Dr. Anand, my colleague back in Mass. They have interest in looking at the reprogramming of metabolism in the leukemic cells as well. Particularly, he focuses both on the glycolysis and equally on the OXPHOS, the mitochondria-related metabolism. So, because more aggressive phenotypes are actually the ones which have both OXPHOS as well as glycolysis, rather than only glycolysis. He has interest in reprogramming of metabolism and response to radiation, with application both in therapy as well as countermeasures. I think it may be a good idea for him to interact with him more. Contemporarily, I think he is probably more vibrant looking at these than myself.
I think it's really, we also showed that, all this glycolytic gene, like, HK1, ENO1, ENO2, they are also regulated by the static genes. It's very interesting. So when you give the radiation, the cell wants to survive. So TAT3 goes up, they establish this 5-HMC marks on the promoter of, this glycolytic genes, and as well as, this PARP and all. So if you remove, if you stop the cell, if you knock down TAT3, for example, all the glycolytic genes goes down, glycolysis, but oxidative phosphorylation goes up.
Right.
Because they're trying to survive.
True,
so they are first who showed that actually these genes are represented in everything. So we did genome-wide 5-HMC, distribution. So it was really interesting. So it will be in future maybe interesting to look radiation, glycolysis, and also thinking about the targeted therapy.
Yeah, as you will appreciate, NAD is important both in the sustenance of glycolysis as much as it is required for the poly-ADP ribosylation. Therefore, one has to factor all this in designing use of pharmacological interventions.
So there is last question. Maybe Dr. Pratik, you want to read it, or?
V. Dharman, he is asking, what is the threshold dose for acute and chronic exposure? I mean, is there any dose which define acute exposure and chronic exposure, sir?
Acute exposure, acute exposure is, and chronic exposure is not the dose. It is the exposure per unit time. Acute exposure is that exposure which is delivered in a matter of few minutes. Is the dose rate which is important. Chronic exposure, the same dose can be received over a period of several hours or even days together. The acute exposure and chronic exposure differ not from the dose threshold.
It is by dose rate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a very live interaction. I will say I am really thankful to all the participants as well as the discussion. I was very much enlightened with even Dr. Vijay Rawat discussion, what he did. It is a really eye-opening for me. And since I have interest in radiology as well. With this, I hand over, and we will be keep interacting with Dr. B.S. Dwarkanath further also in the course of whole this event. And with this, thanks. I hand over mic to the organizer.
Thank you, sir. We are highly thankful to Professor Pratik Kumar and Dr. Rawat for chairing the session. Let us now move towards the lunch break, and we will join back at 2 p.m. We have many more exciting talks ahead of this break, so let's stick to the time. Thank you.
I have a just a small announcement that the next session will be chaired by Professor S.D. Sharma and Professor R.K. Tyagi. Dr. Harisharan Mishra has shown his incapability to chair it. So S.D. Sharma and Professor R.K. Tyagi will be chairing the next session. And I have a request to all the say chairs or maybe all. I know that I'm demanding too much time from you. So if at the tutorial session, Professor Rawat and Professor Pratik can come back for some half an hour or something. So it will be really nice for us. So we'll be back at 2. Thank you very much.
So we leave the meeting and come back and join later, right?
Yeah, as you wish. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. प्रज्ञा.
Yes, ma'am.
वो डॉक्टर SD शर्मा आ गए, वो चेयर हैं, उनको अंदर कर, और ये हटा दो.
क्या चीज?
ये जो तुम शेयर करी स्लाइड्स, और प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर महालिंगम भी हैं यहाँ.
मैम, पर अभी जो सेशन है वो प्रोफेसर हरिशरण मिश्र और सुनील दत्त शर्मा सर चेयर करेंगे.
नहीं, हरिशरण मिश्रा नहीं है, मैंने बताया तो. प्रोफेसर राकेश त्यागी और डॉक्टर SD शर्मा, ये 2 लोग हैं.
हाँ, ठीक है मैम.
डॉक्टर SD शर्मा, डॉक्टर राकेश त्यागी.
ठीक है.
वेलकम डॉक्टर शर्मा. प्रोफेसर SD शर्मा.
Hello everyone. Let us move forward to our second session. May I
2
now?
मिनट अभी रुक जाओ, अभी थोड़े से लोग और ज्वाइन करें. Good morning, good afternoon, Dr. Sharma. You are muted. Sir, you are muted. Okay. Hi. Yeah.
Now I got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just rushed back home. Yes.
Yes. Sorry for the confusion and.
No. Thank you. Thank you very much for reminding.
We have another. Your co-chairman is Dr. Tyagi, Rakesh Tyagi. He is a professor in molecular medicine. So he was a little bit worried that I'm not a radiation man. And we have a speaker with us, Dr. Rajshekhar Mahalingam. Hello, hello, Dr. Mahalingam. You are muted, sir.
I hope you have to unmute him. Probably, unless we are.
No. We have no. No. We have not muted anybody. Ask Pragya. Ask इनको पूछो.
Yeah. I was good afternoon to everybody. Thanks very much for giving me this opportunity. I was actually muted by the host. Now it is okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you can start.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for a few more people.
Please.
Some more students to join, and then we will start.
Yeah. We somehow we happen to be colleagues at the Gujarat Cancer Research Institute, Dr. SD Sharma and myself. So it happened so.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Sharma, you can also inform us about you are a chair of such a big society, so you can also inform students about that.
Yes. Actually, I have passed on the brochure poster to my secretary to upload it at our website, madam. So most likely, I hope it would have come today. I could not see, or it may come by today evening.
Hello, am I here?
Yes, madam. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Madam, are you able to hear me? Yeah. Okay, fine. Actually, I have forwarded the poster to the webmaster day before yesterday, and I hope it might have been uploaded at our website, or maybe it will be done. I will just check with him.
Yeah. Or maybe Pragya, you can start now.
All right. So let us now move forward to our second session. May I now invite Dr. Sunil Dutt Sharma, Senior Scientist and Head, Medical Physics Section, Radiological Physics and Advisory Division, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, and Professor Rakesh Kumar Tyagi, Special Center for Molecular Medicine, JNU, to chair the session. Professor Sunil Dutt Sharma has his research interest in development of radiotherapy equipment, dosimetry in radiotherapy, and radiation safety. Professor Rakesh Kumar Tyagi has his research interest in nuclear receptors in health and disease. I request honorable chairpersons to chair the session.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. So, Tyagi Sahab, I hope it is a good opportunity for me to interact with you.
Sure,
and now onwards, we will be knowing each other and we will have some occasion to meet and discuss science. And hope we will have some collaboration and cooperation in this direction. So just I will take this opportunity to introduce Mr. M. Rajsekhar. He is my colleague. We were working together in GCR almost 30 years back for 2 years, about 2 years. So one way he is my almost family member. We never used to say Rajsekhar is somebody else and SD Sharma is somebody different. We were staying in adjacent government quarters as well. So my wives as well as husbands were very good friends. So this is a good introduction for Dr. M. Rajsekhar. And on a scientific front, he is a very intelligent person. He was taking leading role in clinical aspects of radiotherapy. He was also involved in teaching of MD radiation oncology professionals. And after that, he moved to industry. So he was working with Electra Medical Systems for many years. And I hope he has moved around the country and in many Asian countries also. And almost everybody knows Rajsekhar in person. So this is a big introduction for him. And rather than taking his time, I will pass on to Dr. Tyagi Sahab if he would like to speak few sentences, and then we will move to Dr. Rajsekhar for his lecture.
Well, it's my pleasure to invite everybody to session 2, and this is the lecture 2 also in the session 2, and I think it will be followed by tutorial later on. So we have a good time to chair the sessions. And as far as introduction is concerned for the speaker, Dr. Rajsekhar Mahalingam, I think you have already said enough, but if you want to add few sentences, I can add from his that I have, that he has been a medical physics consultant and formerly a medical physicist at Gujarat Cancer Research Institute in Ahmedabad. And he is also assistant director at EMSPL in Gurugram, Haryana. So now he is much closer. And he has been an expert in medical physics, having 35 years of experience in the field of cancer care institutes. And I mean, a long experience he has, and having over 3 decades of experience for AERB layout approvals, and worked on hundreds of radiotherapy projects that includes construction, supervisions to commissioning. So I mean, very apt experience, good experience he has for today's GIAN conference. So I request him to please deliver his talk, and he will be talking on several aspects, and those aspects I leave it to him to follow. And with this, I invite him to the platform. Please, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm trying to share my slides. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, yes, there.
Okay.
So if you can go to the slideshow, then maybe it's yeah.
Yeah, now.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. This is one of the very important milestone for me to associate with university like JNU, which is internationally famous. And thank you very much for Dr. Vibha, Dr. and Professor Dr. G.K. Rath for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much for Dr. Tyagi, Dr. S.T. Sharma for giving me introduction, and also the all important people from the university, as well as the participants in this conference. this course actually. Yeah, basically I am a medical physicist by education, and we of course happen to work together, and this was a real good surprise for me that Dr. Ashish Sharma was also chairing this session. So my topic is ionization and non-ionizing radiation. So see, basically we are application physicists or clinical medical physicists. So we try to express based on what is important from application point of view, and we try to make all of you understand how to look at radiation, especially electromagnetic radiation. So this, everybody must be knowing about this electromagnetic spectrum. Cosmic rays is the highest energy rays which we are able to detect. See, you need to understand cosmic ray, which is coming from millions of kilometers away from stars. So understand the kind of energy which it contains to reach our Earth. So that is the highest energy one can measure in the Earth, and remaining all are like gamma rays, X-rays. We produce ourselves or is available in naturally available sources. Gamma rays are naturally available, X-rays are produced. Ultraviolet. So these are, if you see here, visible infrared, ultraviolet is a visible radiation basically. And electromagnetic radar signals, FM, TV signals, short waves, these are all used in our daily life. Without if you take this away, you will not be able to survive today, because the mobile phone, TV, everything uses this for their modulation, and they transmit all these, bring to your home through these waves. And of course, the lowest, this is power transmissions. Here, the important thing to note is, I will repeat this slide. All this radiation travel, electromagnetic travel with the speed of 3 lakh kilometers per second. So within a second, it reaches 3 lakh kilometers. So if you see here in the spectrum, if you go to the right end, these X-rays are in 10 power 20 frequency, that is 1 followed by 20 zeros. So that many zeros, that is the kind of frequency. So that many times in 1 second, it repeats the wave. But if you see to the wavelength, it is 10 power 12. That is, see, 10 power minus 2 meters is like 1 mm, 1 centimeter. So if you think about 10 power minus 3 meters, that is 1 mm. Now minus 12, you imagine the kind of size. It's too below, even your microscope cannot detect that. So if you see, but if you multiply 10 power 20, multiply by 10 power 12, it gives it 10 power 8. If you see to the across the spectrum, the frequency multiplied by, even for example, the lowest frequency 10 power 2 meters is like 100 meters, but 100 frequencies at 100 times in a second. But if you see to the wavelength, it is 10 power 6 meters. So 10 power 6 meters is 10 million. So that long waves, if you have a window, small window, elephant can go inside? Cannot. Same way, these wave, the high wavelength electromagnetic waves cannot enter into a body system that easily. So that doesn't have that much of harming effect. But on the other side of the spectrum, it can give a lot of harm. If you see to the low frequency area, it has non-thermal. It doesn't even give thermal impact or heat effect. But non-ionizing with the AM FM radio, we are able to get thermal effect or heat effect, highly induced currents and heating that can happen. For example, we use microwave ovens that gives you heat. So this kind of at least this wavelength is small, so it is able to produce heat waves when you are providing in a high quantity. Then if you see to the other side, that the visible radiation, it has both visible, which is 40 to 758 nanometers, that is a visible light, but you have followed by infrared and ultraviolet. But ultraviolet radiations are little harmful because it is little on the lower side. But luckily, it is prevented by the ozone layer on the Earth's atmosphere. So that way we are protected by cosmic rays as well as ultraviolet rays. They are prevented by this thing. Coming to definition of non-ionizing radiation. So you understand the electromagnetic spectrum fully. It is the wavelength are in kilometers, even beyond kilometers, and on the other side you have a nano or even much smaller. So that is the reason why we need to fear about the radiation, ionizing radiation, which can enter into your system. It is very, very small, and anywhere you get ionizing radiation can enter your body. Coming to non-ionizing radiation, non-ionizing radiation refers to electromagnetic radiation which are not energetic enough to cause ionization in the matter. So it can provide only excitation. So this is not to be feared that much, but in high quantity, it can provide some effects. So, for example, if you go on into the open sunlight in the midday, you can see that your body itself is not accepting that. So you understand the effect of this radiation, even though it is said to be harmless, but you cannot go for a high amount of radiation exposure. Non-ionizing radiation is divided into optical radiation, electromagnetic radiation, optical, ultraviolet, visible, and infrared, which we have seen in this thing. So my intention about this concept is just to clarify that what way this spectrum is going to be affecting us. So that is the important thing we are going to do here. And we are not going to go dive deep into this as like theoretical physics. We are going to do in the application direction. So electromagnetic waves, very high and low frequency radio waves. So all this spectrum, entire microwave and radio frequency waves are used for in routine life, like all our cell phones, etc., etc. Sources for non-ionizing radiation: natural origin, sunlight, lightning, discharge, etc. Man-made, wireless, industrial, scientific, and medical applications. Use of non-ionizing radiation: microwaves, telecommunication, microwave ovens, radars, satellites, communication, mobile phone, microwave ovens, TV transmitters, LINAC acceleration. So LINAC acceleration, even though LINAC produces radiation, ionizing radiations like X-rays, but for the acceleration of the electrons to produce X-rays, we use microwaves. So that in the next slide, I will little bit explain about that. Coming to RF, radio communication, visual TV units, TV set receptors. See, when you go for high amount of RF, then it is used for transmission. When it is low, for example, in your TV set receptors, we use RF receptors. So that is a small quantity of RF. extremely low frequency electric magnetic fields around that surround electric machinery. Any electric machinery is going to have some extremely low frequency electromagnetic radiation. Home appliances, electric wiring, high voltage electrical transmission lines and transformers. So if you see to this, you have all the appliances around you have some kind of low frequency electromagnetic radiation, but it is not going to be harmful. So we without any problem, we are using that. Coming to medical use, it is in case of hypothermia, therapeutic and surgical diathermy and magnetic resonance imaging. Here and all, we are using non-ionizing radiations. So, for example, hypothermia, when I was studying at Adyar Cancer Institute, Anna University, with Anna University, we used to work on hypothermia machine for treatment of cancer. So it is not a treatment machine. It increases the heat of the tissue, especially tumor, and that after the heating to 44 degree, the killing effect was extremely good. So that helps treating cancer using radiation therapy. So that also is one of the medical use. Sorry. Coming to the linear accelerator, where microwaves are used to accelerate the electrons to the speed of 0.9 times the speed of light. Since the electrons have some mass, it cannot reach the speed of light or electromagnetic waves. What we do is we use 3 or 5 megawatt power microwaves. That microwaves, this power depends on whether it is a low energy or high energy. Low energy, we say it is 6 MV or 15 MV, and high energy, 6 or 10 MV. High energy is 15 MV and above. So the above means the LINAC so far we used for up to 25 MV, but for clinical applications, 15 MV is said to be the maximum required. So beyond that, it is for research. Here, what we do is, if you see to this picture, this is a RF wave producing system, which carries in a vacuum tube or waveguide, carry the RF and goes into the accelerating waveguide, what we see here. In the accelerating waveguide, there is a electron gun. The electron gun by filament heating provides electrons, and with this thing voltage difference, it is accelerated and pushed into the waveguide. And at the same time, the RF waves are also pumped into this, and we make the RF waves to carry the electron bunches in its mode of the RF waves, and within that vacuum tube called waveguides, it is accelerated to a very high speed, say 0.9 times the speed of light. After the acceleration is over, we use a bending system. I have some picture on the end of this presentation also to show how the bending system works, and then how you turn towards the transparent target. In high energy, we use transparent targets. In low energy, we use reflecting targets for getting radiation towards the patient or towards the floor of the LINAC, if you see in this position. But this is a rotating linear accelerator. So this is the use of non-ionizing. So non-ionizing radiations are used to get radiation using the acceleration principles of electromagnetic waves. Ionizing radiation is capable of producing ions when interacting with matter. In other words, enough energy to remove an electron, outer or inner, depending on the energy of interaction. interaction from an atom. Sources X-rays, radioactive material, isotopes that produce alpha, beta, gamma, cosmic rays from sun and outer space. So these are the ionizing radiation which we see in regular life. Source of radiation, if it in case of isotopes, natural and inner in nuclear reactor or accelerator, it can be produced. So naturally it is isotopes. Sometimes we are able to produce isotopes in reactors as well. So by even in linear accelerators or in cyclotrons. So natural is naturally available like uranium or radon gas or carbon-14. That kind of isotopes are naturally available isotopes. Radioactive materials or isotopes are unstable and emits energy in order to return to the more stable state. Say alpha beta particles or gamma particles, it emits and comes to stable state. So, the probability of becoming stable quicker or later depends on the half-life. So sometimes some half-lives are in seconds. Some life are like 1,600 years, like in case of uranium. So this kind of radium. So this kind of half-life tells you about how quick a isotope can become a stable atom. So that is important to know. Photons, protons, electrons produced by accelerators emit similar dose rates till the useful life of the equipment. So when you are talking about isotopes, it constantly decays and reduces the dose rate in this process. Whereas when your equipment generated X-rays, protons, electrons, you are able to maintain a constant dose rate. You are able to, until the dismantling of the equipment, you get the same dose rate. That's an advantage in use in radiation therapy. Penetration and hence shielding requirements are very high. This has a high penetration, these isotope emitted radiations. But if it is, so radioactive decay, during decay, isotope gradually becomes unstable to stable. That we have already mentioned that. Neutron-proton ratio is 1 if it is a stable element. For higher or lower, neutron-proton ratio is unstable. So in a proton, in a nucleus of an atom, proton and neutron need to be in the same numbers if it is to be a stable element. Emits alpha, beta or gamma to become stable. That is by emission, it becomes a normal. The given atom emits either alpha, beta, gamma, that becomes a normal stable element. Radium-226 emits alpha and become radon-222 gaseous isotopes. Here, gaseous isotopes are sometimes man-made, sometimes natural, but this man-made, natural isotopes are even coming, are one of the cause for terrestrial radiation. That slide I can show you at the later stage. When cobalt-2759 bombarded with neutron, it becomes cobalt-60 by neutron capture and emits beta and then gamma to become nickel-60. This is a nickel-60 is a normal stable element. So this is how you create cobalt isotopes that is used for in radiation therapy as a teletherapy as well as in brachytherapy. But in brachytherapy, the use of cobalts were superseded by other isotopes like iridium or this thing. Nowadays, but in a lower capacity, cobalt therapy is coming again, but cesium is much better isotope for brachytherapy use. Happens with nuclear changes. This decay or becoming an isotope to non-isotope or non-isotope to isotope, both are happening with the nuclear changes. Coming to X-rays or photons, equipment generated ones, similar to gamma rays. So X-rays are similar to gamma rays. Photons or gamma rays don't have any mass. It's an energy packet. It carries some energy. That's it. There is no mass involved in this. It is generally machine produced when we talk about X-rays. If it is a gamma ray, it is isotope produced. That is the only difference. So production point only shows the difference. Otherwise, characteristically, gamma rays and X-rays are same. Emitted with various energies and wavelengths. So even when you say you use a 6 MeV linear accelerator, the energy, the output energy will have various energy mixture. In case of isotope produced, it will be monochromatic. In case of cobalt, it is 1 million volt gamma rays. Whereas if you specify a LINAC with 1 million volt, it will have, say, 10 kilovolt volt to 1 million volt. It will be, but predominantly 1 million volt will be the specified energy. So that's how X-ray equipment generator X-rays provide. It's a mix of energy beam. Highly penetrating, so extensive shielding required. For example, a linear accelerator with 15 MV need 2.5 meters concrete to protect from the X-ray harmful effects of X-rays. So we use in a radiotherapy facility, we use 2.5 meters concrete at the primary wall to protect the harmful effect of these X-rays. Of course, discovered by Ranjan in 1895. That is, we need to remember those scientists. What happened when a photon interact with human tissue? Any material, for example, absorbed when the energy, photon energy is very less, it can be completely removed from the beam. So it can be completely absorbed, cease to exist. So it delivers whatever energy it carries and stopped by the interacting material, whatever it is. Scattered, change in direction. Sometimes this will be deflected by the electromagnetic waves available in the atom of the particle element which it interacts. So it may be just diverted without, it may lose some energy, but still it will be diverted and keep moving. So no useful information carried here. Source of noise, you can say. Nothing in case photon passes without interaction. Because if you understand the atom, there is a central, thick central neutron, that is central part is nucleus and proton, that is called nucleus of the atom. So that portion is very strong, but it the electron, revolving electron, has a lot of space, atomic space in between. So these photons passes in this atomic space available in between the nucleus and revolving electrons. So that also can happen. This kind of interaction can happen. But coming to more important contributing effects of interactions of photon with matter, that is most useful for health physics. That is photoelectric effect, Compton scattering, and pair protection. Say, photoelectric effect is the predominant interaction mechanism for low energy photons. That is preferably up to 500 keV electron, keV photons. So this is, if you see here, the incoming photon interacts with an atom as a whole, and then photon disappears after giving up all its energy, and an electron, usually the cation. So this photoelectric effect preferably eject the cation, but if the energy is not sufficient, it will remove other shells, but the K shells are the closest to the nucleus of the atom. This thing, extra energy of the incident is used as the kinetic energy, the speed of the exiting photon. So the characteristic electron binding energy is used to exit the electron from the atom, and whatever energy left, it is spent as the kinetic energy, and with the rest of the energy, the electrons will be removed and will go out of the atom. So electrons in high energy shells cascade down to fill the energy void in the inner shell. So when K shells are removed, this picture is not seen very clearly. See, when the K shells are removed, what happens is there is a upper level L and M, KLM, NOP, like that. The shells are named like this. The closest to the nucleus is K shells. If the K shell electron is removed, the electron from the L cell come and fill the K cell, and in the space available at L, once again the M cell electron come down and this thing. In these both transactions, the energy difference between K and L and M are given as a characteristic X-rays. So there will be two additional. So there will be two characteristic X-rays also coming out of this interaction. Photoelectric effect is inversely proportional to energy of the interaction. So if the energy is more, there is a less opportunity for the interaction, because the speed may not be this thing, so it can go without an interaction. But probability, as the energy goes up and up, the probability of photoelectric interaction, but it may have a different interaction. So that may be reduced as the energy goes up. But at the same time, when it is the Z of the material, the atomic number of the material is higher, it is proportional to the cube of the atomic number of the material, the photoelectric effect happens. So when the atomic materials Z atomic number is higher, the more chance of interaction using photoelectric effect is going to happen. So there is one important thing which is in application to diagnostic based on this characteristics of the photoelectric this thing. Photoelectric effect forms the basis of diagnostic radiology, and it is predominant in kilo electron volt range, proportional to cube of Z, that is the atomic number. So that more the density of the interacting material, more the differential absorption happens. So in a body, bone has a high density and soft tissue has the low density. So if you see to an X-ray, everybody might have seen the X-ray. In the, especially the chest, you might have seen the rib cage seen in white. So there, the photoelectric interaction, photoelectric range X-rays are absorbed by the high density bone. So doesn't allow to pass through. So that part, it is not exposed on the film. So film will have a white. So there is no radiation interaction or less compared to the tissue. So you see that as a white bone. And in the soft tissue area, there will be a lot of less interaction. So that much of radiation goes into the film, and once the radiation falls on a film, it becomes black. So black tissue will be seen as a black. So these contrasts are very important for diagnostic radiology. So if this differentiation between the interaction is not there, we may not have a CT scan or X-ray machine in using the radiation. So This is very important for us to have a diagnostic imaging. This is a basic principle of diagnostic radiology, especially CT, X-rays. These are the areas where we are using photoelectric kV energy for this thing. But there also, as the body thickness, we may use little higher kV, say 100 for chest X-rays, maybe 30 for limbs, 30 kV, like that. So that variation we apply during the application in X-ray machines or CT machines. So that is coming to the next form of interaction is Compton scattering. Compton scattering predominantly happens between 500 kV and 1 million electron volt. Photon interacts with outer orbit here. If you see to the photoelectric, it was interacting with the innermost shell of the atom. It is interacting. So that is a difference here. So photon is scattered after transferring energy to the electron, which is ejected from the atom. So these electrons are rejected from the atom, but once the incident energy, angle of incident energy, depending on the angle of energy, incident energy, the electron will be exiting in a direction based on the hit direction, and electron will travel in a different direction, and the energy left over in the photon will be traveling in a different direction. So this is important, but here there is no relation with there is no relation with Z. Whether it is bone or soft tissue, it absorbs the same quantity of radiation. So here, this is also one of the very important parameter for treatment of cancer using radiation therapy. Because if there is a tumor, bone tumor, with some soft tissue involvement. Of course, tumor also have a soft tissue in nature. So there, if photoelectric effect is used, the tumor will not be irradiated properly, uniformly. Whereas we need radiation, uniform radiation in the entire tumor volume. So in this case, Compton scattering helps in treating the tumor uniformly over the full volume of the tumor. So this is also helpful. If the Compton effect is not there, we may not be able to treat using radiation, treat cancer using the radiation. So that is also naturally helping us to devise radiotherapy equipments for cancer treatment. Then pair protection. Pair protections, see if you see the photoelectric effect, it happens in the outermost cell. If it is Compton effect, it happens at the outermost shell of the interacting atom. When you see to the pair protection, it happens at the atomic close vicinity at the nucleus. So when you have high energy, for pair protection to happen, the minimum energy, mass energy of the electron has to twice the mass energy of the electron need to be applied to the interacting atom. So minimum of 0.511 MeV plus for electron and 0.511 MeV for photon. That is 1.022 MeV energy is minimum required to make a pair protection in the interacting atom. And this happens at the the very close vicinity of the nucleus. Here, after the interacting photon hit, it produces one electron, minus electron, one positron, or plus electron, you can say. Positron is the name for that. And in electron has a longer life. The positron has very, very limited, very fraction of second it disappears. So this positron interact with a stationary electron, and in that hit, there is an annihilation radiation evolves. This process is called pair production. In this case, electron, positron and electron minus electron both travel in opposite direction. See, if it is 1.022 MeV, the energy required to make the pair production is 1.022. So that may not be sufficient kinetic energy to take that electron and photon away from the place where annihilation happens. But whatever extra, if we say you hit with a 1.5 MeV, the extra energy is shared between both of them, and they use that additional energy as a kinetic energy and travel at the available energy speed. So that is going to happen in pair production. So coming to the, given if you're using a mix, as I said, in a LINAC beam, there is a mix of less than 100 kilo electron volt, and if it is 6 MeV, maximum energy will be 6 million volt, or average energy is 6 million volt. So if in that case, what kind of interaction when you are using a mixed beam to interact in a interacting atom? Here, if you see the photoelectric on the energy side, less than 0.01 MeV, 10% of Compton effect is expected to happen. But if you see rest 90% is photoelectric. But as the energy goes, see at this point, it may be 30% Compton and 70% photoelectric. If you see here, if it is this level, it may be 70% Compton, and same way, as the energy goes beyond that pair production energy level, 1.022 MeV, pair production just starts here. When you go down, little increase, and if you see here, the pair production is predominant here, and pair production is only in this place. Pair production is maximum, that is around 30% Compton, and rest all pair production. If you go still low at this level, when 100 million volt is applied, you can see pair production is just 5%. Sorry, Compton is just 5%. Rest all is pair production interaction. So this is how the interaction happens when you are using a radiation. So now we talk about radiation sources. Radiation sources are whether you, even Ice Age people might have gone through the radiation exposure, because there are background radiations which were there long back, might have been much more. Today it has, those isotopes might have decayed by multiple times depending on the half-life of the isotopes. So this part, background radiation, is naturally available radiation. Even in this, you see 37% background radiation is caused by radon or thoron. So even when you are sitting in a home or in your office, there is radon emission, thoron emission under your home, and it is evaporated and crosses you, and you may inhale some of those radon gas into your system. But even this 37% of the background radiation, if you see here, radon gas is 2.28 millisievert radiation only. So you are safe even with 37% background radiation, that is radon gas. So 20 millisievert is the annual permissible limit. So it is only approximately 10% of what you can have for a safe radiation limit. So that way, if you see to all the background radiation, you are safe. The low dose radiations, what we are talking about. So you don't need to worry. But even though you hear about in Kerala, in one place, the background radiation is very high, almost 5 times more than what we in rest of India has. But even there, people are safe. So that is the important thing you need to know, note about this background radiation or low dose radiation, which is good enough for our this thing. It doesn't affect living conditions. But when you come to the other side, medical use, here you need to be, need to be controlled by us. This, because we are, for radiation safety, we talk about ALARA, as low as reasonably achievable. Here you have the control. Unless absolutely it is required, you should not undergo any of this process to get a radiation dose, this thing. Unless absolutely required or advised by a doctor, you should not go for any of this. This is not mentioning of radiotherapy, but radiotherapy also, unless it is not recommended by a doctor, you should not go for this thing. This is the one area we can limit this thing. So these are the sources of radiation in nature as well as man-made radiation sources. So radon gas, cosmic rays, you cannot stop cosmic, you cannot stop radon gas, you cannot stop radiation coming through your food, because even it is in less quantity, it is not harmful, you don't need to worry. But one advantage of these food intake, say for example, carbon coming through this thing is useful for carbon dating. So it may be an advantage for getting, consuming some quantity of radiation, which helps in future studies. So after death of anybody, maybe after even 2000 years, you can be able to study about that life. Then medical tests. This is medical tests also form some kind of background radiation. It increases background radiation in that surrounding. May not affect, say, some diagnosis setup is there 1 kilometer away, may not have a big impact on background around, but immediate vicinity it can impact. Talking about the radon gas, see, it comes out of the processes under the earth. There are a lot of naturally available thorium or uranium, which converts to radon, and radon is, since it's gas, it comes through the gap of the available in the earth system and reaches you wherever you are. You make your house in anywhere, any point of the world, it reaches you. So these are unavoidable, but you don't need to worry about that because it doesn't harm the way we think. But you should not go to a high radiation zone on your own. So ALARA principle should be applied. Coming again, like 4.5 billion years back, the uranium came in as part of the earth scatter. The solar system, the Big Bang theory occurred 4.5 billion years. That's what scientists say. During that big blast, the centrally very high, means the density of the before the Big Bang, people say it was a small ball with a high density, which we are not able to even know. See, for example, the periodic table, you see something close to 240 atomic number, not beyond that. But that prior to Big Bang, that atomic number may be 1 lakh or 2 lakh. We don't know. Nobody knows about that. But that density it was. So with the one blast, it was thrown. All matter was broken like a bomb blast, and it went on to scatter throughout the globe or universe. And then in the earth, that part of the earth, there was some uranium also coming along with that 4.5 billion years back. And there, the 1,600 years of life ones, uranium were also there, which in turn provides the radium, and then that is short-lived isotopes that gives rise to radon gas. So this way, radon gas has to be there everywhere. So we don't need to worry about those radiation, but these are all the source of radiation. And again, when you will be astonished to see this, when you fly at 15 kilometer, you get to a dose of 10 microsievert per hour. But 10 microsievert per hour, you average over a year. If you take a 10 flight in a year, still you are safe. But for that reason, we cannot avoid flying. But generally, we fly at 10 kilometer range or less than that. So 34,000 feet bolte na. So that way 10 kilometers is the range of normal flights. So there we have 5 microsievert per hour, 1 millisievert at the Himalayan top. So these, when the altitude is higher and higher, the higher is the radiation. So maybe due to the cosmic radiation. So man-made radiation, radioactive sources are sometimes man-made and some are natural. Electric generators creating ionizing radiation like linear accelerator, proton therapy accelerators, beta-trons, cyclotrons, all those things are accelerators generating radiation energies. Activities using nuclear energy, for example, nuclear weapons are also produced man-made, and nuclear reactors. So nuclear reactors produce even isotopes. So that is also a man-made source of radiation. Then sealed and unsealed form of radiation, gamma-graphy, iridium-192 and cobalt-60 sources are used for gamma-graphy. You can take a picture. Neutron-graphy, californium-252, beta-graphy. Chemical and biological radiation treatment, gamma radiation sources, cobalt-60 and cesium-137. So these are used for treatment. So luckily, happen to use cobalt-60, cesium, even radon we could see, radium, of course, which emits radon, and that punctures after a long use. Radiant tubes were punctured by the buildup of radon gas, and that happened to give a lot of radiation emissions. So that way, radium tubes were outdated by regulatory people world over. So radium tubes are not used anymore for radiation therapy because luckily we were part of a team, radiation safety team, who disposed radium needles and tubes with the help of BARC. We contained it and transported to AERB and decommissioned that radiation needle from use. Unsealed radiation use, the biological radio markers were gradually not in use, and non-radio markers are being used now. Medical imaging, nuclear medicine department use radiopharmaceutical. For example, gamma camera uses technetium molybdenum-90 using a cow process gives you technetium that is injected into the body to scan for the location of cancer tumor in the body. Radiopharmaceuticals like iodine-131 can be injected into the body, and it can be used for a treatment of cancer, thyroid cancer. So these are all radiation use of these things in medical, open radiation, unsealed radiation. Radio diagnosis in RT, etc. For example, radio diagnosis, we use CT scanners, X-ray, various type of X-rays, fluoroscopy, all those things. In radiotherapy, up to 20 million volt, but in India, AIR restrict to 15 million volt energy only maximum. Beyond that, they don't allow to use because they don't feel that that is useful. So in research, the large energies are used. We had been, Dr. Rath and me had a chance to go to CERN laboratory in Europe, Geneva. Is in the border of French. There is an accelerator underground with a 27-kilometer radius. So that we had a chance. That accelerators are used for fundamental research. So that fundamental research use, we use much larger energies. Sometimes tetra million volt, tetra electron volt, something like that. So much higher, gigavolt like that, giga and tetra volt. That kind of high energies are being generated for research purpose. There they use the fusion, and they produce new elements as well there. Coming to understand about what is the low dose radiation, should we fear the natural background radiation? We hear about when we see, listen to this kind of lectures, the source of radiation, there is a radon, there is this. But when all these radiations are averaged to be known as background radiation. And this background radiation, when we compare with chest X-ray, in one chest X-ray, you deliver 0.02 millisievert radiation, which is equivalent to 3 days of background radiation. So chest rays are, single chest X-ray is also not harmful, but you can't say it will not give harm at all. That is, nobody can give in writing. So then pelvic radiation, that background radiation equivalent to 6 months of background radiation gives one pelvic X-ray. IVP 4.6, that is 2.5 years of background radiation equivalent is delivered in one IVP. Barium studies like that. If you see to this table, you will be convinced that these low dose radiations are not to be bothered. You don't need to worry about this, but it is there. It is part of the Earth system where these all natural background radiations are coming, and you cannot avoid it. So you don't need to worry about that. Radiation detectors. So how you detect these? You have a heat source nearby, you know you cannot go beyond certain, say 1 meter or closer than 1 feet, then it will harm you. So but these are all visible things to you. But when your lethal dose of radiation comes from something and you are standing nearby, you will not be able to know that you are getting such a radiation. You will not know that you are getting radiation from something. So that is the danger. The invisible nature of ionizing radiation is the major concern. So that is why everybody need to fear. See, you are sitting somewhere, you don't know where there is a radiation or not. Unless there is some kind of detectors to say that there is a radiation, you are not going to detect radiation by your body or your sense. So that is the most important fearing factor here. So how you detect radiations? So generally gas field detectors, these are the most widely used radiation detectors. Gas field detectors are commonly used. The types are ionization chambers, proportional counters, Geiger-Müller counter, GM tubes. The GM survey meters are most widely used in radiation field areas. But there are some comparison between these, where to use, which can be used more reliable, all those things need to be known also. Major differentiating factor between the different types are the applied voltage across the detector. So in something we are using less minimum voltage just to collect the primary ionization. That is in case of ion chamber. So in ion chamber detectors, we generally use the minimum voltage required. Just sufficient voltage required. So it just collects primary, but it doesn't leave any primary ion radiation also. So all primary events it collects, and that ionization are converted into measurable electrical charges. Detector record directly proportional to the number of ion pairs created. Valuable detectors for survey meters, widely used in laboratories to establish reference standards for calibration. So any radiation calibration means that is the final, like it sets a standard for all the measurements in radiation. So that for that, ionization based measurements are being used. That is for absolute and reference class dosimeters are all uses ionization chambers. Also, it is used in survey also, where high intensity radiations are in use. In generally survey meters means GM survey meters are used generally. But whenever there is high intensity, there is a problem with the GM survey meter. So in that case, when the radiation is going to give you high intensity radiation, you need to use ion chamber based survey meters. Otherwise, you may, for fractions of seconds, you may not detect the radiation, or you may underestimate the radiation. That all can happen. Come to the proportional counter, gas proportional counter. Similar to ion chambers, in interaction, the radiation to create ion pairs. However, they have strong enough voltage that the ions drift towards the detector anode. The voltage increases until they reach a point where the gas amplification effect occurs. So means the original ions created by a reaction of a photon of radiation causes further ionization. So due to the high voltage application, the ionization provides secondary ionization again within the chamber, and that which multiply the strength of the output pulse measured across the detector. So there is the voltage, higher the voltage, the secondary ionization also is being, this is very useful for spectroscopic application. They react differently to different energies. Different type of radiation that they come into contact with. So they can differentiate the type of radiation. Highly sensitive and detect alpha, beta, and discriminates them. So it is a valuable detector for contamination. If there is a multiple contamination monitor, this can be used as a contamination monitor. So that is the advantage. Coming to GM, Geiger-Müller counter operating at much higher voltage than the other detector types. Thus, they can only really function as a simple counting device. This can be used as a counting device where it counts the rates or dose rates. Need to accomplish chemically with the quenching gas such as halogen. This need to have some halogen to avoid ionization avalanche without becoming ionized itself. See, there is a problem with the GM, since there is a very, very high voltage applied, the kind of collection of the ionization, when it goes to peak, there will be a dead time in between. So it may not be able to collect all the occurrences, ionization occurrences. So there will be dead time error in detecting those or counting those ionizations. So therefore, it is not recommended for high intensity radiation survey. Principal scintillation detectors, their will be a scintillation crystal use, like sodium added or zinc sulfide. When radiation falls on these crystals, there is a photoelectric scintillations occurs. Photoscintillation occurs. The photoscintillation are collected and amplified. Photomultiplier amplification happens, and it is being detected. So these are all useful for radiation security applications, able to differentiate between natural and medical sources. So that way, it is very important for security applications. Diode detectors, P-type, N-type diodes used. Electrons from N-type migrate across the junction between two layers to fill the holes in P-type, creating what's called the depletion zone. This depletion zone acts like the detection area of diode chamber. Radiation interacting with atoms inside the depletion zone causes them to reionize and create electronic pulse, which can be measured. So there should be a kind of pulse which can be measured by a device. So these electronic pulse are able to be measured by an electrometer. That way we are able to, and this electron pulse is proportional to the amount of radiation it is delivered to the diodes. So the proportionality is there, therefore it is used. And this can be used in high intensity radiation, electron dosimetry, which is very sensitive, and you need a very small ionization chamber. Micro chambers are used as well as diode chambers, gold diamond detectors, diamond detectors, all are used for small field radiation detection. So major dosimeter useful in medical industry. Ion chamber used for referral and routine absolute dosimetry. Also used for relative dosimetry as well. Diodes also used for relative and micro dosimetry or stereotatic field dosimetry or small field dosimetry. Gas proportional counters are used as for detection of alpha, beta, and used as contamination matter. So these are the detectors. Now coming to the radiation units, quantities and units. See, radiation quantities, you need to see, for example, the distance is measured by centimeter or kilometer or meters. So this kind of something you need to, some units are required to quantify the radiation here. So we call exposure. So for radiation, the exposure, the quantity of electronic charge in coulombs produced by ionization per kilogram of air, either positive or negative, not both, that is called exposure. So coulombs per kg is the unit. 1 Roentgen corresponds to 2.58 into 10 power minus 4 coulombs per kg. It's not a very big unit, very minus 4 coulombs. Well, produced by ionization per kilogram of air. So 1 kilogram of air divided by this thing. So quantity of exposure, quantity of electronic charge. So electronic charge in a kg of air. So that is, you can say simply. Absorbed dose, again, energy imparted to matter in a small volume. The exposure is when you expose using radiation, any subject, any object or subject, the exposure doesn't mean that all the radiation is absorbed into the body or in a matter. Something can go without making any interaction, that we had shown in the previous slides. So the amount of radiation absorbed into the body or a medium is the most important thing when we talk about radiation dose measurements. So this is called absorbed dose. The energy imparted to matter in a small volume. divided by mass of the small volume in kg. So what the previously we said, instead of small volume of the mass, we said small volume, that is kg of air. So air exposure doesn't matter. See, let the air get any amount of radiation, we don't have any problem as long as it doesn't hit you. So the amount of radiation absorbed by the material, that material should not be you or me. So the dose should not be unnecessarily received. But this absorbed dose, even you receive a dose of radiation, but it's not absorbed into the body, that is not going to affect you that much. So the energy imparted to matter in a small volume, that is in joules, divided by the mass of small volume, that is kg. So that is called absorbed dose, and it is measured by Gray. 1 Gray is 1 joule of energy absorbed in 1 kg of matter, 1 joules per kg. So 1 joules per kg, but when you, 1 Gray is 100 rats, that is the old units of absorbed dose is rad. What I wanted to say, the amount of radiation absorbed by a system is more important than the radiation exposure. Now, these are all covered by Dr. Dwarkanath as well. So I'm just repeating. The equivalent dose and effective dose, these are also matters to us, because when we are talking about what kind of radiation you are exposed to and what kind of tissue came under attack or exposed by the radiation, these are all going to be important as well to quantify the amount of damage or amount of radiation going into the system. So equivalent dose is by H, by symbol H, radiation weighted absorbed dose. So radiation type weighted, you can say radiation type of radiation absorbed by the medium. That is more, that is the important thing. So whether it is X-ray or it is gamma ray or beta ray or proton or alpha, this matters. So because all are not going to give the same. Sorry. So
you can continue. You can continue.
Oh, sorry. Okay. That is important here. So you know now the dose multiplied by the weighting factor of radiation type. So radiation type, there is a published value. You don't need to worry about what is the weight. These are published. For example, WR for beta, X and gamma are 1, 5 for protons and 20 for alpha. So 20. So when alpha particle is received by a person, all the radiation is going to be absorbed into this thing, because it's a particle with the 4 atomic atomic number. There's 4 mass number. So that full energy is going to be delivered onto the body, especially in the superficial 1 mm of the this. So it will have an effect on the superficial part of the body. Effective dose. So tissue weighted equivalent dose. So what kind of are in your body, say for example, muscle is getting radiation versus a lung, the effect will not be similar. Dr. Dwarkanath gave very clear-cut information about all these things because he is the expert of this area. But what we need to know is these kind of effective dose on to the tissue weighted equivalent dose. This is called tissue weighted. This is the type of dose observed dose multiplied by radiation weighted dose multiplied by, that is H multiplied by WT, the tissue weighting factor. This is also published, and just to take for a given tissue and multiply with H. So you get the effective dose to the given person or given part of the body. Radiation dosimetry, photons, we take the example of photons here. Linear accelerator used for cancer treatment emits up to 15 MeV or MeV electrons. we say MV for X-rays because it has a mix of all the energies, multiple energies. Whereas electron, we specify with a billion electron volt because it has a monochromatic energy of 15 MeV. So this is how the linear accelerators looks. It's like Dr. Rath has shown you both vendors' machines. I'm showing both one TrueBeam and one Versa, both two major radiotherapy vendors. Now here, one thing you need to understand is the point. See, this radiation, when the radiation machine is made, we try to, when the radiation hit a point, it is expected to radiate all over 360 solid angles. It's not in one circle, in a spherical 360. So all direction it is expected to emit the radiation. Whereas the teletherapy equipment, we try to avoid or shield all the area outside the area of the requirement. So we use beam defining system and shield the top side fully with lead or high Z material and allow it to pass only to a direction towards, say, when it is a gantry is 0, it goes towards the ground, that is 0 degree direction. Here, when you measure at a distance A or B, so the area is divergent in this thing. Where as you go away, since it comes from a point source, the radiation is going to be divergent radiation. So when you go further a higher distance, the radiation intensity reduces by square of the distance. So inversely proportional to the square of the distance. If you can notice here, one of the important thing is at A, position A here, you see the square, which is very small. A square or rectangular is small. When you go away, the square is becoming too big. So if you measure the area, it will be the volume of interaction with the air is going to be multiplied by the square of the distance. So that many air interaction with that much of air, and that's why air also attenuates the radiation. So that way with the distance it reduces, the intensity of radiation reduces. That much I want to tell you for this thing. Coming to the absolute dose dosimetry measurements, I want to bring to your attention that there is a small water phantom. We call this is small water phantom in routine radiation therapy. This is 30 by 30 by 20 centimeter. This is used. There is a hole where we have just now talked about ionization chamber. We have a hole to introduce an ionization chamber here, and there is a square marked here with a crosshair. The radiation beam also has a crosshair, laser hair, crosshair, as well as laser crosses. So we try to match these lines with the laser crosses and crosshair using the light field. And when we set up on a LINAC table, this is used for setting up the phantom to the center of the ionization chamber below, which is placed at 5 centimeter below, using this adapter hole. There is a different 30 by 30 by 30 phantom which can be used to increase or decrease the depth of measurement. The depth of measurement can be measured at Dmax distance. Dmax concept I can show you in the next upcoming slides. This is the electrometer which collects all the coulombs ionization done at the thimble of this ion chamber. At the thimble, this volume is 0.6 cc volume of air is going to be contained in this thimble of the ion chamber. The thimble is made of carbon fiber, graphite chamber we call, and how you set up the phantom is this way. You can see this is some background, it's not able to be seen very clearly, but it is the same water phantom I shown in the previous slide. This phantom is kept in the under the linear accelerator. Its center of the beam comes this thing, and there is a light field with the crosshair that gives a plus at the center. So the plus center of the plus shows the center of the radiation, and also laser is used to align the phantom across the axis of the linear accelerator. So that is also important. So very important to see. And this is a, so when we measure the radiation in a practical measurements, initially we use the voltage as 300 plus voltage, and we take 3 measurements, take average, then change voltage to minus 300 and take 3 measurements, average it out, and also we decrease the voltage down to, this is a polarity variation and there's a voltage variation. So this is going down, and use similar radiation MU delivered to here, and 3 measurements. You can see there is little bit variation between. So once you take an average, it gets corrected for polarity as well as ionization correction. All these things, the readings are getting corrected. And then we use, by taking that measurements, we are ready for the calculation of the radiation dose delivered. And we use the technical report series 398. The formula we use is dose to water at the depth of Z5, Z means depth. Depth of say 5 centimeter in this case, equal to meter reading, the average meter reading at the same depth when you place the ionization chamber at that depth, and multiply by NW. NW is the chamber calibration. Any measuring device need to have a calibration. Even your measuring scale you use in our regular this thing need to be calibrated, but how much they commercially they calibrate, we don't know. But for every measuring device there need to be a reference standard. National reference standard measurement laboratories are there. They give the calibration to the hospitals. This chamber is calibrated at a cobalt-60, not in a linear accelerator, because linear accelerator dose intensities can vary, but cobalt, it can vary due to isotope decay, but it is systematic. Therefore, you are able to find the exact dose in a given date and time of the measurement. So generally it is calibrated in cobalt-60 beams, and the calibration valid for 2 years, and regularly every 2 years, or rather about a month or so before the calibration expires, you need to send for recalibration so that you receive within the expiry of calibration. Now the measuring reading depth, now Kp is the polarity correction factor, polarity effect plus 300 minus 300, that variation, and the average out we have done that. K is ion recombination factor at 100 volt and height 300 volt. So these measurements are done as a combined average. We have taken that. Kp is air density correction. The formula is 273.2 divided by 293 by 2 plus, so 273 plus temperature measured on the day of calibration, date and time of the calibration, in degrees Celsius, and standard pressure 1013.25 divided by pressure measured on date of time of the measurements in hectopascals. So this formula will give you Kp correction, Kq an equivalent quality correction. Yes, we told that the chamber calibrated in cobalt-60. So we need to have a correction of the calibration factor to the quality of the beam of the linear accelerator. If it is 15 MV, that KQ has to be taken. These are all available from tables. So once these are all done, just to multiply, you get absolute dose done for the day. And that dose we assume to have the entire day, it assumed to be same for the entire day. But every day in the morning, first time, we we generally warm up the machine for 5 minutes of continuous radiation. Depending on the machine, sometimes they go to up to 30 minutes of continuous radiation for warm up, depending on your machine stability. Then you do all that calibration every day, so that the dose delivered is reliable as per the calibration feeder into the treatment machine. This relative dosimetry now come, that is absolute dosimetry. So absolute dosimetry tells you about a radiation at a given field size. For absolute dosimetry, we take a field size of 10 by 10 only. Always 10 by 10 is taken as a referral field size, and at the depth of 5 centimeters. So that is the referral dosimetry calibration. So that is called absolute dosimetry. So now you know the dose at one point, but not in the entire body of the patient. But to get the radiation at any given point of the radiation field in a treatment body, treating patient, you need to get multiple parameters collected from the radiation machine, and that is fed into the treatment planning system for calculation, automatic calculation of the radiation at a given point or given entire radiation area. So for that, we use relative dosimetry system. Especially we use a radiation field analyzer. This is a large radiation, 40 by 40 by 50. This is a large radiation field analyzer or water phantom. And the top is open. The radiation chamber is kept on a 3-direction moving system, which is all are motorized and controlled remotely. So you are able to take the chamber under the radiation field at any depth of the measurement, superficial or depth, or you can scan from center of the radiation towards the depth of the radiation at the central axis, or you can measure at the cross beam of the radiation or the other side. So you can do in all the 3 dimensions. You can measure diametrically also. So you take the scan in entire direction of the in the water phantom. They take all the graphs generated by this machine. Say for example, profile at a given depth. Say it is this is say 25 centimeter. This is so this is dose maximum. See, dose maximum is a concept in radiation therapy. When X-rays are delivered, say 15 MV delivered, the depth of maximum is not at the zero or skin of the patient. There, the 15 centimeter delivers maximum dose at 3 centimeter. So 3 centimeters is the 100% dose, and below that it starts attenuating and reducing the radiation. Same way, so we take the cross beam profile in depth of maximum 5 centimeter, 10 centimeter, 20 centimeter, all these places and feed that data into the treatment plan system. Now this system knows in the beam cross area and what depth, how it is, how much is the beam divergence. You can see the orange curve is thinner compared to there is a lateral widening. The 20 centimeter profile is still wider. So that shows the divergence of the beam. So these parameters are taken into the treatment planning system. And once that is fed, and then we are able to give cross beam profile in the same depth, multiple field size. This is a 5 centimeter field, this is a 10 centimeter field, the green one is say 20 centimeter field. So that profile also fed. So it gets all kind of permutation combination data into the treatment planning system. And also on the central axis in this is a beam and this is a, sorry. Saying this is the water phantom here. And along this axis, the chamber is moved. This provides depth dose data as shown in the right top. This is for various field size. You can see the Dmax. No, this is a percentage depth dose for various energies. This is a cobalt thing. You can see the depth dose at only 0.5 centimeter. This is 4 MV at 1 centimeter depth, peak radiation, and stops falling as go in deep into the water depth. So up 25 centimeter, you can see it's almost 4 centimeter away, the peak radiation, and this is called the build-up area. So this complete data is fed into the treatment planning system to calculate the radiation to a given point or volume. Everything can be done using the treatment planning system. So this is how we do the radiation dosimetry for routine calibration or for calibration of machine for quality assurance purpose, and feeding the data into the treatment planning system, which has a algorithm to calculate various permutation combination of radiation beams to be treated using a linear accelerator. So once the treatment planning is generated, it is passed on to the linear accelerator. Linear accelerator automatically set the parameter as the treatment planning system and give you a treatment isodose profile. Once you are happy with the treatment profile, you say you start treatment after setting up the patient as per the set parameters provided by the treatment planning system. So that is how we are using in the routine radiotherapy. That is how radiation dosimetry is used. Now I already touched upon the low dose radiation and its effect when we talked about the source of radiation. See, any radiation dose which is less than the permissible dose levels can be treated as low dose. So at low dose levels, you are comparably safe. We can't say that I get low amount of radiation, I am safe. You cannot say that. It's a permutation combination. It's a radiobiology. I think Sir has already, Dwarna has already given elaborate lecture on that. But I can, as a layman in that area, I can tell you, like, two person having fever. One person with one paracetamol in 1 hour is recovered. Same size person, same weight, same height, same amount of fever. Another person getting same paracetamol, he recovers after 3 years. This is the way we understand radiobiology. There is some biological variation in application of dose. So this is what. So one cannot say I am safe at low dose radiation. Nobody can certify that under low dose radiation you are absolutely safe. That's why we say ALARA, as low as reasonably achievable. You should avoid radiation as much as possible. unless absolutely recommended by a doctor or absolutely required to be there due to your job profile, you are a radiation worker, you need to be there for a lowest possible number of time distance shielding also need to be applied. So less number of time you need to stay around the radiation. Distance also, longest distance you need to be away from the radiation. But if you as a radiation worker, you may have to go close, but you know the loss of radiation. So these are application people know the radiation protection. They are given a specific education. They know how to deal with radiation by time distance shielding and ALARA. ALARA is applicable for anything. If there is a fire also, you apply ALARA. So that is ALARA is any harmful thing. If there is a fight, you also use ALARA principle. If two people are fighting, if there is a fight in Ukraine, you won't go there. That kind of so ALARA is generally used against any dangerous situations. Coming to this, see. What we know is now, these are the studies, this is statistics-driven data. What we know is, from Hiroshima, Nagasaki experiment, this is a war situation, they used atom bomb without knowing what it will happen, do to the people. That gave you a lot of experience, and that helped us in setting up this yearly limit of radiation for minimum radiation for the radiation workers. But this is not applicable for public. Public is 1/10 of this 20 millisievert, which is applicable. So this is all predefined based on this thing. So when you are in the lowest level, you are okay. When the dose received by any individual, whether it is ionizing or non-ionizing, it is defined as low dose if it is received within tolerance limit specified. But for non-ionizing, you have tolerance limit is very, very big. I told about midday sunlight. You cannot stay for long, but you can stay there. So
Dr. Rajshekhar, we are already overshooting the time. I mean, how many slides you have now?
I have, see, I was told by Dr. Vibha Tandon that there is no lecture after that. You can little prolong. I am going to finish in next, I think, 3 or 4 slides. But after that, I have maybe another 30-minute slides talking about LINAC.
Oh, so, I mean...
Sir, yeah, so LINAC, you will be talking today, or you have your second lecture?
Now, yeah, part of the ionization radiation, how these are applied in a practical side, what are the technology variations, that much I want to show. I can show it in 30 minutes, or I can stop it also.
No, so you have your second lecture also, that is
protection on 30th. That is not related to this area.
Yeah.
If you remember correctly, you told that day there is no further lecture, you can continue. That's the reason I kept, but I kept subject to your approval.
Sir, what we can do, that you can finish in another, say, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, this one, and then we can have the tutorial, and because there are questions and there are discussions needed to happen.
No problem.
And then we will see accordingly.
No problem. So 5 minutes, I think I will be able to finish.
Okay, thank you.
I think almost I am approaching the end of this, the title what you have given.
Okay.
Okay. So in case of low dose radiation, people think that non-ionizing radiation is not at all harmful. That is the one area I want to cover here. Otherwise, ALARA dose set annual limits. These are the fundamentals of low dose radiation, and if you follow that, you are safe under low dose radiation. So we talk about non-ionizing radiation, so-called. But in non-ionizing category, UV light also is coming, but even ultraviolet radiation in higher quantity can provide ionization. That is one thing we need to note here. So ultrasonograph effects, ultraviolet effects are, if ozone did not protect, it can give you many problems. Electron transition and more importantly, photoionization can take place. That is one. So it is non-ionizing, or it's more of ionizing now. Depending on the quantity of exposure, prolonged UV exposure can cause skin cancer, aging of skin, sunburns, reddening of skin or erythema, corneal injury, photosensitization with some chemical storage. So this area was widely covered by Dr. Dwarkanath, so I don't want to go too much into that. But benefits of UV light also you need to know, which is like vitamin D from this thing. So this is the general biological effects. So if it is exceeding only, these are going to be effects. So generally you are under low dose radiation, so it is not expected. When you are using this kind of equipments, there only you have you can face this biological effects. Skin erythema, eye photokeratosis, these are covered by Dr. Dwarkanath much. So I can just say about the skin erythema or skin cancer. This is possible with the long-term use of these radiations only. Of course, ionizing radiation effects are very thin, but in spite of that, I'm bringing back this radiation source related slides. I told about that background radiation. Even radon gas and thoron provides only 2.28 millisievert when the annual limits are 20 millisieverts. So you don't need to worry about this load, those radiation. And again, I can repeat this, or already I told about this. It is background radiation very, very low. Low dose radiations are not feared for. Even the chest radiations are all radiations within limit. For a given patient, this is approved for undergoing certain examination, and it doesn't harm you. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajshekhar. I think wonderful talk, lot of information in the talk, and definitely people have benefited. And I see there are some questions here in the chat box. So maybe I'll take one by one and you can respond to them. So the very first one is, maybe you can also see the chat box. What are the detectors in the gamma and X-ray radiations?
Yeah, see, gamma or X-ray radiations, I have already covered. See, generally, ion chamber based are recommended for absolute or referral dose measurements. Okay, gamma or X-rays are characteristically same. Only gamma radiations comes out of an isotope. X-rays are generated from an X-ray machine or a linear accelerators. Okay, so here the detectors are common. So ion chambers are strongly recommended even for survey or absolute dosimetry measurements or referral dose measurements. So largely used, but in specific cases when the field size for a treatment purpose, the field size are very small, we generally go for diode based or diamond detectors, which are small volume detectors, or for especially these two are the other detectors generally used in radiotherapy, which are most prevalent detectors in radiotherapy. I answered in the previous question itself. The most this thing is thimble chambers or ion chambers with gas chamber. It's a gas chamber. Generally, For normal radiation, you use a thimble or a graphite chamber with a volume of 0.6 cc. But 0.1 cc small volume chambers are all used for small this thing. So thimble chambers or iron chambers are the most prevalent detectors for radiotherapy purposes. How do you know if we are irradiating an animal and the dose being given is correct or wrong? See, generally we do all the measurements prior to delivering radiation to a planned radiation. So when you are doing animal radiation or treatment to a patient, we have whatever we have shown in the dosimetry segment. Sorry, we have a regular dosimetry routines. We understand that treatment beam, whether it is a stable beam, sensitivity is correct. So a lot of parameters are being monitored regularly. There are test procedures made to go for us standard operating procedures. So every day you have a standard, whether in a linear accelerator we see whether the flatness or symmetry is proper or not within the set limits, whether the dose, observed dose is within the limits plus minus 1%. Those things are taken into consideration before irradiating the animal or even patients. So animal radiation, if you are using cobalt or something, I don't know what kind of machines you are using, but if you are going for a pre-planned radiation, you need to deliver doses as per the calculation and not just like that. So for calculation, you need to use all the dosimetry devices we just discussed above. Then can equivalent dose be called as the effective dose? What is interventional in fluoroscopy and its significance in respect of biological system? See, interventional fluoroscopy is interventional is when you are on an operation during a procedure. If you are doing that is interventional fluoroscopy. Fluoroscopy gives you the, for example, if you provide a catheter inside, it provides a reasonable idea about where the catheter goes and reaches. And under fluoroscopic guidance, you use these applications so that you reach this thing. But these days, CT guided with the 3-dimensional gives you more accurate direction, and you go to sub-millimeter accuracy in questioning the detectors or guides, any kind of guides. Equivalent dose be called effective dose. Equivalent dose and effective dose, there is a parameter I can show you in the previous slides. Sorry. This is, yeah. Effective dose is a dose due to the type of radiation. If you use alpha type radiation or beta type radiation or protons. So for same amount of radiation, if you using proton and alpha or X-rays, proton will deliver 5 times dose. That is the effective dose. Okay, so there is a multiplication of parameter by 5. If it is alpha particle radiation, same amount of radiation versus X-rays, it can provide 20 times radiation. That is effective dose. Okay, so sorry, equivalent dose. Effective dose is applied to a given tissue. For example, lungs. Lungs is filled with air. Air don't absorb radiation. Air absorbs some radiation compared to tissue, doesn't. So if you see a lung, when a lung is inhaled with air, the alveoli are filled with air. That time radiation absorption is very, very, very less. But when the air is exhaled, there will be more of tissues that time. So that's why for lungs and all, the tissue mating factor is 12, that 12% of that tissue. So if you deliver same amount of dose to tissue and lungs, you may have only 12% radiation going to lungs from the maximum dose rate point of view. Now,
I think there are two questions on mobile also. Probably you missed them.
Yashika can ask herself. Yashika?
Yeah, just
but she has to be unmuted, I think.
She's unmuted.
Audience, please send the question.
Please unmute Yashika, CIS.
Yes, ma'am.
Unmute करो. जब खुद question पूछते हैं तो better होता है देखो.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I wanted to ask about this radiation exposure. So there are multiple brands that also claim that their phones and their electronics release less radiation.
Yeah.
So what difference does it make? Does it actually make any difference? And also I have one more question, like the technicians which are using CT scan machines or X-ray machines, they are chronically exposed to radiation. Although it is less dose, but still it is chronic exposure. So how come their health is not impacted?
Yeah. See, basically, when you talk about mobile radiation, we know that mobile, we use RF microwaves, okay? RF wavelength is 1 kilometer. See, for example, if RF enters into your body, the wavelength, the entering point is 1 kilometer from the exiting wave. One wave to enter your body, it takes 1 kilometer. The tail end is at 1 kilometer, say. So it is not going to penetrate into your body. So that way, mobile radiations are safer. But excess, anything excess is going to be harmful. If you're not using, that's why people are recommending you to use headphones instead of directly keeping in the, because eardrum is having a sensitive inside. So that much you need to take care. Otherwise, mobile phones are absolutely safe to use. If you're talking for hours together using direct phone on your ears, that may have a long-term effect, but not on one call or two call. Okay.
Dr. Rashika, just a connected question with this. There have been, several reports also where the harmful effects have been claimed as far as mobile phones are concerned, including infertility, cancer. So do you think it must be really true, or these are extrapolated concepts?
For example, see, sometimes it is driven by media researchers and everything, popularity driven. But see, a long use of, see, if somebody is repeatedly using, there can be, see, that doesn't mean that, as I told initially, one paracetamol for 2 patients will not have a similar this thing. So there may be some remote possibility of having this thing. So try to avoid. See, Alara is the good safety measure. Even, and try to use headphones instead of directly keeping on your ear, because when when you keep the mobile phone on the ear, some of the RF definitely directly enter into eardrum. Eardrum has a very, very sensitive part inside. So that much you should take care. But otherwise, one in a crore incidents may happen. No probability cannot be predicted like this many people will have, for sure. So that is a very, very volatile kind of thing. Nobody can directly say this is the only reason he got cancer. So it may not be directly tagged to mobile use. But since there is a RF and repeat RF use continuously for 8 hours in a day or something can create some issue for some probable group of people, but not that much directly tied to cancer or anything. There are very many uncertain areas where we can't say this is only due to mobile. A person goes into even cosmic radiation, we say it is safe, but according to one mutation in a cell, one radiation beam goes into a body, provides in 100 crore people, maybe one person get a cosmic radiation interaction and mutation happens in the cell. He can get a cancer. So cosmic radiation is completely, but it is for large majority, 99.9999 people don't have any problem. But we can't say it is not going to affect at all. Don't worry. That nobody is going to certify that. It is a very remote probability that somebody can get some kind of effect from this thing, especially mobile being a RF wave with a long wavelength. That is not going to give you that much unless you are using very close to your eardrum frequently. If you take one call for me, people like me, I use short calls. Maybe 1 minute, I don't prolong call more than 1 minute. Rarely I use for. So that kind of people, some people talk for even small matter, they can talk 1 hour. So that kind of people should use.
I think next question is from Pragya. Pragya, would you like to ask? Open.
Yes, ma'am. I was asking, are the radiation detector badges made of ion chambers?
No, see, personal monitoring section I am going to cover on the radiation protection lecture that day. But generally, TLD readers are used for personal monitoring. Packet dosimeters are used for personal monitoring. Routinely, every radiation worker is supplied with TLD badges, thermoluminescence dosimeters. Without that, you are not allowed to go near any radiation device, whether it is CT scan or X-ray machine or any radiation, even industrial radiography or industrial use radiation. Everywhere, radiation means there will be a personal monitoring badge which measures amount of radiation received by an individual every month. Every month it is dispatched to the measuring agency, radiation measuring agency. They provide a regular report on your what kind of radiation. By chance, one person gets accidental exposure that is detected by the personal monitoring badge, and that person will be given, depending on the kind of overexposure, he will be given 1 year leave by ARB, paid leave, like that. So these personal monitorings are generally done
so
by.
She's asking that, yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
She's asking that, is it made up of ion chambers?
No.
She's asking.
TLD.
Yes, TLD basis, then
Thermoluminescent dosimeters.
Okay, so then on what basis does it work?
See, if the radiation falls on this particular detector, there is a creation of thermoluminescence. Thermal reactions happens. The thermal occurrences are collected by the device, and when this thermal occurrences are packed into the TLD dosimeters, and when it is reheated at a given temperature, it releases the radiation which it received, and that quantification is done by the thermal dosimeter electrometer. So So in that machine, you get the reading of the radiation received by the person.
Okay.
And that is recorded every month on every radiation worker. So every radiation worker across India or even globe, we don't know, but India, all radiation workers, monthly radiation dose on TLD readers are recorded by AERB or its approved agencies.
All right.
I think we have to move on. So I
should
should thank you. Is there any more questions?
Yes, should I talk about the technician in the CTXA?
Vivaji,
Sir, we have to move to the tutorial.
Okay.
And I will request you to be here with us during tutorial.
Yeah, I'm with.
Because I already see. So anyway, first of all, thank you very much for this session and for your lecture. Now I take you along to the tutorial also. So please be there. And there is a panel of 3 people. So along with you, that is Dr. Rajshekhar Mahalingamji. Then we also have Dr. B.S. Dwarkinathji. Is he around?
Yes, I saw.
So, Dr. Dwarkinathji. And then Professor Vibhatanda. So this is the panel of 3 people. And this is a tutorial session, tutorial 1. And it says that it is interactive session for radiation biology basics and ionizing radiation classification, interaction of radiation with biomolecules. So even biologists will have a lot of benefit from here. So with this, I request the panel to actually initiate the exercise unless you have anything to add, because already all the people have been introduced, I guess. But if you need any further introduction, then that can be also.
No, thank you.
I can stop share now.
Yeah,
you can stop sharing. So we can enter the next session, tutorial 1. And so the panel can take up from here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Yeah, Pragya, you want to say something? I think Sarah has already introduced. So fine. So we have to now start the tutorial session. And I just want to make a small announcement for the students that we have, after say maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes of interactive session, we have made 2 videos on the gel electrophoresis and SDS page electrophoresis. And that has been, we have created for this lecture specifically, because later on we will be going to talk about the clonogenicity, micronuclei and formation and other things. So we just wanted to introduce to the younger students with the few very basic techniques. And these techniques we will conduct on 30th and 31st on the practicals also. So maybe after say half an hour, we will move to those presentations. Those are 29 minutes presentation. Presentation means it's video, and 2 students will show you that how these experiments will be done. So they have been especially recorded for this program. So that will be quite beneficial to you, and you can attend that, both of them, SDS page and say horizontal, normal electrophoresis system. So with all these things, now we would like to start the discussion. So I don't see any question here, but maybe I'll start because I had some question earlier also, and I posted it here, and somebody else also posted it here. When Dr. Dwarkanath was speaking. So what I was talking at that time, that what do you mean by radiation pollution? So there are a lot of questions are being done nowadays, and lot of so I really don't understand that when they say that there is a radiation pollution is there. So can we really, I saw that somebody has posted this question earlier also. So what does it mean actually? Can Dr. Dwarkanath, can you please address this?
1 second. Yes, Dr. Uba. Sorry, I missed.
Yeah, so I was just asking a question. I think there was some disturbance because our central AC system was maybe giving some voice, maybe. So what I was saying that there are questions in this chat box morning. But what do you mean by radiation pollution? So, and how does it affect? And so I just wanted to know, what do you, like, radiation pollution means what? What does it mean? There are one radiation pollution, that is the radioactive pollution, radioactivity being spread. And what do you mean by, is there any other thing in terms of the radiation pollution?
Well, about the radioactive pollution, it's actually the pollution through the sewage, or that can lead ultimately, if there are improperly regulated water supply, that can get into your system. That can happen if users of various radionuclides or precursors of radiation. For example, in the labs, we use many of this radioactive material for the work. Similarly, in several industries and other places, people do use radioactive material, and in the hospitals as radio tracers in some of the places. Depending on the half-life of the radioactive material which is used, there are set guidelines. I'm sure Dr. Mahalingam will be able to tell. There are safety guidelines depending upon the nature of the radionuclide, the biology, the chemical material. How long would you store before the radioactivity is almost negligible, number one? And how do you dispose? There are things which have, let's say, 100 and odd years of half-life or 32 years of half-life. You can't just, you have a small quantity, you cannot just let them free, so that anybody comes in contact with has a potential of biological damage. And on the one hand, on the other hand, why are we concerned with if it is so low a level? It's because in the no threshold model of the effects, the stochastic effects, of course, when there is no threshold, any amount of radiation that you receive, no matter whether from internally ingested or external source, you stand a chance of risk from the radiation exposure. So taking all these things into account, how and what are the radionuclides that you are using, how it can be disposed is all well laid out. When this is improperly practiced, improperly regulated or not regulated, then you have a chance of pollution from the use of this. Now, this is insofar as direct coming in contact, either through the liquid or any of this. Now, you're talking about the air pollution. The air pollution, insofar as the radiation is concerned, there is probably very minimal or negligible potential. Theoretically, of course, the cosmic and the terrestrial radiation is always there. Yeah, but it again depends upon different levels that we are talking about. Space radiation, there is, yes, as you go to different levels, you have different levels and different types of radiation. Yeah, but we need to understand the kind of radioactive material that you encounter that do not have that penetration. So as long as you keep yourself physically away from them with space, with any of the suit, if it's an alpha particle, if it's some of these radionuclides, you probably do not get so much of an exposure. And again, I would like to reiterate what Dr. Mahalingam was saying. any of these things, theoretically, that under no circumstances this is a matter of concern cannot be a statement. And therefore, a long-term exposure to such situations, which includes radionuclides, which are otherwise which otherwise have less potential to interact with your system, could also pose low levels of concern. So beyond this, I am not honestly very much confronted or aware and invested my time on the radioactive air pollution as an issue, actually. But certainly the use and safe handling of radionuclides, no matter where it is a matter of I wouldn't say concern, but it's a matter of attention for sure. Maybe Dr. Mahalingam may want to add anything to do with anything about the air radioactive pollution. I am not very much aware.
Yeah. Basically, see, that's what I was talking during my presentation also. See, we are regularly using radium needles and radium tubes, which provided radon gas as a byproduct. And that is, these tubes used to burst after a long time use due to the radon buildup. And that used to provide pollution or contamination of that area. So that nowadays it's all completely internationally stopped.
Yeah.
So regulatory is taking care of all these. They are taking note of all these things and taking necessary steps. And today, in whole of the globe, one of the best regulated medical radiation use is in India. ARB is one of the best, and the kind of regulation they are doing is completely electronically done using ALORA system. They see, for example, there was an accident in Mayapuri. That was really a pollution. But after that one incident, what they had done is they wrote to all the universities across India. I think your university, JNU, also might have received a letter from ARB saying that if you use any type of radiation device or anything used in laboratories, well, that was in laboratory. That particular incident happened in Delhi University. The particular person retired, the only expert who retired from this, and the people in the administration auctioned for decommissioning without knowing that there is a radiation inside. So that was in scrapyard, and they started cutting into this. That was a cobalt which was shining. Everybody put in their pocket, this, that, birds, everything that went on into a kind of pollution kind of situation. Now, ARB, when Dr. Rath was the chairman of that committee, which was to take care of standard operating procedures to prevent that kind of incidents in future. And they sent notice to everybody. They ensured that they decommission them in a proper way. What they need to do is they regularly, after the end of the use, they need to send the radiation part of the equipment. You can send the cover, everything, but the radiation safe, every radiation equipment of any size, there will be a radiation safe. That part has to be decommissioned as per regulatory this thing. And today, in teletherapy, for example, teletherapy or even brachytherapy, if the source is coming from a source outside India, the supplier need to give an assurance that once the useful life of isotope is completed, they need to ensure that they will take it back to their country of origin and dispose that as per the standard operating procedure required for radiation isotopes. So these are all taken care. And beyond that, if at all there can be some accidents, we don't know, it can be. But where the radioactive pollution is still possible is the open source, use of open source, like iodine-131 treatment, technetium used for, So there you inject radiation into the body and it concentrates in the tumor and provide an image wherever it identifies the tumor location. But the excess radiation is excreted through urine and fecal matter. That can become a radioactive pollution. But for that also, delay and this thing that I am going to cover that in delay and dispose, or when it is active, you try to concentrate and contain, something like that. That kind of things are established procedure. So since we have many years of experience with radiation accidents, lot of standard operating procedures just came into existence, and especially countries like India, there cannot be further accidents, but nobody can give an assurance. That's what one can say. But there is very good, very clear written standard operating procedure for everything. For example, radiation transport, also packing itself. What kind of type of radiation, how much is the radiation? For everything, there is a type of packaging. If you listen to my protection radiation safety lecture, you will come to know more about that. So there is a standard operating procedure which reduces the possibility of radiation. But of course, as you already said, radon gas comes from the terrestrial, which is coming from the natural radioactivity, which automatically uranium convert to radium and radon. Nobody can prevent. So you need to, that is going to be background radiation. You cannot fear about that. You cannot prevent it. That is one thing. But pollution, fairly, AERB has done a very fair job. I think nobody else could have. If I was in that, I am a radiation safety officer. But if I was there, I could have, would not have done that good standard operating procedure. That nicely done. Oh, nobody can say that there is.
Okay, sir, should we move? There are other questions in the chat box. So I can see Shashi Prakash Singh has posted. Can you please unmute yourself, Shashi, and ask the question? That will be better. Shashi? Are you here, Shashi? Hello? Can you people really, CIS people can unmute Shashi? Okay, I don't know, because he's asking a question. Maybe Dr. Dwarkanath can address it. Does different cells have different capabilities for radiation absorption, or the epithelial cells have more capability? If yes, then why?
So far as absorption of radiation is concerned, in other words, I'm just telling a fiction. If I a chemical dosimeter inside an epithelial cell or a non-connective tissue cell and do a dosimetry, absorption dosimetry by classical chemistry, it won't be any difference between epithelial cells and the other one. However, the way they respond are going to be very different. If she is asking two different cells, means cells from two different origins are not identical, do they differ insofar as their absorption of radiation is concerned? My answer would be, it wouldn't be very different as compared to the differences in the responses of these two cells to the same level of exposure. See, there are three things that we need to understand. One is the level of exposure. The other one is absorbed dose, exposure dose, absorbed dose, and the response. Now, she's very right. The exposure may be the same, exposure dose may be the same. And if I keep two cells, the responses of these two cells are different because they're absorbing different doses of radiation, although they were exposed to the same level. That's probably her question. No,
he's a boy.
Oh, sorry, he or she.
But his name is.
Okay, the
I
person.
wanted him to ask a question.
The person.
I don't know why he's not asking.
The person.
Please unmute everybody so that people can ask the question. They are all scientific people. Please unmute. So now again, he's asking a question.
Ma'am, he has already left the meeting. So people can unmute themselves.
Okay, thank you. So now what is there that he's asking again that if it is, first thing he was asking that epithelial cell can can have a different radiation absorption. But his another question is asking that how epithelium manage itself to protect from radiation than other cells. So I think you have answered that question also. So he's trying to say that epithelium cells have more ability for the radiation absorption, which you said no. You said that their responses are different. I don't know why he's saying. Maybe he has got some wrong impression that the skin cell. I don't know. He's missing something.
No, probably. It might, I mean, I would tend to think, but this is something which we have not yet discussed in this course. This might have come from the fact that he or she must have read from somewhere, which is the information, that epithelial cells do not undergo interface death at low and moderate doses of radiation absorption, while the hematopoietic cells do. And insofar as the radiosensitivity is concerned, the cells of the hematopoietic system are more sensitive as compared to the epithelial cells. And that is related partly, or not to a major extent, their susceptibility. That means the susceptibility of hematopoietic cells to undergo interface death, apoptosis or regulated necrosis or necroptosis at very low doses, moderate doses, as compared to epithelial cells, which do not undergo pre-mitotic interface death or apoptosis or necroptosis, unless we go to doses like 15, 20 gray, then also the fraction of cells that undergo interface death, pre-mitotic interface death, is very small. So from this, he or she is probably asking, is it because of the differences in the absorption? No, it is not because of the absorption. It's because of the differences in the biological response. Yeah.
Yeah, SP, Shashi, you would do
yes, ma'am.
Tell what you're asking.
Ma'am, I was asking the same question, what is Dr. Dwarkanath was saying, that my question was specifically that does every cell behave different in radiation absorption, or the specific cells behave like there is a pattern of behaving of cells in radiation absorption?
A particular group of cells behave differently from a particular group of different cells. However, there will also be variations among the same group of the different cells. That is inter-species heterogeneity. In other words, the way a hematopoietic cells would respond to radiation would be different than the epithelial cells. However, if you look at different epithelial cells, there would be differences. Those differences are marginal as compared to the significant difference between the class of hematopoietic cells and the epithelial cells. When you come to their respective tumors, the heterogeneity gets even larger, because all of them are related to the underlying biological regulation rather than the physical interaction of the radiation. When I say physical interaction, physical interaction, to a certain extent, the initial radiochemical reactions as well. But there are, of course, delayed radiochemical reactions, which are partly regulated by biological processes. And therefore, the differences both between different tissues and their constituent cells, as well as within a tissue and the different constituent cells, stem mainly from the biological responses rather than the physical interaction of radiation with the biological entity. Did I clarify that?
Yes, sir. But sir, what I'm asking now is, can we harness this quality of cells to respond to the radiation?
Well, I didn't get what the question is. What do you mean by harness this for?
So what I'm saying is, just like if different group of cells is behaving that like they are protecting from radiation, or they are extra sensitive to the radiation.
And there are differences in the radiation response of cell type A and cell type B. So you're now turning around and saying cell A is relatively less sensitive than B, and therefore it has some inherent protective mechanism as compared to A. That's interpretation, isn't it?
Yes.
And you want to say that let's look at what do these cells have that make them relatively resistant as compared to B, which is more sensitive.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Oh, that has been the approach. In fact, instead of looking at epithelial and the hematopoietic I given as an example, there has been, please. There is a considerable amount of, 1 second, I'll have to. There is a I'm sorry about that. There is a considerable amount of effort in trying to understand how do different organisms differ from their susceptibility to radiation, and how can we learn that and develop approaches for, as he was asking, for protection against radiation or emitting. The classical example is insect cells are extremely resistant as compared to mammalian cells. Now, there is a great deal of understanding related to the mitochondrial involvement and several things. Yet, we do not have an approach based on the learning from this that we could say, okay, because of this, we should probably come up with these type of pharmacological interventions, which will make the mammalian cells equi-sensitive or equi-resistant to the insect cells. So that hasn't happened where there are huge differences. So your question is very valid. There is a great deal of effort that's currently underway. It's been for a while, but I do not think we have, as of now, any understanding that reached a level where we can start applying the knowledge that's accrued so far.
Thank you.
So there are another question which is there, which is actually Amandeep has been asking. So which I answered. So Amandeep, it is a radio frequency which is emitted by the mobile phone, and I think you were not there. And Professor Dr. Rajshekhar Mahalingam has told us that yes, overuse only causes the problem. So, and the definition of overuse cannot be given actually. So he said that it is, all of us know that in the pharmacology, we have been always taught that every person is different from the other person. So there is no definition of overuse has come. There are a lot of publications, lot of directions are there, but it is not very clear to us. I think Dr. Pratik, are you here to ask something or you are here to participate?
I'm here to participate, but I'd like to just add some comment here.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. Dr. Amanjot, So thing is that radio frequency, as Dr. Viva has said, it is non-ionizing radiation. So obviously its effect with respect to the effect of the ionizing radiation are quite different. So radio frequency has got, as far as mobile radiation is concerned, there is an authority of non-ionizing radiation. They have specified what SAR, specific absorption rate, has to be there. They are international authority. There is national authority also. And if you can search, you will get enough literature on that. So there are limits set by the national and international authority on that. So probably what Dr. Mahalingam has said, that is also partly true, that overuse, I mean, use has to be seen. Even in ionizing radiation, it is the optimization which matters. So I think that if you search the literature, you will get regarding non-ionizing radiation, there are enough regulation now. Even in India, there is. ICMR has doing a very elaborate pilot job on this effects of mobile radiation on cell level or even tissue level something. So as far as I understand, even in foreign literature, not pronounced malignant effect of mobile radiation or mobile tower has come into that domain. I mean, significant increase is not there, at least.
Thank you, Dr. Pratik, and please be with us. So yeah, so I think Palak wanted to ask some question from Dr. Dwarkanath after his lecture. So Palak, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Sir, I have a very basic question. In monolayer of cells, as we see that radiation increases the migration of the cells. They migrate more faster compared to the control cells. So how can we use radiation as a therapy for curing cancer? So that was the question I wanted to ask.
In fact, that is one of the concerns that hinders our ability to achieve a good therapeutic gain. See, when we irradiate a tumor, what we would like is that we theoretically completely eliminate the cancer cells within the tumor that we have identified, no matter how. But our inability to identify tumors with the current diagnostic methods, highly sensitive, radiological, or any of these methods, will probably come in the way of ensuring that we have irradiated the entire tumor volume. This is very true in case of tumors where they have a potential to disseminate invasiveness, typically the gliomas. Now, the other aspect is, completely eliminate the tumor cells. I'm talking about the objective, and not to have the tumor regrow in the same region or in the nearby region or elsewhere in the body. If you achieve that, then you have cured the disease. Because you had a tumor yesterday, you don't have the tumor tomorrow, right? That's the cure. But in achieving this, we have limitations at all the three places. Inability to ensure what is that so-called 100% of the tumor cells. And therefore, we can give radiation to all the 100% tumor cells in such of those cases where the invasiveness is very much more. That's why Dr. Mahalingam will be able to tell you, and then Dr. Rath, whenever we plan from any of the radiologically defined tumor volume, we add a little more, giving a margin to ensure that which probably by this method we could not say that there is still tumor beyond this is also included. However, you do not want to extend and say, if I have a tumor, a small tumor inside the brain, why don't I irradiate the entire brain? In the past, it used to be done. That is no longer done because you wouldn't like to irradiate organs or regions within the tissue of interest and therefore compromise their function. Now, for having said that, this is one is first, therefore, our inability to irradiate all the 100 tumor cells, and also hope that that radiation will kill. That's also not the case. We'll come to killing. The second one is, if that's all what radiation did, we would not have had problem. We could have probably found out a way of ensuring that we radiated all and also ensured that most, if not all, the cells died. But the other problem is precisely what you said. Radiation, especially photon radiation, seem to be efficient in making the so-called not invasive cells turn into invasive cells. You radiate and contain the tumor within the place where you had the original tumor, but you have tumor elsewhere in the body come up. Or you have a tumor in the volume that you radiated. You finish the radiation, the tumor is in a nearby place. That's because some of the tumor cells that did not get killed acquired a property to migrate and to reside and to restructure the environment and grow. That's invasiveness. The other one is to metastasize. So these all are, amongst several other therapeutic agents, radiation can also cause. This comes under what is known as epithelial to mesenchymal transformation, the EMT transformation. Okay, so this is something that I would be discussing in one of the lectures that follow. Keep this curiosity alive for a day or two. We will discuss a little bit about it. This indeed is an issue. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So there is one student here, Shivam Pandey. So Shivam Pandey, can you unmute yourself?
Good evening, ma'am. This is Shivam Pandey.
Can you introduce yourself?
I'm Shivam Pandey. I'm a postgraduate student in biotechnology from Amrita School of Biotechnology.
Okay, good.
And first of all, I'd like to thank you for this amazing course. And the only question I had is that how specificity of a target can be achieved through radiation therapy. Like if we want to target a specific tumor or maybe at a very precise location, how it can be optimized, how specificity can be achieved there.
You mean specificity means you have a tumor, let's say, inside the liver. Yeah. And you want to ask, how do I know I irradiated? How do I ensure that I specifically irradiated only the tumor within the liver and not the
target
tissue around, right?
Target specificity, how it can be optimized, and like what can be the delivery systems for that?
No, that's fine. Let's understand. If this is the one, then I think Dr.
Pratik
or Dr. Mahalingam, either one of them.
Or Dr. Pratik can also.
Yeah, this precisely is the treatment planning. It's a science which probably is at its best. I'm sure Dr. Pratik will be able to convince you that it indeed is possible to a very large extent, but it could be even better tomorrow, and that continues to remain forever, because what is better today can be even better tomorrow. But we do have much better ways of ensuring conformal irradiation to the target. Dr. Pratik.
So Shivam, this is our bread and butter. I mean, Dr. Raj Sekhar and me is due to for that only. It is easy. You know, there are various medical imaging like CT scan, X-ray. So we pin location is done where it is, where the tumor is with respect to other organs. And then we plan, it is transferred nowadays, you know, these images can be transferred into the computer. You can do the planning, you can do the simulation. We do the simulation also. Suppose from this angle, we give this much radiation dose. So how much will go to skin, how much will go to other part, and how much will go to tumor. So we can take 4 or 5 entries so that skin is not burnt, only tumor at the focus gets the maximum dose. So this is a part of, I mean, it is called image guided radiotherapy as such nowadays. Otherwise, earlier also, this is our plan, that tumor gets maximum dose and overlying normal tissues, including skin, gets the minimal dose. I will not say that they don't get the dose, but they get less dose. Now, healthy tissues, they recover fast, since they have 2 recovery processes, tumor have just 1 recovery process, so they fail in recovering as much as soft normal tissue does. So that's why we give the fractionation. Now fractionations and radiobiology also comes. So this is whole treatment planning that our job is to make the tumor die and to let the other normal tissues live longer.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, my second part of the presentation was going to address this only. Since there was a constraint, it was not done. See, when he has already clearly explained about what is the role of conformal therapy for this thing. The specificity as such, see, we are limited by the vision provided by the imaging equipment. See, when we say CT, it can detect up to 3 mm. Below that, it cannot. Cell is not 3 mm. So that is a problem here. And again, the micro level spread, when we talk about micro, it's like a crab, like that's why the picture of crab is given for cancer. It is like tentacle. See, we don't know which part of this is going to project and cross to the other side. Remaining is going to be confined. So which is going to be tentacle longer, which is going to be shorter? This has to be provided by the imaging device. So today we have a restriction that unless the molecular level imaging is available, you cannot say that I am completely specifically targeting a tumor, exactly the entire volume. One is using radiotherapy, using the imaging wherever the tumor is provided by the imaging device, visualized by the imaging device. That much we are able to do today. That's what Dr. Pradeep told very clearly, that we are able to completely smash the tumor with a specific location, 3D sub-millimeter accuracy, even the motion management, everything. So like when lung tumor is going to travel according to your breathing cycle. So there also we found some kind of device, imaging device to take care of that. And we are chasing the moving tumor and fire. But the real specificity will be when we are able to tag some killer with some tagging element, which can go and concentrate in cancer. So that we are using for molybdenum, we are using for gamma camera. It goes and concentrate the radiation there. But if we are able to tag the killer dose to the tumor only, that day our answer will for this tumor elimination will be happening fully. That is the real specific killing. That everybody is in the lab only today. Everybody is chasing their dreams. But today we have whatever best we have is.
I'm still in the meeting, in the discussion. Can I call you back in 5 minutes? No. Okay. Oh, thank you.
So for real specificity, we need the good the molecular imaging one side, the other side a tracer which can killer medicine which can be tagged to the cancer cells alone. If that is the day you dream of raising a tumor just like a paracetamol which kills this thing, what you call fever.
Okay, so Amandeep, thank you very much, Dr. Malingam. Amandeep, would you like to ask your question? Amandeep, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. I want to ask. Hello.
Yeah. So ask loudly. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. My question is hello.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. My question is that in case of certain cancers, such as gallbladder cancer, it's an internal organ, it's very small organ. So in case of gallbladder cancer, what is the approach actually for the treatment? is it the radiation therapy which is effective, or it is not that much effective, or is the surgical treatment is the only option left? Or because later on at late stage gallbladder cancer actually spreads to the other part of the body, so it is very difficult to save the person's life. So my question is like, at what stage it can be detected, or the radiation therapy, whether it is effective at that stage if it is detected at early stage in case of gallbladder cancer. So what is the approach?
Here, see, the real expert, Dr. G.K. Rath, is not in the panel today. That is the thing. Exactly. I think Dr. Pratik Kumar, can you come up with something?
Yeah, in general, Amandeep, I will say that early detection of all type of cancer is a beneficial thing. So it is for gallbladder cancer also. If it is early detected, it could be curable for quite. Chances is very high. And as far as treatment is concerned, basically, if something resectable surgery if can be done, that is one mainstay. Almost all type of solid cancers in general, if it can be resected. And then radiotherapy, see, in stomach area, thorax area, it is a bit clumsy since there are so many important organs are there in thorax area, abdominal area. So they try to avoid radiotherapy as far as possible. Otherwise, chemotherapy is one of the mainstay in such systemic treatment is required. So all thorax area, we do try to avoid or minimal radiotherapy, but chemotherapy, and if it is resectable, resection or surgery is the mainstay. Gallbladder may be more for the chemotherapy agent that way.
Because I have heard from so many people around my knowledge where they had some, they have suffered from this kind of situation in their family. So I have heard that a person was not.
Your voice is very feeble.
Hello.
Yeah.
Actually, I have heard from the surrounding people from other friend circle that this kind of situation happens with the person. The person life could not be saved actually. So this kind of cancer is actually like not treatable in fact, gallbladder cancer. So
yeah, some cancers, as Dr. Rath said in the morning, that like pancreatic cancer, there are 6% they are telling the survival, and
yes,
gallbladder it was around 15-20% something he said. Like, so obviously some cancers are bad cancers, where these things cannot be done. Most probably why they are bad cancers, they are detected very late. Problem is that symptoms are very late. So by the time people go to the doctors for the treatment, it is spread over, since metastasis is one of the characteristics of the cancer. So when it is metastasized, that will be a problem. It is difficult to treat all over body. It has gone there. Some in lung, maybe liver, maybe in brain, everywhere they are growing. So obviously the cancer which is detected late is a problem. So that's why we say that some cancers are they have the different survival due to these reasons only.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so there is one Sri Devi Pathak. Can you ask your question yourself? You have a very long question.
Yes.
Yeah,
good.
sure. Yes, ma'am.
I'm currently working in Integrated Cancer Treatment and Research Center, which is located in Pune. Here, the Ayurvedic practitioners are giving Ayurvedic treatment to the cancer patients who are undergoing chemotherapy and radiotherapy. My role is to prove the efficacy of these medicines in alleviating the side effects of the chemo or radiotherapy. In the process, I'm planning some basic research experiments where I'm using the human cancer and normal cell lines. So usually when the radiation or radiotherapy is planned, the patient is given fractionated dose, and the dose is usually 2 gray per fraction. So when I'm planning my cell line experiments, can I take 2 gray as the representative dose And along with that, I can give my medicines and check the efficacy of those medicines, or the final dose which reaches the cancer tissue in the patient is different. Sir, I'm not able to, so we are not able to hear you. You're on mute.
Sorry. Am I now audible? Yeah. Okay. Madam, the answer to your question is straightforward. You might want to do first a dose response, or the cell lines that you are using. And if you have a very good standardized irradiation setup with proper dosimetry and harmonized to other labs and existing information, and if you have the dose response curve for the cell lines that you are investigating, firstly look at 2 gray, what is the surviving fraction. But you may still want to establish a dose response. My suggestion is, if you're using a LINAC or a X-ray irradiator or a cobalt-60 source, you might want to go 10 to 20 gray, 2, 5, 10, 20 maybe. And then with and without your interventional agent, look at how the dose response is modified. Then you can come up with a dose modifying factor or a sensitization factor if it is sensitizing. And then also come back and look at how did it change the SF2, because the daily fraction, as you rightly said, is around 2 gray in a classical fractionation regimen. However, there are also some tumors in certain protocols. People do use a hypofractionation, what we call, where the number of fractions are reduced, but the dose per fraction is more. That depends upon which organ. More than the tumor, it's actually the tolerance of the organ or the normal tissue. So that determines what sort of a regimen you will use. Now, to cut the whole story short and answer your question straight, do a SF2 comparison with your drug, but also do a dose response curve without your drug. And then take it forward if you want to understand more. How did it change? What did it do to change this chronogenicity? We can discuss later.
आज जो हमारे मेरी और विकास की चली थी, आपने जो मेल किया तो उन्होंने बोला ठीक है हम सीधा डायरेक्ट नाम को.
You said you are from Pune? Okay.
Yes, sir. We have met in EMSI conference also. I was a PhD student of BRC. EMSI held in VIT. We are traveling together from Bangalore to VIT. Not Bangalore, Chennai to VIT.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so fine. So there is one small question there that I think they're asking that radiation effect causes any other disease other than cancer. So I think it's they have a wrong information. So there are 2 questions here. So they are asking that is that radiation causes, like, what are the harms of the radiation? So there are too many, and they think that only radiation only causes the cancer. So that is what their questions.
No, there are both the statements are not correct. Radiation is not the only thing that causes cancer. Cancer is caused by several other things. Radiation probably radiation has minimal contribution in the cancers that are detected all over. That's point number 1. Radiation is used to treat cancer, not to create cancer. However, exposure to radiation would enhance the probability of somebody getting a cancer in his lifetime a shade more than what he or she would had he not been exposed to radiation that he think he was exposed to. That's all what the difference is insofar as radiation-induced cancer is concerned. As deterministic effect, I said there are quite a few things that radiation can cause as damage to the normal, the cataract, and quite a few. So there are other, but you wouldn't call them as a major disease. Of course, it's an associated thing when you do radiotherapy, and if any of the tumors happen to be near these organs and there is an exposure, there is a probability that you might have damage to this. But radiation certainly is not the only contributing factor for cancer. Radiation can also cause cancer, is different than radiation causes cancer.
Okay, so I think we have no other questions here. Is there anybody has any more questions? Do you have any questions? If you have any question, you can ask. Otherwise, we will close the session.
It could still be posted and then it could be taken up anytime during the entire course.
Tomorrow, today.
Yeah.
You can ask the question and say there are certain questions which were asked from me, that there were certain people who were asking that if they want to do the general question were asked from me, that how where can they do if they want to work in the area of radiation physics, if they want to learn radiation biology, what are the institutions where they can learn it? This question was asked in the morning also.
Google.
So in India, if you ask, Dr. Prateek, is that AIMS trains in radiation physics or something? What kind of a courses AIMS runs for the students?
As far as I know, ma'am, there is no regular course as such.
Okay.
And I will say, as in the one of my comment, I said that in India, radiation biology courses are not being run anywhere almost, and very few labs are doing that. And really in this area, I like that Dr. Viva Tandon should start some radiation biology lab where people can go.
Yes,
I'll send my student as well.
No, you can participate also in the teaching programs.
Yeah,
sure.
Ma'am, sir, problem is that radiation biology area is an area which cannot be learned from Google, sir. It has to be in lab only. It has to be in lab only.
I think no area can be learned. But yeah, so is there any kind of a, say, Dr. Malingam or Dr. Prateek, or is there any kind of a radiation short courses are there or something? Certificate courses are there?
To become a medical physicist, there are
for medical physics, yes, DIPRP and others, but they are all.
So where are these medical physicists are produced?
Physicist, see, basically, if a person has completed MSc medical physics, he or she can go for a DRP course at.
So where is MSc medical physics?
Oh, Anna University is there. Medical.
There are 5 places.
There are a couple of other places.
What are those 5 places there?
5-6 places medical physics course is there. One is I think PGI Chandigarh, Anna University.
Anna University.
There are 20, more than 20 places. The AARB site lists that.
Exactly. That's what I said. All this information can be easily obtained.
From
AARB site. But thing is that I'll like to add, after doing MSc medical physics or after doing MSc physics, DIPRP, they are basically a physicist. Thing is that they are still not radiation biologist. I have done my course. I know how much radiation biology I know.
Radiation biology is long research. You cannot just in 1 year you publish something. You cannot do that. You have a lot of knowledge and hard work. Bring a lot of statistics together and come to some kind of conclusion.
And thing is that reading book, you can get the theoretical idea. Without sitting in lab, you cannot get any radiobiology feeling. That's why I said there has to be, see, radiation biology, there is no MSc radiation biology as such. Thing is that.
Right.
Okay,
or radiobiology.
Yeah, so it's good that you answered them. So BARC runs few courses, but BARC has a course of radiation biology. They have a course, they are still running it, but how many credits are there, how they are running it, I don't know, but they still run, they teach also radiation biology. exhaustively, but how do they do it? I don't know it. I have to inquire.
No, one is the regular school they have, which is now reduced insofar as the number of students that the number of entry they have. Training school, they have the regular structured program who will become scientists. HBNI, Homi Baba National Institute, I think has a teaching program, but I'm not aware of any of the institutes offering a full-fledged master's or a bachelor degree devoted to radiation biology. As somebody mentioned, this is truly interdisciplinary science. As I mentioned in the morning, one has to be a good biologist, an immunologist, a chemist, a physicist, and several things, and you can then hope to be a radiation biologist. So it certainly is an interdisciplinary field, and it's only the motivation that can drive anybody to be able to stay, alive in this field.
Yeah, most important thing is once you qualify them as a radiobiologist, how you get to them appointment job into
right?
Because without that, the drive will not come for any course.
Exactly, very true.
Yeah.
Very, very true.
Rather, I think Dr. Bhattandan should write to all cancer institutes and universities to appoint at least 1 or 2 of their students.
Yeah, sir. So fine. We will take in maybe such kind of a courses are required to take the
Yeah, it is required. Very.
Yeah, that's there.
Today we are treating radiotherapy using fractionation just because of the input from radiobiology. Without them, we could have treated in one go, one day. So
yeah,
radiobiology. Without radiobiology, radiotherapy cannot be further improved.
Yeah, so now I think we will close down this discussion for today.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm not leaving, we are not leaving here. I'll just leave the participants with one video. And because Pragya is not here, so I would like to thank all my say panelists and Dr. Rashika Malingam as a speaker, Dr. Prateek who has come back to us again, and Dr. Dwarkanath so Professor Tyagi, would you like to say something, closing remark? Yeah. You are muted, sir.
He's the chair for this.
Yeah.
So anyway, from my end also, I would like to thank all the speakers and all the panelists who participated in such warm discussion. And definitely it has been a really learning experience for everyone. I mean, we exchange views and we learn from each other, and definitely students have benefited. And this whole GIAN program actually is meeting its objectives. That is what I felt throughout. And with this, I'll say that we have another day to add to it. And then subsequently over the period, I think we'll learn a lot about the radiation biology and its clinical applications also. So thank you everybody. And I also want to thank the organizer and especially Professor Bhattandan for giving me opportunity to learn from this forum, although I'm not really a hardcore radiation biologist, but then definitely this is something that can be used in our research. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much to all the panelists, and for the participants, I just want to say that I will just play one video. So I will not play 2 videos, one video. So if you want to stay and you can see it, that is nothing else but the electrophoresis video. And so just give me some time, but so be here for another say 15-20 minutes. And
I beg your pardon, Dr. Biba. I need
yeah,
to
all
have
of
a
you,
commitment.
all my panelists and
Thank you.
chairperson can leave.
Thank you.
So all of you can leave, and thanks a lot. And Dr. Prateek, Dr. Malingam,
Pleasure.
Dr. Dwarkanath, and Professor Tyagi, who is here from morning since 10 o'clock. So all of you, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay. So fine. Palak.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm playing one of the videos. Hello? No. So fine. I just give me 2 minutes. I think there is some problem, so I'll just give me 2 minutes. I'm just downloading it. I downloaded probably another detail. So he has shared me with this video, Palak, on this Google Drive. Is it? It has come in on the email also, or I have to send to the email?
No, ma'am. Did he send it you on WhatsApp?
No. Actually, they are sending it. They are saying that it is an edited one. The earlier one was non-edited.
Okay.
Just
So,
now it has come.
So he shared those videos on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Then yes, ma'am, you have to send the link to the to your email and then do it.
But it will take time. So just bear with me. Just give me some time. Is there people are there or they ran away? Participants are there. No? I think let me run this one only because which is already because it's taking time. Okay, 2 minutes are left. Just I'm sharing. Give me 2 minutes.
Ma'am?
हेलो मेरी स्क्रीन दिख रही है नहीं दिख रही है
And
दिख रही है
has a three component.
विकास दिख रहा है
Polyclonide gel.
यस मैम बट ये विकास दिख रहा है बट वो चल नहीं रही है वीडियो
Sample that has to be loaded and that has to be resolved and for the analysis.
हो चल रही है
And because
अब दिख रहा है
यस मैम
here I'm going to separation. So this SDS phase is stand for sodium rhodocyl sulfate polyacrylamide gel electrophoresis. This technique is being like commonly used for the protein separation based on their molecular weight or you can say charge size of the protein. And this technique has a three components. Basically, one is the polyacrylamide gel, which is used for the separation of the protein. Another one is the sample that has to be loaded and that has to be resolved and for the analysis. And the third one is the buffer system, which is known as the discontinuous buffer system. So I start with the first component, which is polyacrylamide gel. It is made up of two components. One is acrylamide and another one is bisacrylamide. It is known as a N-methyl bisacrylamide. So this acrylamide and bisacrylamide react to each other and make a pore size, and that pore size govern the separation of this protein in the gel. So to make a reaction between the acrylamide and bisacrylamide, there is another component which is APS, known as ammonium persulfate, that provides the free radical to the solution, and that free radical perform the reaction, and this cross-linking occur between the acrylamide and bisacrylamide. And the last component of this phase is timid, which is used as a catalyst that accelerate this cross-linking process, and by providing the free radical from ammonium persulfate. So this is all from polyacrylamide gel. So there is a two gel, which is one is known as the stacking gel and another is known as the resolving gel. Stacking gel is the where we have to load the our protein sample, and after that there is a resolving gel in which there is a freely movement of the protein based on their molecular weight. So first I have to make a protein, this polyacrylamide gel. So there is a different component, as I told you earlier. This acrylamide is SDS, ammonium persulfate, and timid. Right. So there is a different concentration of acrylamide. The lowest concentration that is used for the separation of the protein is 1:20. 1 is the bisacrylamide and 20 is the acrylamide. And the most commonly used ratio for the bisacrylamide is to acrylamide is 1:29. That is known as the 30% acrylamide. Right. And if we are using a 30% acrylamide, in that case we can separate the protein by the resolving capacity of 3%. Like that means is we can separate the two molecular weight of protein that has the different size by the 3% only, right? So there I have to make a gel. So the cup I'm going to make a 10% gel, which has a different component composition. So for that, I have to add first 4 ml of autoclave water. .3 ml of 30% acrylamide, which is 1:29. 2.5 ml of this 1.5 molar pH 8.8. Hundred ml of 100 microliter of 10% SDS that help to denature the protein. Microliter of APS that provide the free radicals for the cross-linking. APS is light sensitive, so it is a file that. Also, timid is a light sensitive, and 4 microliter of timid that accelerate this polymerization reaction. So this is ready. So this is the plate for 1.5 ml thickness of polychloride gel. So this is a stand that has to be in front of you. This is the for holding this plate. So I already made the solution. So I have to pour it in this gap between these two plates. So this is the resolving gel, and that should cover the 1/3 of the plate dimension. And finally, I have to add little bit of isopropanol. This is an organic solution, so to just avoid bubbles and make sure this line is very clear. So this isopropanol I have added. So I have to wait for at least 15 to 20 minutes to solidify it, polymerization reaction. And after that, I have, by the time I have to make a stop. So this is just for 4 ml. So for that, I have to add a 2.1 ml of sterile water. (500 microliter of 30% acrylamide).
Clear.
80 microliter of this pH 6.8 1 molar. There is a reason for these two different pH. I will tell you when I will explain the discontinuous buffer system. Microliter of SGS 10%. maximum amount is APS. And see my accurator. So the solution is ready. Timid is used for to accelerate the reaction. So that has to be added when your stacking resolving gel is ready. So I have already made the one gel for the demonstration. As you can see, there is a two layer. One is the resolving and the above one is the stacking gel. So, and the comb I have used is the 10 well comb. So in this case, we can load up to, in one way, we can load up to 40 microliter of our samples, right? So now I have to make a sample. So for sample preparation, there is a die is known as the SDS loading die, which has a different component, Bromfna blue, which is the die for tracking from where up to where our gel, our protein is in the resolving gel. So through this die, we can track our protein sample visually. And the another component, SDS, beta mercaptophenol, or you can say didithiol, and glycerol that gives the density to settle down the our sample in the well, and yeah, water to make up the volume. So this is the 5x SDS loading gel. So this different component has a different function. Like SDS, that gives the SDS is the strong anionic detergent that has the polar head, that is that has the negatively charged polar head and the non-polar tail. So that when the SDS bind to the this amino acid present in the peptide, that gives the negatively charged, so that our protein can freely move based on their size only, not depend on the intrinsic charge of the protein. Another component is beta mercaptophenol that is used for the to reduce the disulfide bond between the sulfur containing amino acid that form strong sulfide bond. So that beta mercaptophenol remove the covalent bond between the amino acids. So this SDS I have to add in the protein sample that I have already done before. So in this case, I have taken two different protein, and that is a purified protein. One is the has the molecular weight around 79 kilodalton, and another one is the has the molecular weight is around 55 kilodalton. So I have added this SDS loading die according to that volume. So in this case, I have added 4 microliter as the sample volume is 20 microliter only. So after mixing the protein with the DNA loading die, that has to be heat for at least 5 to 7 minutes. So here is the plot at 95 degrees Celsius. So I have to add it, heat it for 5 to 7 minutes. So this heat will work to denature the protein. That three-dimensional structure or secondary structure is removed by this heating. And after removal of this three-dimensional structure, protein is freely open form, so that SDS detergent easily bind to their amino acids. And in average, one SDS bind to 2 amino acids present in a peptide. So after heating, this protein is in a linear form with the negative charge on it. So I've already heated it, so just I have warmed it so that I can load it in the gel. And the third component, as I told you, is the buffer system. So this is a dummy plate to just complement this. So now it is ready. This is our actual plate and this is the dummy one.
Yes, sir. Good.
So this is the buffer tank, SDS phase tank in which we run our load the sample and run our gel.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
There is a buffer which has the component tris, glycine, and tris and glycine. That pH should be 8.3. So our buffer system has only glycine and tris. And as I told you, in a stacking and dissolving gel, there is a tris Cl which has a different pH. One is 6.8 is the stacking gel and 8.8 is the dissolving gel. So here I have to remove this form for loading of our sample. So this is how our samples should be loaded, and to compare what molecular weight of our protein, there is a ladder that is predefined how it is moving in the tris buffer with a different concentration of gel. So I have to load this also. So when the protein is in stacking gel, your flow rate is just 8 volt per centimeter, right? And the size of this plate is 8 by 10 centimeter. So now I have to discuss what is the discontinuous buffer system. So in the stacking gel, there is a pH which has a 6.8. In the resolving gel, pH is the 8.8, and in the buffer, pH is the 8.3. So when the protein in the gel, stacking gel, there is a chloride ion which is a negatively charged, and our sample also is the negatively charged as provided by the SDS detergent, and there is a glycine. So when the voltage is on, current is flowing. So the movement of these three ions, you can say chloride ion, protein, negative charge protein, and glycine, in the form of like chloride is a very small ion, so it should be first, and the glycine has the no charge because it is nearby. You can say that normal pH 7.4. So the ion charge on the glycine should be positive, negative, pi at the pi. So the net charge is 0. So the glycine does not have any charge. So the order of movement in the stacking gel is chloride first, then our sample, negatively charged sample, and the third is glycine. So you can say that our protein sample is sandwiched between the chloride ion and the glycine. So it will give you that all the protein samples should start from same point as it is moving to the resolving gel. So in the resolving gel, there is a pH which is 8.8, and at the pH 8.8, glycine get ionized, because at the higher concentration that carboxylic group loses this hydrogen H+ ion, and that become a negatively charged. So in the resolving gel, the order of the movement of the sample and ion is chloride first, because it is very small, then our glycine molecule, glycine amino acid, because it is small as compared to the peptides, and the last one is our protein. So now the protein is fully free to move in the resolving gel based on their size only. So smaller the size of the protein, it moves faster as compared to the larger size. So this is all about the discontinuous buffer system. Comestible group bind to protein with their positive charge amino acids, and their another binding is hydrophobic van der Waals force. And the function of this methanol is to fix the protein where it is. Like if we not treat the this gel with the methanol, then in that case protein can easily diffuse in the gel. So that is why we use the methanol and acetic acid combination to fix the this protein band, whatever position they have in the gel. And after staining for 15 to 20 minutes, if it is very fresh, then we can destain the gel with the same composition without this comestible glue. So that removes this comestible glue from the gel, where there is no protein band. Only protein band bind to the comestible glue with the positive charge, so it cannot be removed by this destaining solution. And after that, we can easily monitor our gel by visually, and also we can take the picture and store it for the further use. So yeah, that is all about the SDS paste, which is used for the protein separation based on their molecular weight. So after 3 hours of phase electrophoresis run of protein sample, so we have to stain it and then destain it. And this is the result after de-staining. So as you see, this second well, it is a ladder, how it is look like after staining and de-staining, and the rest well showing the different protein elute with different concentration. So my particular protein has a molecular weight around 79 kilodalton. So it is around this red one in the ladder well. It is 75 and it is around that. So it shows my protein has a proper molecular weight around 79 kilodalton. And these are the more or less we can say are the impurities. So this is how LDL phase look like after staining and de-staining.
So, is there any question regarding SDS page? Anyone wants to ask anything? Could you understand anything? Okay, I don't think anybody has any question. So if you have any question, you can ask us. And tomorrow we will resume this session. Again, it will start with the same link tomorrow. At 10 a.m. we will join by 9:30, 9:40. And so bye-bye. And the first session, tomorrow's first session is about the cellular effect of radiation in clinical radiation biology. So tomorrow we will talk about more effect of radiation on our biological system, cells and organelles, and what happens, how the cellular responses comes. So what are the factors which influence the biological radiation effect, how the radiobiologically cells die, and what are the effect on DNA damage, DNA repair, how chromosomal aberrations occur, how the growth inhibition occurs, perturbations of the cell cycle progression, bystander effect. So Dr. Anant Narayan Bhatt will be the first speaker, who is from INMAS. Then afternoon we have P. Giridhar, then we have Pataji G.S. Prasanna from NCI NIH. He'll be joining us from USA. So tomorrow's session is quite a long session, and I would say that unless you will join all the sessions, you will not be able to say understand it. And we will try to have the interactive session after every lecture, because tomorrow there is no tutorial. So I'll speak to all the say speakers to keep it 15 minutes or 10 minutes for the discussions, so that you can ask your question at the same time. So thank you very much, and bye-bye. So I'm just closing. So now CIS people can close it. So I'm leaving the meeting. Is it fine, Palak, and Rishabh is there?
Yes, ma'am, he's there.
Okay, Rishabh. So thank you very much, Rishabh, and you are required tomorrow again at 9:30.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.